Transmigrated as an Evil God Volume 1. After going to the Great Beyond, Haranobonta was reincarnated as an evil god. Descending upon the demon lands, he came across his follower, the 108th Demon Lord, the Drake. A fortuitous omen. Thought Drake, who had suffered a great defeat in battle, leaving him with only 200 underlings. On top of that, pursuers were hot on his tail. He was between a rock and a hard place. But the genius strategist Drake was not ready to give up just yet. Despite the crisis, he still held the ambition of unifying his nation once again. The history geek Haruna was super excited and was determined to support Drake as an evil god, but as a newbie evil god there was little he could do. Just how will they get through this together? CH 1.1 Chapter 01 Transmigrated as an evil god. There is a delicacy called an oyster. Oysters, also known as the milk of the sea, have a rich and savory flavor. They are delicious boiled, grilled, or fried. However, the best way to eat them is raw. Many people misunderstand that the raw oysters sold in supermarkets are fresher than for cooking oysters. Oysters are left to fast for a long time to get rid of the poison inside of them. The thin oysters for eating raw and the thick oysters that are for cooking. It was a no-brainer which one was more delicious. Once something like this spreads, then obviously there will be people who would eat the for cooking oysters raw. Oysters for cooking were specifically labeled since it was dangerous to eat them raw, but people still ate them. Of course, they would get food poisoning, and in the worst case scenario, they would die. Such morons are rare, but they did exist. What I meant is, I was such a moron. Hey you're going to go to hell at this rate. An older lady in front of me pointed out in a vicious voice. This is the world of the dead. More precisely, this was the entrance to the world of the dead, but it was still the afterlife. It wasn't like the Styx River or anything, just a huge closed door that pierced the clouds, a group of officers lined up in front of the door, and a small town surrounding it. It was a really insipid place, but if this was the world of the dead, then it was the world of the dead. What was I doing in front of the entrance to the world of the dead? Going through the proceedings of moving on. Can't you do something about that? I've explained it to you many times before, Haranobonta. You can't get into heaven even if you do a handstand with your evaluation. She kept slapping the A4-sized piece of paper that held my record as she spoke. I was surprised to learn that all my good and bad deeds were recorded on this sheet of paper. Sin. Exploding an innocent frog with firecrackers. Sin. Pranking a girl cruelly even though you were aware of how she felt about you. Sin. You ordered sea bream from a tank at a Japanese restaurant, but never ate it. She kept listing my shameful acts one after another. The area where I was talking with this old lady was only separated by a partition, like a consultation corner at a government office, so the people next to us probably heard what she had said. It was quite embarrassing. Have you given any thought towards being reincarnated? But I finally died. Honestly, my 24 years of life wasn't all that fun. My only regret was not getting to know what happened next in the weekly manga I've been reading. Other than that, I was grumbling about wanting to get into heaven, but looks like that won't happen. If I were to be reincarnated, where would it be? If possible, I'd like it to be somewhere in Japan. Japan, is it? Yes, there's a manga I want to read. Being the son of a company president would also be nice. Well, with your assessment, you'd be a Yanbaru whiskered bat, an Odagahara salamander or a Cetodes argiensis in Japan. What did you say? Like I said, a Yanbaru whiskered bat, an Odagahara salamander or a Cetodes argiensis. Human isn't an option. The Yanbaru whiskered bat is a mammal. The choices were far less than I expected. This was worse than bad. It was horrible that all my reincarnation choices were minor animals on the endangered species list. It was great that I could reincarnate, but I would almost certainly end up as a virgin for the rest of my life. What are my other options if I don't limit it to Japan? If you don't limit your choices to Japan, then does that mean you won't mind being reincarnated in some place that isn't Earth? I can be reincarnated to places other than Earth? I was wondering what the old lady was talking about when it dawned on me. If there were creatures from places other than Earth, then their souls must also come here. I see. I felt a little smarter. It doesn't matter if it's on other planets, other dimensions or other worlds. Anything's fine as long as it'll improve my current situation. Oh my, why didn't you just say so? I've got just the place for you. Just the place? Yes, A spot has opened up on another world's evil god roster. Demon King. The wind was blowing. The Draco gazed upon the land of his imprisonment from his horse. He had long black hair and eyes as red as blood. He also had a single milky white horn. He was one of the 108 demon kings in this demon realm. He still found it hard to believe that he had been banished to this land in the middle of nowhere, since he excelled in both tactics and strategy. A remote region. It was truly in the middle of nowhere. The area was covered in dense forests and had steep cliffs that looked just like islands in the ocean. The magic beasts were ferocious and there were hardly any traces of civilization. To a place like this. He had been banished to a place like this just for losing a battle. He had been defeated by the army of Zardish, who had been gaining power over the last few years. It was only a single defeat, but Draco had lost everything because of it. He told himself he had no luck. The luck he needed was the divine blessing of an evil god. Draco had never once believed in evil gods. He always held contempt for those weaklings who clung to evil gods. He never imagined that he would become weak like this. I suppose I've become one of those weaklings now. He naturally burst into a self-mocking laugh when he thought that. Alright, what would my ideal evil god be like? His ideal evil god. Not a god to cling to, but a god to pray to. He doesn't have to be strong, just someone to be by Draco's side. It would be great if that god did exist. Draco closed his eyes. He didn't know anything about praying to an evil god. He simply prayed in his own way. God, oh evil god, my evil god, I pray for you to be by my side. At that moment, there was a loud explosion behind Draco. When he turned around, there was, ouch, that hurt. A man. He had no presence. A man in clothes he had never seen before suddenly appeared before him. Are you the evil god who I should be worshipping? Draco felt ashamed after he'd said that. Evil gods didn't reveal themselves easily. He was most likely a demon who lived nearby. He didn't look like he had any battle experience, and he didn't seem nervous either. It wasn't possible for an evil god to manifest in this world. It was the evil gods who gave a specter to the great demon king, and it was said that there was a hermitage where the evil gods rest in the depths of the great forest. However, the evil gods in the legends were known for their unpredictable appearance and strong bodies. Surely there was no way that this weak-looking man was an evil god. Still, now that I think about it, the ideal evil god that I wished for wasn't strong either. Even so, he couldn't believe that this man was an evil god. Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm the evil god. Evil god. I was suddenly knocked down and fell marvelously on my ass. Transmigration was pretty violent. My memories and appearance are also still intact. As a god, I could now make small miracles. And I had debt. I was fine being an evil god and all, but I didn't have enough good deeds to be transmigrated, so I borrowed some. To survive as an evil god and live a lazy life in heaven, I had to gather the faith of the people, pay off my debt, and accumulate enough good deeds to enter heaven. The total amounted to roughly 560 million karma. An average Japanese person accumulated about 270 million good karma, so that was about 2 lifetimes worth of karma. I wasn't told how to effectively gain karma. Anyway, I'm sure it'll work out if I gather enough followers. That was what my intuition was telling me. Not to brag, but I'm the type of guy who plays RPGs and simulations without reading the manual. Of course, this wasn't a world where I can just read a manual if I hit a dead end, but it'd be nice if I could ask an older evil god for some tips. I don't want my head to fill with messages like to use Miracle 20, you have to spend 200 karma, or to effectively accumulate a lot of karma, you must defeat a lesser dragon in Hydra Swamp. Or gods have ranks. You will be starting from bronze rank after my transmigration. My goal in this life was to enjoy my evil god life while effortlessly gathering karma. What? I'm an evil god, so I'm sure it'll work out. Yes. Nice to meet you. I'm the evil god. I immediately wanted to take this back as soon as I said it. Evil gods need to be a bit more vicious. What can I say? I have a feeling that I need to say something more aggressive, like I'm gonna eat your guts. First impressions are important, and it's better to act like a strong, dependable evil god, rather than a friendly one. So, I rephrased the sentence. Indeed, I am an evil god. Then, the handsome black-haired man in front of me dropped to one knee, not caring about dirtying his clothes on the ground, and bowed deeply to me. It didn't feel bad for a handsome man to bow to me from 2 meters away. Forgive me for not recognizing you at once. I don't know what evil god you are, but allow me to offer my apologies for my rudeness. I am Draco, son of Lion, the new demon king of this remote land. I am known as the Draco. It is my honor to make your acquaintance. Whoa, a demon king? I made the right decision to rephrase my sentence. I can't have a demon king looking down on me. I suppose I had done the right thing for the time being since he was kneeling before me. But what should I do next in a situation like this? Maybe I should use a line from a period drama? Raise your head as you wish. By the way, where are we? Are you referring to this land? We are on the western outskirts of the demon realm, a savage place called the Red Forest of Jonan. Does evil god Sama not rule over this region? The handsome Draco stared at me curiously. Is that so? I don't know what evil gods are, but do they normally appear in places they rule over? I guess it's like how sales reps oversee certain areas. Evil gods must do the same. Actually, I've just become an evil god. I see. You just became an evil god. That explains your appearance. Do evil gods grow up like me and the other demons? My appearance? Yes. You are quite small for an evil god. This is my first time being in the glorious presence of an evil god, but according to the legends, all evil gods are gigantic. Arg, damn it. The old lady in the world of the dead even asked me if I was sure I didn't want to be huge. Like plain udon. I got a plain transmigration. It came with language and other basic things needed to be an evil god, but things like gigantism and dark clothes were sold separately and cost karma. Gigantism costs about 400,000, but I decided to forego it as I wanted to pay off my debt quickly. I may have been a bit hasty. In hindsight, 400,000 seems like nothing when I have a 500 million debt. Back when I was Hiranobonta in my previous life, I used to hang out with my old man who owned a print shop. He had an even more extravagant nightlife after he had a debt of 100 million. I guess that was how far my money sense went. Well, that's actually true. I will gradually get bigger as I gather followers to believe in me. As you wish, O evil god. Ch 1.2 Demon King. It seemed that even evil gods had novices. Draco understood this after exchanging a few words with the hornless evil god. He said he had only just become an evil god. I suppose that's how it is. He's an evil god who I have just decided to worship, a newly made evil god. This was an auspicious omen for Draco. He was just an evil god who had nothing to show, believing, not praying or clinging to. He might be able to have a relationship with this evil god if he does just that. Evil god. I was relieved to see that Draco, my follower, seemed very loyal. As an evil god appearing before a demon king, I was worried about what would happen if my first believer was a scary guy. But this Draco seemed like a good guy. We had a proper conversation. I knew from Draco's explanation that this was the outskirts of the demon realm. The demons here are probably simple since this was the countryside. Well, it was just a hunch. I don't know how to gather karma, but my experience as an excellent gamer whispered that gathering believers as an evil god was enough for now. If Draco can quickly take control of this remote area, then I can gather believers, and spend the rest of my life sleeping and eating. A wonderful plan, if I do say so myself. By the way Draco, I have one more question for you. What may that be? Evil god Sama. How many men do you have under your command? He is a demon king after all. He must have 10,000 or even 20,000 men. I would be happy if he had 100,000 men under his command. Famous idol groups had more than 100,000 fans, so it wouldn't be strange at all if a demon king had many demons under his command. Let me see. I think I have 200 men right now. 200. Yes, the demon army that I, Draco, led are all combatants, but there are only about 200 men. I felt something rattle and crumble inside of me. 200, only 200 he said. I was a little disappointed when Draco told me about the size of the demon army. They were a demon army yet only numbered 200. My class in high school had about 40 students, so the army was 5 times my class. He could remember the names and faces of everyone with just that many. Yoshinaga-san, how are you? I thought he would have more troops under his command since he had a cool alias. I can tell you that 200 troops was nothing because I've played a lot of records of the Three Kingdoms and warring simulation games. Even the Battle of Thermopylae had 300 soldiers. What the FCK can you do with 200 soldiers? Excuse me, evil god Sama. Is there something troubling you? Demon King. Oh, I was just thinking that the numbers were lacking for a demon king who worships me. Draco discreetly clenched his teeth. It was the truth. The numbers were lacking. Most of his elite forces had been lost in the battle with the, and all that were left were the defeated soldiers. If it wasn't for that, then the strategic and tactical genius Draco wouldn't have resorted to worshipping an evil god. Yes, evil god Sama. We were involved in a great battle recently. My army was defeated, and our numbers drastically decreased. Being out here in the outskirts is also a result of that defeat. I see. By the way, how large was the opposing army? About 240,000. 240. Oh. Against my united coalition of 190,000. That's right. He had 190,000 men. Draco's assembled army was outnumbered by 50,000, but they had the home field advantage. It was a battle they would not have lost if luck had been on their side. And now you're down to 200? That is correct. That's rough. It is. Just what was rough? Evil gods should just sit back and be worshipped. Warfare was for demons. He had no complaints as long as you watched over them and gave them luck. Draco didn't expect much from him since he was a newly made evil god. I see. You don't have anything to worry about, evil god Sama. Despite how I look, I am well versed in military tactics. I'm perfectly capable of protecting us. I'll show you that I can increase my army of 200 men by tenfold. By tenfold, you say? Yes, if I increase my army by tenfold, or by 2,000, then we can maintain our current freedom. But the evil god's expression didn't seem happy when he heard the number 2,000. Is something bothering you? Oh, if you have those 2,000 at our backs, then I was thinking. Thinking what? That we might be able to take over the world. Take over the world? Yes, the world. Do you want to take over the world? It was natural for Draco to be confused. It was an ambition that he had kept to himself. The evil god had only just met him, but he had already seen right through him. If he increased his troops to 200, then he could take over the neighboring demon territories. If they didn't use surprise attacks, then some might be up for negotiation. He could take the entire southern region in one swoop, then begin preparations to deal with the detestable. If this evil god could see through his ambition, then he really was an evil god even though he was only a novice. The evil gods from the legends weren't interested in this world, so he thought this evil god would be the same. Please forgive my oversight. I am indeed plotting to take over the world. Then all is well. You must have high aspirations as a demon king. As you say, oh evil god. As Draco prostrated himself before the evil god, he heard him say, "This has become quite interesting." Evil god. After parting ways with Draco, I was enjoying an aerial walk in the demon realm forest by myself. Just because I'm his evil god doesn't mean that I have to be with him all the time, and there are things I need to do. Walking in the air was more fun than I thought it would be. Even so, the whole world. Whenever I play records of the Three Kingdoms or warring simulation games, I always want to unite the whole world at least once. It was a boy's dream. The Demon King, Draco, seemed quite ambitious, so I can just enjoy the unification of the world from a special seat by riding on his coattails. It really was magnificent. I didn't like the idea of being transmigrated as an evil god at first, but it was surprisingly good. I saw what I was looking for as I was thinking this. There was a door in the air. It was a door to the divine realm. It looked like an ordinary door you can find anywhere. At a glance, it was designed to be invisible to living beings. It was connected to the divine realm of this world and not to the world of the dead. This was one of the few useful pieces of information that the old lady of the afterlife had taught me before I was transmigrated. You can't get clothes or food from this world if you're an evil god or god unless they are offered to you. So, I needed a place to get them, and for that, I will need to visit the divine realm often. Of course, there are gods who are self-sufficient and rarely come to the divine realm. Anyway, I couldn't wear the cheap fleece top and jeans that I was wearing when I died, so I needed to get some clothes. Now then, hello. Oh, I opened the door and there was the divine realm. I can only describe it as a divine realm. Anyway, it was absurd. There was a Parthenon temple next to a building that looked like the Eye's Grand Shrine, and there was a Mexican Pyramid of the Sun next to a majestic St. Pietro Cathedral. There was a Taoist temple between some Buddhist temples. Are the unfamiliar buildings temples of other planets? Surrounding these large temples were many shopping districts and side streets. It was extremely crowded. It was a thrilling sight to see gods and other unfamiliar beings wandering around. Excuse me, Is this your first time in the divine realm? A faint man who looked like a spirit photograph spoke to me as I was looking around. Yes. I've just been transmigrated today. I see. I thought that might be the case since new deities usually act the way you are now. Welcome to the divine realm. Oh, thank you. The faint gatekeeper told me that new deities had to go to the city office to register, so I decided to go ahead and do that first. It would be foolish to go to the city office with all the clothes I will buy. Anyway, why was that gatekeeper so faint? I've just transmigrated, but I can see his essence. That's a god who has lost all his believers. I asked the lady at the reception desk a question and she answered. I heard that gods become like that when they lose their believers and use up all the karma that they have. There were no other gods besides me in the quiet reception room. I heard that there aren't many new gods these days. Will he always be like that? He will, until the end of the world. So I guess he'll be guarding the gate for another 5.6 billion years or so. That's unfortunate. It was terrible. It was probably more difficult than hell to be a gatekeeper for 5.6 billion years. While smiling forcefully. In addition to guarding the gate, there are gods who live quietly in the forest, having been given the role of mushroom god by the other gods. They are called genus deities. Genus deities. What happens to their karma? The gods who they serve pay them wages. Oh. That sounds tough. You say that. But you're still a novice and only have one believer, so you have to be careful. I will. She was right. I only have Draco right now, and he only had 200 troops. I'm sure he's strong since he's a demon king. I'm getting a little worried. I was fired up about unifying the world and all that a while ago, but it would be dreadful if that fails. Excuse me, Hiranobanta-san. Your application is complete. You'll start from the lower junior first rank. Lower junior first rank, 1? Yes, it's your rank as god, your divine rank. It's just as I had suspected, evil gods also have ranks. It's really troublesome. You increase in ranks and then you get a title or something. What's with this? About the divine rank system. It's fine. I'm not interested. You're not? Yeah, I'll come back if I have trouble understanding it. Ha. The lady seemed stunned. It's painful to listen to something you're not interested in, so it's good for the both of us. More importantly, yes, I'd rather know about stores that sell comfortable clothes. CH 1.3. Conclusion. I got my clothes for cheap. These black pants are 3,980 karma, and with the rest of your purchase, that comes to 10,000 karma. This was the cheapest casual clothing store in the divine realm. I don't know the value of karma yet. At first, I wanted to buy a dark robe and other clothes fitting for an evil god, but I couldn't afford them. It cost 98,000 for an outfit. Like I can afford that. I was transmigrated into this world with debt, but I have about 500,000. I have karma, but if I lose my believers and run out of karma on hand, then I'll become a ghost. So I don't want to waste it. By the way, the clerk here is also like a ghost. They must be steadily earning karma by being a clerk. Speaking of which, I should have asked the lady at the city office about how to collect karma, but it was too late for regrets now. For now, I went into the fitting room to get my clothes tailored. I came into full view of bare skin when I opened the curtain. I'm sorry. There was already a customer inside. Should I call this paradise? There was a gorgeous black-haired woman shaking and trembling inside. Her waist-length hair was glossy black. Her skin was clear without a single imperfection. She was slender but curvy in all the right places. Her waistline in particular was incredibly well-shaped. I politely closed the curtain. She was a sight for sore eyes. Sit properly over there. The woman came out of the fitting room and said without question, and I kneeled on the spot. By the way, she was dressed in a neat hakama now. The clerk and other customers sensed her hostility and watched from a distance. Before I knew what was happening, there was a blade pointed at my neck. It would have been charming if her weapon had been a katana or sword, but of all things it was a sky piercer one. It was an all-purpose weapon that was used by the greatest warrior of the three kingdoms, the almighty Lubu, and was hard to use, but judging from the bloodlust she was giving off, it obviously wasn't for decoration. It was safe to assume that this woman knew exactly how to use a sky piercer, and there was no way I could win against such a monstrous opponent. You, who are you? The beautiful woman had a lovely voice. Her dignified voice along with her piercing gaze made the temperature in the room drop. Hiranobanta, I'm a new god. There was no other way to answer. Honestly, I would have loved to drop a line like, Shouldn't you give your name first when asking for someone's name? Just like a protagonist would, but it would have been too risky since there was a sky piercer at my throat. A new god, are you? And yet, you seem to have quite a lot of karma. Karma? I only have about 400,000 left. Not that, I'm talking about your status. Are you by chance an evil god? Yes, sort of. A new evil god. No wonder. Status. That was a new word. I wanted to ask her not to use words I wasn't familiar with, but I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. Well, it was probably an accident. I'll overlook this incident today as a fellow evil god. Ah, thanks a lot. But there won't be a next time, you hear? Yes, of course. I see. This beauty is also an evil god. I felt as if I had gained something. It was the worst way to meet someone though. I'll brag about this to Draco later. Alright, what's your name? Me? Oh, I guess I didn't give you my name yet. The Hakama-clad evil god halted her departure and turned around, and with a beautiful smile she proclaimed, I'm the Upper Senior 5th rank evil god. Patron deity of the Pleased to meet you, new god-san. The pleasure's all mine. Her lingering scent was sweet. Somehow, I became acquainted with a beauty while clothes shopping. But did she just say the question mark? If I remember correctly, wasn't the one who beat Draco to a pulp? I should confirm this with Draco later. You've been had. Those generous words came from the god. On my way back from the clothes shop, I got in line for some fried meat skewers, 128 karma, when a god had something to say to me. He resembled Chohakai, too, the pig demon from the Journey to the West picture books. He invited me to a bar and the two of us were drinking highballs in the afternoon. I've been had? Yeah. When they told you that you'll need 500 million karma even though you're an evil god. That's what the old lady in the afterlife told me. The snorted. He really resembles Chohakai. Well, that doesn't matter, but is it alright for a god to eat pork skewers? You know, Harino-kun. That's just what they're required to say when someone becomes an evil god. You actually don't need that much karma. It's called a basic evil god package. But it actually comes with a bunch of powers you don't need. For example, it costs 500,000 karma to use a power like when I say something important, thunder will resound from behind me. Whoa, I didn't know that. I would never have screwed up this badly if I were alive. But I had no idea someone would try to scam me like that in the afterlife. I thought that the afterlife would be free from such nonsense. It's roughly like this. The credit union that loaned you the karma and the person you spoke to are connected. Whenever a large amount of karma is loaned out, the old lady at the counter gets a little something in her pocket. That's some shady business. Yeah, greed is greed. 100 million is enough for a basic transmigration as an evil god. 100 million, that's only a fifth. It was horrible. It was also horrible that it didn't come with gigantism after they took so much karma. It was too much. Well, don't fret over it. It's not easy to pay back a debt of 500 million as an evil god by yourself. What? You didn't know? The faith you gather as an evil god won't become karma. This was bad. My plan of lazing around while watching Draco dominate the world and then retiring in heaven at a suitable time quickly fell apart. According to the god, an evil god's faith is gathered through atrocious acts, but you won't get any karma from that. It won't take away karma at least. This really sucked. The only way I can earn valuable karma is to do good deeds and depend on regular karma income. Regular karma income was based on the rank of a deity. Since you're a new god, you must be a lower junior first rank or higher, right? Every month you'll receive 70,000 karma after taxes. Saving up 500 million would be hard, wouldn't it? Hard or not, that would take me 7,143 months to save up 3, and that's without eating or drinking. FCK, he's right. I found out that the food here was delicious after coming to this bar. As an evil god, I won't die if I don't eat or drink, but I still want to eat. I also want to buy clothes, and I heard you can buy homes in the divine realm. I wanted to do something. Well, do your best to gather a lot of believers and collect heaps of offerings. What do I do after I collect them? You do what Sama here does, and sell them all in the divine realm. This shop here is mine. Huh? That was a surprise. I didn't think he was that much of a big deal and underestimated him. But he has offerings. If this was right, then there might be a way to earn a lot of karma. Having said that, Draco only has 200 subordinates, so I can't expect them to make large offerings. What should I do? Honestly, I was bored out of my mind, so I've been going around and giving advice to new gods like you. Thank you so much. In the end, my drink was on the house, or rather, it was free because it was provided by the owner. He also told me that I could contact him if anything comes up and gave me his contact information. But what should I do now? In any case, I have to make it work with Draco. I have a lot of things to think about. Demon King. Draco had set up camp where the demon forest opened up to a hill. There was a flowing stream at the base of the hill. The location wasn't bad, and it was here that Draco was waiting for something. Anayu 4, is he not here yet? I do not claim to understand evil god Sama, but he'll eventually show himself before us. The others shouldn't take long to appear. Elena, the girl who had addressed Draco as Anayu, looked down the hill anxiously. She wasn't blood related to Draco. Their fathers were sworn brothers, so it was only natural that their children grew up together like siblings. Unlike her beloved brother Draco who had black hair, Elena's hair was fiery red, and had been tied up in a ponytail. Contrary to her wild hair color, she herself was serious and quiet. In truth, she wanted to stop escaping and hoped to live a peaceful life somewhere with her brother. The Draco had given Elena an important role. Is someone as inexperienced as I truly fit for this honor? Come now, how can my sister, Elena, be unfit to serve as the evil god as his priestess? The evil god's priestess. They convey the words of the evil god to the people and make prophecies. They devote themselves entirely to the evil god, and a virgin maiden is typically chosen for this role. I've only met him once, but evil god Sama appears to be kind. He'll treat you well. Okay. Now Elena. That's enough chit-chat. The long-awaited moment has arrived. Evil god. I ended up spending a lot of time in the divine realm and ended up going back to Draco late. I was worried about Draco. No matter what he said, he only had 200 subordinates. They might have pursuers just like how defeated soldiers running off to a new land were pursued. If I were the enemy general, then I would make certain that every last one of them was dead. I have yet to fully grasp the situation in the demon realm, so I wondered what exactly was going on. Was it like the end of the Chinese Han Dynasty, or Japan's Warring States era, where several factions are fighting for power? Or has a decisive battle already occurred? Was the battle between Draco and the decisive battle? If that was the case, then it would be difficult to recover. I don't know how strong the army was, but they were in danger of his forces coming to finish the job. I should talk to Draco about this as well. Also, Draco said that he was a genius when it came to tactics and strategy, but I want to see for myself if he really is. Even if he was a genius, can he manage with only 200 men? It was difficult for me to believe he could from a modern-day perspective. I had only just transmigrated, so I didn't pay much attention to such things, but the situation would have been different if I could provide surveillance from the sky. As I was thinking and flying, I saw Draco and his group on a small hill. This wasn't good. They've been driven to the very top of the hill. There were only about 50 of them on defense. Will they escape, or will they be killed? The enemy force was 10 times greater. In any case, I had to do something. CH 1.4 Demon King. They were jammed together. Draco had 50 men crowded together. The enemy probably numbered 500. They didn't seem particularly skilled, but they made up for what they lacked with numbers. They had a group of 200 kobolds and 300 goblins, each with its own leader, so they were likely hired mercenaries. Their employer must be a demon king who has allied themselves with the Dot. They wanted to take Draco's head and offer it to to join his camp. They were scumbags. The crowded defense group took a step back. Draco was stirred by the smell of blood. It was about time. Elena, are the preparations finished? Anayu, I'm ready anytime. All right. Draco nodded. Her incantation accumulated mana, and once it had been shaped accordingly, it burst forth from Elena's hands. That was the signal for the counterattack. Go. Elena released a beam of light from her hands and aimed for the center of the approaching enemy line on the right and decimated the area around the leader who was leading 200 kobolds. They had no way to block the attack since they were convinced they would win. The enemy shuddered at the sight of the blackened leader, and a second blow was delivered. Charge! The second group of 150, who had been lying low near the stream at the base of the hill, ambushed the enemy's left line of 300. Draco divided his meager 200 soldiers into smaller groups and prepared an ambush while climbing the hill to attack. The unsteady left line had no time to change their direction, and most importantly, Follow me." They rushed down with his group of 50 and attacked the group. Their intensity was fierce. They pierced through the goblin ranks with the sharpness of an arrowhead and quickly took the head of the leader. From there, it was a one-sided slaughter. There was no longer any hope of resisting. The enemy mercenaries became cold shells every time the swords of the demons, led by Draco, glistened with blood. The screams of the fleeing kobolds and goblins echoed throughout the forest. "Did we win?" Draco muttered after he returned to the top of the hill to look over the situation. 500 pursuers against 200 defeated soldiers. It was a well-planned counterattack. The image of a demon king formed in Draco's mind. Benon the Dot. He was a true strategist among all the other demon kings. But if Benon was their opponent, then a battle cry suddenly erupted from the forest. "No, it can't be." Benon's trained soldiers appeared in ambush. There were only about 300 of them, but they couldn't be compared to the small fry from before. Draco's soldiers, on the other hand, were all scattered about, hunting the remaining mercenaries. "Is it all over?" Draco clenched his teeth. He had only just sworn to take over the world with the evil god. He couldn't believe it would end in a place like this, and in the hands of that lowly bastard, Benon. He wasn't a reliable evil god. Draco looked up at the sky and closed his eyes. "I shall pray to the evil god. I pray that you save us." The soldiers responded admirably even though they were suddenly ambushed. They quickly gathered at the top of the hill and assembled in a tight formation. As expected of the famous army, what remnants of a defeated army. They moved as if they were all elite soldiers. But that was all. The soldiers were all tired and wounded. The commander of the 300-soldier ambush, the hobgoblin, Lugan, smiled with just half of his face. His left side didn't move. Old wounds were sewn across his face. "They say the cornered lizard is the grandson of a dragon." The Benon had directly ordered Lugan to hunt down the Draco. There would be no place for him to return if he fails. Benon was a warrior, and he was afraid that Lugan would fail to capture Draco, so he even proposed a strategy to attack him. The plan worked. The mercenaries who had attacked first were both destroyed before they could be saved. Draco's leadership was admirable even though he was the enemy. It wasn't surprising since Draco, there was the supreme commander of the Anti-Alliance. Lugan himself had fought under Draco's command before. He resorted to tricks at times, but his plans were great. He never hesitated when giving orders, which made it easy for his subordinates to follow him. Lugan was surprisingly excited to be able to fight directly with Draco. His opponent was a blood relative of the great demon king, an elite. Lugan, on the other hand, was a hobgoblin who had been teased for being a mutt. Lugan didn't think that he was inferior to Draco in terms of managing a medium-sized unit since he was a true warrior. His subordinates were also a force to be reckoned with. There was no way they would lose. He was already prepared for lavish compliments since he believed he couldn't lose. An ordinary person would have the right to challenge a genius only by removing all the factors that would prevent him from winning. His blood was boiling. Now, it was time to fight. Lugan slung his favorite battle axe over his left shoulder and raised his right hand. Once he swung this down, everything in the battlefield would become a haze. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. "Evil God!" I stayed in a place where I could survey both armies with lightning flashing down behind me. The sky darkened with thunderclouds and a light rain began to drizzle down. Silence. My voice echoed over both armies. My voice had a captivating bass sound to it. It seemed that I was using skills from the basic Evil God set. Thunder in the background and amplifier. I said seemed because I have no idea how I activated them. When I looked down, I saw Draco giving orders and the army went down on their knees and prostrated themselves before me. Good, as expected of my believers. Compared to them, the enemy was clearly panicking, but no one seemed to want to run away. A brown goblin that looked like their leader spoke to me. "I do not know which evil god you are, but please allow me to make a humble request. First, please calm down. My name is Lugan, son of Elgen. I am called Lugan." He properly kneeled on one knee and humbled himself before me. An evil god's authority was truly impressive. I slowly descended to the goblin. "Elgen's son, Lugan. I shall make an exception." "Raise your head." "Yes." I didn't think watching all those period dramas would come in handy at a place like this. In reality, I was just emulating the nuance of the period dramas as best as I could. It was incredibly important for me to keep up my aura. "I am the patron evil god of the Dot." "For what reasons have you, Lugan, attacked my devoted believer Draco?" "Oh, I must humbly confess that it is my mission. I will not name the person who has given me this mission, but my master has ordered me to kill the Dot. I knew it. I don't know who he is, but should I tread carefully or try to get him to switch sides? Either way, he wasn't a decent guy. Your mission, you say? What a waste. What do you mean a waste? Behold, I pointed to Lugun's subordinates with an exaggerated gesture. They had all stopped panicking and had all mimicked Lugun, getting down on one knee. Why should the elite force you led be involved in this dirty work? That is, he was in turmoil. I tricked him since I believed that he wouldn't want to do this kind of work anyway, and I was surprisingly right. I often did these kinds of negotiations in my previous life. I was in a much higher position this time, so I didn't feel like I would lose to him. Lugun. No, Lugun, son of Elgen. Why don't you reveal your valor to the world? Why do you do things like sneaking and hiding in the shadows and tormenting the wounded? The goblin lowered his head and sunk into silence. Let's push him once more. You will be remembered if you fight the Draco fair and square. This kind of mission isn't rewarding. Do you want your achievements to be buried in the dark? Will you shame your name as son of Elgen? But what shall I do? I only have myself. I have made it this far by myself. How can I live if I disobey my master, huh? This was a nice, surprising turn of events. I was planning to ask him to retreat. Lugun, have you not answered your own question? Have I? Yes. You said you've made it this far by yourself. Your master is you, Lugun. Wah! Your well-trained soldiers agree. You are their master. It was a bluff. It was a bluff, but it was surprisingly effective. I winked at Draco. Now, show me your true strength. Demon King. Attention warriors. Draco stood up and shouted while brandishing his sword. The evil god has shown us the way. A second path has opened up for us. He slowly descended the hill and stopped in front of Lugun. The first path, a path of battle. You will follow the orders of the Benon and cross swords with the Dot. It will be a battle that will be worthless, dishonorable, and won't be allowed to be passed on to future generations. The rain intensified. The intense rain tried to drown him out, but Draco raised his voice. The second path, thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning illuminated everyone. This is the path where we will walk together. A path where you would face forward not down. We will likely perish, but it is a path where we can die with pride. Draco stood in front of Lugun. The hobgoblin looked down a little. Lugun, son of Elgen, and your soldiers. Will you join me in conquering the world? Draco kneeled down before Lugun and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. His raised shoulder muscles showed how hard this hobgoblin had trained. Draco Dono. No, Draco-sama. Lugun raised his head. I humbly accept your offer. Please allow me to be by your side as you take over the world. CH 2.1 Chapter 02, The Goblin's Plot. Translator, Blushy. Editor, Sanjik. Demon King. The rain had cleared up, but fog emerged in its place. They gathered his soldiers and had them recuperate in an abandoned castle just off the main road. The abandoned castle wasn't very large. With Lugun's 300 soldiers added in, it didn't hold enough space for an army of 500. Even so, they slept in shifts to avoid getting wet from the night dew, though it was no small feat. A fire was also lit as the previous lord of this castle didn't take any firewood reserves with him. Evil God Sama, you have my sincerest gratitude for your help earlier. There was bread and wine placed on a round shield which served as a tray. The evil god's priestess, Elena, was in charge of serving the evil god. He had invited Lugun to join them, but he preferred to stay with his soldiers. Perhaps he was too in awe to face the evil god. No, I'm also thankful that Draco was able to cooperate with me so flawlessly. The evil god looked just like any other demon as he sipped his warm wine while speaking. Black hair and black eyes. His clothes appeared foreign, but he didn't have an intimidating aura which one would expect from an evil god. But the Draco believed in this evil god because he had been saved. Such a relationship between a demon and an evil god was unheard of. The evil gods gave and took. Draco had never heard of an evil god that ate together with you like a comrade in arms. Now then, Elena, I appreciate your explanation of the current events, but I'd like to go over it one more time. Of course, evil god Sama. Evil god. I sorted out the information that I had received from Elena in my head. This Elena girl, with her flaming red hair tied in a ponytail, was mature, and I gathered that she was quite bright from our earlier conversation. She immediately knew what I understood and what I didn't and gave me sufficient explanations when necessary. I was able to roughly understand the current situation thanks to her, but I wanted to confirm that what I had understood was correct. First, we're in an age of war. Draco and Elena nodded at the same time. They weren't real siblings, but their mannerisms were similar. Their fathers were sworn brothers and they were probably raised together. And Draco is right in the middle of this chaos, all because he's from the Great Demon King's bloodline. Yes, the previous Great Demon King was my grandfather. I understood up to this point, but after that it got a bit confusing. Right now, there are 3 males in the Great Demon King's family: the Draco, the Revelkane, and the Renus. And the is backing Renus. However, the problem basically lies between Draco and Renus. Revelkane, Draco's uncle, isn't involved in this conflict. Renus is from the matrilineal line. He is the son of my aunt, my father's sister. His father is also descended from the Great Demon King's family, but very distantly. So that means that Draco's claim to the throne is more legitimate? Yes. The sovereign Great Demon King died without naming a successor. Under normal circumstances, his direct descendant, Draco, would become his successor, but the Zardish interfered. He believes that Renus should be the Great Demon King, not Draco. This Zardish was quite a cunning bastard. In fact, he was quite old. He won over the aides of the previous Great Demon King since they were opposed to Draco's strong desire to reform, and found the Great Demon King's last will and testament. This was a common tactic used throughout history. And then the battle to divide the region into 2 didn't happen. Yes, it did not. Those damned demon kings, Draco said loathsomely, and Elena nodded. There are supposed to be 108 demon kings in this demon realm. This number varied by generation according to Elena. Right now, there were roughly 100 demon kings, slightly below the standard. All these demon kings were independent entities. There were many demon kings who were discontent that the Great Demon King held absolute power. Elena said, those called Demon King are usually the chosen representatives of their clans and tribes. They share the common language of the demons and can recall ancestral information about their enemies. They seemed more culturally diverse than America. The battle from earlier also had demons, goblins, hobgoblins and kobolds, and I could see that there were many different kinds of demons. This was something that I, who grew up in modern Japan, couldn't share. I immediately wanted everyone to get along. So, Draco has to beat up every single demon king to achieve world domination? In layman's terms, yes. There are some demon kings who have placed themselves under other demon kings, so he will have to beat less than 100 demon kings. I even came up with a grotesque plan, but it won't be that simple. For example, the Great Demon King's capital. It was important to seize bases like this. They must also be caught. But our army had only 500 troops, even if it had increased in numbers. 500 against 240,000? Forgive my impudence, evil god Sama, but we have actually increased to 550. Lugan answered my mutter. He had just arrived. His hair was wet from the fog, and he dried it with a rag. I was assembling the defeated mercenaries that Draco Dono defeated. They are a mix of goblins and kobolds, but they number 50. There are also some who are injured, so they can only be used as porters or requisitioned. I didn't understand the meaning of the word porter, so I quietly asked Elena what it meant. Apparently, they were transport units who carried food and water. I see. I may be an evil god, but I believe this is a good omen. Lugun. It is thanks to the evil god Sama's benevolence. The hobgoblin gave a hearty laugh. He was surprisingly charming when I looked at him like this. Oh, come to think of it, I almost forgot something important. I turned to face Draco and summarized what I had learnt in the divine realm. The patron deity, you asked? Yes, an evil god with long black hair, I said, and Draco leaned forward. Was she wearing foreign clothes and carrying a foreign polearm weapon? Yeah. A hack armor and sky piercer. Well, I suppose those things might not exist in this world. Draco took a deep breath, then exhaled. Was he trying to calm himself down? Evil god Sama, I have once told you that I have never seen an evil god before. Yes, you did say that. That was a misconception. I've seen that on the battlefield before. Oh, I replied. I could feel unpleasant cold sweat trickling down my back. I had thought that acting like this was a bad idea, but perhaps there are other evil gods who are also acting in the same way. But I only knew of one evil god. Just what was she capable of on the battlefield? If I had been her, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. At best, I could make thunder and use persuasion. He is a monster. She is truly a mighty warrior. I would say that my army was defeated because of that one woman. Demon King. Draco stared off into the distance. The dust of the battlefield appeared clearly before his eyes. The woman was riding a red horse. There were no red-skinned horses in the demon realm. It must have been a divine beast or a rare magic beast. She appeared in the middle of the battle. The allied forces under my command had shifted to a dragon-scale formation to resist the enemy army who were attempting to flank us on all sides with the dragon wing maneuver. The dragon wing formation was a formation in which many troops semi-encircle a small number of enemies from both sides, while the dragon-scale formation was a formation in which troops were divided into smaller units to counter the dragon wing formation. It was often necessary to go back to the basics in a battle between two large armies. The allied forces continued to repel the enemy's attacks with unparalleled bravery even though they had been jumbled together. They were trying to look for the opportunity to break through to the middle of the enemy while withstanding attacks from both wings. And that was when that woman appeared. Draco's tone was laced with fury. He had convinced himself that he wasn't good enough, but it was a different story when the opponent was an evil god. That woman riding on a red horse galloped alone into my army's vanguard, and laid waste to them. She even got a red horse. The evil god muttered something. It must have been something that only evil gods can understand. Our vanguard was demolished, and we were defeated in the end. They also outnumbered Draco's army by 50,000. Also, not all of Draco's allies were loyal to him. They bravely got into the dragon-scale formation, but the only thing that could be relied upon was their bravery. Well, but his last ray of hope, the evil god, just grumbled. Of course, he would. Draco didn't know how high up there was, but his evil god had only just been born as an evil god. A heavy aura descended over the area. But surprisingly, it was Lugan who broke the silence. I have heard about the black-haired commander, but I did not expect her to be that strong. But so what? It isn't like we are going to face her today or tomorrow. Let's just think about today and tomorrow. He was correct. Draco wasn't sure if he could grow his army large enough to face the dot. First, they needed to act. I have a plan for that. CH 2.2 Evil God. I took a proper look at my situation now that Draco and the others have finished talking. First, karma. I can't do anything without it. I can't, but I don't have enough. It was amusing. It wasn't enough at all. Elena looked at me curiously as I panicked and started patting down my clothes. She adorably held a slender finger to her lips and tilted her head in confusion. It was cute, but I didn't have time to appreciate her cuteness. Pardon my rudeness, evil god Sama. But what are you searching for? Oh, Elena. Actually, my karma is less than what I remember. I see. Karma, is it? I still had about 400,000 left over after I bought my clothes in the divine realm, but I only had about 350,000 now. By the way, karma can be kept on something akin to paper money, making it extremely convenient. They even came in coins. I was from the lower middle class, so I saved it in this form, but then I realized something horrible. What if I went outside the castle and tried summoning the thunder? The sky had been clear up until that point, but it suddenly became cloudy, and the skies began roaring. I saw a single, large drop of rain, but it instantly turned into a torrential downpour. The slanted rain mercilessly bombarded the mossy walls of the abandoned castle. What the FCK is going on? Draco rushed out of the castle. Evil god Sama? I probably looked awful right now. Draco's voice slightly went up a pitch. It's you, Draco? I walked back into the abandoned castle because I didn't feel like talking. Draco couldn't seem to be able to find the right words to say to my sooty back. I found the cause. Before the experiment, I had 354,317 karma. But as soon as I called the thunderclouds to say something important, my karma instantly decreased and now I have a little over 300,000 karma left. In conclusion, I lost 50,000 karma just by calling thunderclouds once. All the more reason for me to save. I have to save. Evil god Sama, we present you with an offering. Oh, yeah. Revenue was also a problem as well as expenditure. I accepted the bread that Elena had presented to me. Well, more like it remained on the offering tray. She said that receiving an offering was like receiving the essence of the offering. Elena explained that the things in this world and mine overlapped, so I was receiving the bread from my side of the world. So, I ate the bread from my side of the world. What happened to the bread in the material world? Evil god Sama, this is not tasty. Elena knitted her eyebrows together and stuck out her tongue, but she quickly remembered that she was in my presence and quickly reverted her face back to normal. Damn, that's adorable. So, The essence of the offered bread was its deliciousness. I asked Elena to eat the bread in the material world, and this was the result. The nutrients might also have been sapped out of it, and thus, the first part of my master plan fell apart. The plan goes like this. Draco would first offer all his army provisions to me. I will sell all of its essences in the divine realm, and let Draco use the rations normally. There would be no problem if I could use this method. The more power Draco had, the more food I could get, and the more karma I could get from selling it. But that completely fell apart. I couldn't possibly let them go to war while eating only tasteless bread. I wasn't a diabolical evil god, and they can't win a war like that in the first place. Morale would plummet. From what I can see, the morale of Draco and Lugan's troops was quite high. More than that, they had to rely on their morale. There were no weapons like guns that could easily kill people like on Earth, so the general's valor and charisma and the morale of the troops was that much more important. To raise morale, charisma, discipline and good food were important. No one can fight without good food and a warm place to sleep. The troops will be defeated if those things are taken away. Even if they did win, they wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. If only I had my own valor. Yes, just like the Demon King. Pillaging? Yes, for the past few days between the villages deep in the forest and Alunaha. That's strange. The Benin felt uneasy about the piece of information that his subordinate had reported to him. He was in his residence at the center of his castle town, Alunaha. The stone building was originally simple, but despite being located in a remote area where things are often scarce, it was decorated in Benin's preferences over time. The area around the castle city, Alunaha, was located in the frontier. It was part of an area that had been called the Barbarian King's Fief a long time ago. Nonetheless, the public order in the area wasn't bad at all. Any small-time criminals were soon crushed as soon as they appeared. After thinking that far, Benin figured out the cause. Lugan wasn't here. He had secretly dispatched one of his hobgoblin generals, Lugan, to where Draco was. Up until now, the 300 elite soldiers led by Lugan were sent out to hunt down criminals as part of their training. He hadn't made it known to anyone that he had sent Lugan away, but it wasn't all that surprising that the criminals who would sneak around and work in the dark would resume their business. At any rate, did that bastard Lugan fail? 10 days had already passed since he sent Lugan out with 300 soldiers and 500 hired mercenaries. That he had not been informed of Lugan's success likely meant to be defeated by a mere 200 wounded soldiers. I guess a mutt will always be a mutt. Benin was a goblin shaman demon king. From the view of the wise goblin Benin's eyes, hobgoblins were nothing more than expendable items. He always forced Lugan to deal with all the troublesome matters that pop up. How annoying of him to cause trouble even when he's gone. However, could the pillaging be done by the Draco, whom he failed to kill? It was absurd but not impossible. After all, he was that. He had rallied 190,000 soldiers to recklessly fight against the Moreover, the battle was even in terms of skill until halfway through, and he was far more superior than other demon kings. It was possible that there was hiding the remnants of his army near Alunaha and stealing provisions to build up their strength. It isn't impossible. In fact, it's highly likely. Benin had nothing to fear even though he had said that. Alunaha had 700 reserve soldiers, and another 1,000 mercenaries who he could hire at any time. Normally, with Lugan's 300 troops, the total would have been 2,000 soldiers. But they couldn't be included now. 1,700 versus 200. There was no way he could lose. Plus, Benin could fight from within the walls of Alunaha. Alunaha was surrounded by walls and was the strongest fortress in the frontier, so Benin was positive that they could repel an army that was 5 times his own. Draco, on the other hand, had already fought a battle with the hobgoblin Lugan. It was hard to believe that he hadn't lost any soldiers from that. 100, maybe 50. It was hard to make up for the lost troops even with an outlandish scheme, so if Draco was hiding near Alunaha then, send out the punitive force. We'll crush the criminals. Pillaging is unacceptable, and I won't allow them to touch the tax, Benin said as he rapidly gave orders to his subordinates. Benin's subordinates couldn't do anything without being ordered by him, since he always gave detailed instructions on how to carry out his orders. Lugan, on the other hand, would do what he thought best when given a brief order. It was convenient that he did that, but it was something that also angered Benin. For instance, the reserves. Presently, he had mobilized 1,000 troops for the battle with the but he always kept at least 500 reserve soldiers on hand. The 500 reserves worked in shifts and recruited young men from the surrounding villages to serve in the military. They changed jobs every quarter of the year. Benen's goal was to recruit 2,000 men for military service. But some villages weren't well organized, or they ignored Benen's edict and kept sending criminals. In all honesty, Benen believed the person sent was always the same person, but Lugan would probably have disagreed. He was a mutt, but he always disagreed with his master, Benen. And when things got bad, he would just return to his village as he pleased. Benen couldn't say who was correct. Benen hated that the villages in his fief governed themselves, so he took away all their jurisdiction and administration rights. Thus it was illegal for them to violate the rules and send the same person to serve in the army as they liked. However, Demon King Benen didn't have time to deal with such trifling matters. Benen grew tired of Lugan as these matters kept increasing and kept him away. But he was a valuable subordinate since he could work on his own. What is this? I thought I would feel better once he was gone, but if they found his corpse, Benen felt that it wouldn't be bad to erect a gravestone in his honor. But it was too late to have such thoughts now. And there was no time for sentimentality. He had to find out who the bandits were. CH 2.3, TEG, VO1CO2 Part 03, Translator, Blushy, Editor. Sanjik. The pillaging proceeded solemnly. Draco wasn't in command. It was a demon named Tybanka who was in charge of a 20-man squad under the dot. He was fair-skinned and looked more like a country bureaucrat than a warrior, and he was actually really good at arithmetic. Now next, what's in the load? Rye, is it? That'll be 2 sacks. Tybanka was currently leading a squad of 30 men made up of 20 of his own men and 10 from the mercenaries that Lugan had recruited. If these many bandits showed up, then the travelers would lose their will to fight. It wasn't a very wide road to begin with. The roads in the forest weren't large enough for carriages to pass through, so naturally, the only way to pass through these roads was through walking or on horseback, and travelers who travel using these methods didn't have many weapons. No one wanted to fight with 30 armed men. Tybanka would collect a toll from those who surrendered without fighting. His toll was reasonable. He took less from those who had little and a lot from those who had more. My bad. We've just lost our master and are in a bit of a pinch. We're in need of food. He didn't forget to casually tell them that they were the remnants of a defeated army when he let them go. Rumors would spread further the more ambiguous he was. There were 5 of these units prowling the roads of Alunaha. Why haven't they been crushed yet? The Benen tapped furiously on his desk. The golden lovebird on his desk fell to the ground and shattered. His anger wasn't without reason. The punitive force, protectors of Alunaha, had all returned without success. The punitive force tried to catch the bandits but they slipped away, traveled unbelievable distances and pillaged again. The damage reported was considered and the pleas against them was a cause for headaches. But it wasn't a complete waste of time. Draco was dead. This was what several of the victims had testified. The bandits were strangely disciplined and wore mourning badges. They were the remnants of the S army. That meant that Lugan had drawn a tie. Still, that didn't solve the pillaging problem. Benen knew that he would be in trouble later if he didn't take action now. With all due respect, Lord Benen, are we not being defeated because we are using mercenaries to hunt them down? A young goblin shaman suggested. His name was Rigadang. He was an excellent officer and was in charge of the reserve army. He was Benen's nephew, and Benen was partial to him and spoiled him. He may still be inexperienced in some areas, but Benen hoped that he would become an assistant to his successor in the future. You may be right. So, Rigadang, I will entrust you with 300 reserve army soldiers. With those soldiers, you will defeat those insolent criminals who are pillaging our lands. As you wish, my lord. But don't chase them too far. They're very fast even if there's only 30 of them. You won't be able to take advantage of your numbers if they lure you deep into the forest. I know, my lord. Uncle, you are such a warrior. Please leave this to me. Benen felt relieved when Rigadang said this with a smile. He was going to accept the collusion with the to save Rigadang and his sons from hardship. He wanted to present the with the head of the as a gift, but if any of his army were still alive, then they would stay hidden and wouldn't be easily found. Since that was the case, he gave up on that plan of action and would obediently submit to the dot. Alunaha was in a strategic position. They would find it appealing to have a base like this in the southwest of the demon realm. It was a good time to sell. But before that, He needed to raise the value of Alunaha's marketability a little, so he needed to destroy them. Rigadang, don't screw up. Please leave it to me. Evil god. I was made to sit alone under a tree in the forest. There was an old man sitting on a stump in front of me. No, it would be better to say he was sitting on a pillar. In this case, he was the god of this forest. Look here, you guys are in trouble. This place is under my jurisdiction. You know, you can't just do whatever you want. I am extremely sorry. He was a fairly low-ranking god even though he was the god of this forest. He wasn't extraordinary, but this forest was his jurisdiction. He didn't like that Draco's army was sneaking around in this forest. I don't like it when people set traps in my forest without my permission like this. You know, it's rude for you to do whatever you want. I sincerely apologize. His claims were unreasonable. They set traps and hunted animals since they were an army. They cut down trees if they feel like it, and they might even burn it down to the ground. We were doing as we pleased, but the god's tone was implying that we should have greeted him beforehand since I, an evil god, was with them, and he even wanted us to bring him a present. What about sincerity? You know, sincerity. You're an evil god, so you should know how important jurisdictions are. I am really sorry. There it is. The sincerity attack. Unfortunately, I was completely immune to this kind of attack in my previous life, so it doesn't work at all. I've mastered the ability to disconnect the linguistic part of my brain and just keep saying I'm sorry. No sane person can keep hurling words of abuse at someone who only says I'm sorry for more than 30 minutes. Except for this god. In any case, pay attention next time. I'm alright with it. But I'm sure there are other gods who would get even angrier. I am extremely sorry. Thank you so much for your advice. I will keep that in mind for the future. Thank you for your advice today. Saying that was like a spinal reflex. I quickly decided to return to Draco's hiding spot. The not getting numb even when you sit on the ground ability included in the basic evil god set was very useful. This completed all the vital procedures for this mission. How did it go, evil god Sama? He doesn't seem to consent, but I think he understands. Draco was leading his men to set a trap in the forest. The forest god had interfered while they were in the middle of making the trap. He only harassed them a little and didn't cause any injuries, but it did reduce their work efficiency, so I went there to talk to him directly. I just received a message from one of my men who has disguised himself as a traveler. He stated that the enemy has not dispatched mercenaries, but 360 reserve soldiers. I see. Irritating them has paid off. It was all part of Draco's plan, pillage and Benen's fief and draw out his reverse soldiers. Benen was unlikely to send out his entire army. He would have sent out 300 or 500 troops at most. This was a trap to kill them all. The trap is complete. The rest will depend on Lugun. Oh, I see. The time for the decisive battle was drawing near. I sat on a tree branch and watched absent-mindedly as Draco prepared for battle. It has already been half a month since I was transmigrated here. During that time, I haven't been able to remember much about my previous life. That was the extent of my life. My grades were at an all-time low in the autumn of my third year in high school. My grades weren't generally called poor. It was like I was walking on the ground instead of flying lowly above it, which wasn't surprising. Since I don't remember studying properly, I always got failing grades in my regular tests and it was a miracle that I didn't repeat a grade or two. It was evident that there was no university for me. However, I was at the top of my grade in Japanese history and world history. It was probably due to the influence of reading a lot of historical novels, starting from the Warring States era and the records of the Three Kingdoms. Though, I've forgotten what those novels are about. It was pleasant after that. The local trading company that I got into through my uncle's wife's brother's connections was a black company. I had never heard of a black company before, so I thought that was the norm. I got to work at 7 in the morning and finished work at 12 at night. Now that I thought about it, working for 17 hours was quite frightening. Of course, I didn't include my commuting time. I must have endured it well because I was working hard for 100,000 yen. I would have been better off working at a part-time job. They didn't teach me how to do my job and the company was so lax that customers shouted at them every day. I was impressed that I didn't die from exhaustion. Kneeling on the ground, dealing with complaints and overworking, I gradually became obsessed with the appeal of raw food as the days went on. First, it was raw horse meat. It didn't take long for me to move on to beef then oysters. I think I got food poisoning. When I got home, I took off my jacket, loosened my tie and slurped up the oysters. It was because of that foolishness that I ended up passing away. But now I feel like it was a good thing that I died then. It was an interesting life if you look at it as a joke. Well, I've become an evil god now. I'll just think about surviving this divine life. Goblin Shaman Rigadang didn't hide his irritation and kicked the tree trunk beside him. He was on a road near a small farming village to the west of Alunaha. This was the third time he moved there after receiving news of the bandits, but they had already disappeared without a trace by the time he got there. It was a trap, a very clever trap. He was educated from an early age as a goblin shaman, and he was expected to become an excellent military commander in the future. He was trained in the art of war and had a wealth of knowledge, but he had little experience in actual combat. His uncle, Demon King Benin, took good care of his relatives and left the most menial tasks to his hobgoblins. Some disagreed with him leaving everything from training to defeating criminals to the hobgoblins, but they all held their tongues when asked who would do it. No one wanted to do tedious things, so naturally, the goblin shaman's actual battle experience would be limited. It was the same with Rigadang, but he had the knowledge. He also had the desire to put what he had learnt to use. They have at least 2 units working together. He had his suspicions before he had left Alunaha. He looked at the area where the criminals had stuck on the map and confirmed that it wasn't that far apart. But soldiers are living beings. It was impossible for their speed to be constant. Even more so if they were the remnants of a defeated army. It was unimaginable for them to move in an orderly fashion. 2 or more units were skillfully coordinating to pillage at multiple locations. What was their intention? So, you're inviting me? Alright. Rigadang rolled up the map and put it in his pocket. The defeated army had escaped to this place and probably only had an incomplete map. He, on the other hand, had a clear understanding of this area. There was no way he would lose in a game of trickery. CH 2.4 Evil God. I guess it's like this. I was looking down on the red forest of Jonan from above. I had a piece of parchment in my hand and drew a rough map of the area as seen from the air. I estimated everything since I couldn't survey the area, but this map might be more accurate compared to the one he had drawn up while walking through the deep forest. I was the one who had come up with the idea of drawing a map from the sky. I came up with this idea because I had received an order in my previous life from a surveying company to rent a Cessna and complete the job. What you can't see from below, you can clearly see from above. I was also observing the movements of the enemy's reserve army. The enemy number, about 300, was whoever that was commanding the reserved army smart or stupid? According to Lugun, the one who will probably appear is a goblin shaman named Rigadang. I don't know what a goblin shaman is, but he was probably a bit smart. From the looks of it, dispatching 300 soldiers seemed a bit too much for this forest. They weren't slacking off, but they were clearly slower than the small unit of 30 troops who Draco had sent into the forest. It was excessive to make slower troops catch faster troops. Like this, the 300 reserve soldiers were gradually pulled further away from the castle city, Alunaha. These were only 300 of their 2,000 troops, but Draco had no surplus of soldiers. So, he needed a plan to make sure he would kill them. Impatience, fatigue and terrain. The place to lure them in had been decided. Below me, I could see Draco's troops lying on the ground with arrows in their bows. Almost the end tail was nearly at the trap. Then, the slaughter will begin. Goblin Shaman. The terrain was unpleasant. The path that Rigadang was on ran from the east to the west along the northern rock wall. The south was covered with dense trees and the ground was covered in peat and muddy. Just one step off this narrow path would mean trouble for his soldiers. According to the map, the road bent like a straw and then went west again. The terrain was risky. This kind of terrain was actually quite rare. The red forest of Jonan was a vast forest and there was almost no difference in elevation throughout the forest. I'll probably set my base here if I were a bandit. Rigadang narrowed his eyes and looked up to the top of the rock wall. The wall was about 8 units of length, 240 centimeters. It was a little taller than a tall demon. This was the perfect place to hide and attack with less soldiers. The soldiers hiding on the rock wall shot arrows at them. It would have been fine if there were few of them, but if there were, let's say, 60 of them, then the damage would have been too great for him to ignore. His suspicions were turning into almost certainty. He knew how many criminals there were. The bandits had at least 2 units of 30 men, possibly 3. Their purpose was deception. It was a trap to lure Rigadang's 300 reserved soldiers to a specific point within this mesh network of roads in the Red Forest of Jonan, and that specific point might be here. Should he warn them? His subordinates were mentally exhausted from the repeated strikes. Rigadang had given them plenty of water and food, but he couldn't deny that their nerves were getting on edge. He should just stay quiet about it. Just then, someone rushed up to Rigadang, who was standing in the middle of the line. Rigadang Dono, the paling. What about it? It was a message from the commanding officer of the 200 Vanguard squad. He said that a wooden paling had been put up to block the path. SHT. Up. Did the scream come first or the arrow? Flaming arrows were shot down from the top of the rock wall. There were a lot of arrows. It wasn't 60. But nearly 100 soldiers. Rigadang's mind went blank for a moment. Should they go or return? It was unwise to climb the rock wall. They would lose too many men because the enemy was imitating a castle attack. Valuable time was being wasted. He was panicking and his teeth chattered. The message. There is a paling at the rear of the unit. It's on fire. We are trapped. What did you say? The enemy was cleverer than he expected. Their retreat was cut off and the rear unit was gradually being pushed forward. Some of them had already begun to fall under the fire arrows. Rigadang Dono. Rigadang Dono. What should we do? The commander in charge of the 200 Vanguard unit screamed. The paling in front of them was also on fire. His allies were closing in from the front and back. It was only fear that dominated the troops, not Rigadang nor the will to fight. SS South. South? To the south? Go south. Retreat to the trees to the south, then go east. The 200 Vanguard squad commander became irritated and gave an order on behalf of Rigadang. Rather than making a rational decision, the 300 men under Rigadang's command had little other choice but to take action. 300 men orderly entered the peatlands to the south like an avalanche. Evil God. Enemies were rapidly being killed before my eyes. When you surround an army, leave an outlet free. It was a quote from Sun Tzu or Wu Tzu or whatever. Surround means sieging and army means troops. It means that when you surround an enemy, you must not completely block off their escape route. Draco had faithfully reenacted this phrase. The fundamental knowledge of the battlefield didn't change even in another world. We attacked them on a road that only led south and led them into the peatlands. Everything was going according to plan. The peatlands were swampy and filled with traps. The enemy soldiers had lost their control. They tried to escape from the fire arrows and fell into the pits and traps. Then, the arrows rained down on them. They weren't fire arrows. The forest god hadn't given us permission to use fire in his forest. But the attack was still powerful enough. The confused enemies were being shot at by Draco's squad of 100 troops and became empty husks one after the other. I didn't feel shocked like I had expected. The enemy was dying before my eyes, but I didn't feel any guilt. It wasn't because they weren't human, but it might have been a result of being an evil god. There was no nausea that turned my stomach upside down nor disgust. I just stared blankly at the deaths in front of me. Evil god Sama, your complexion is... Oh, yeah, it's nothing. Elena was next to me. She spoke to me in concern. I wasn't feeling bad. I was trying to make myself feel bad. I didn't know if I should get used to this kind of helpless situation. I'm sure I'll forget about this feeling soon enough. Evil God Sama, don't worry about it. There's nothing for you to worry about. The goblin who was crawling towards me was shot and stopped moving. Then, the area became quiet. Demon King. Evil God Sama has ordered us to put out the fire. Draco turned his dark gaze to the east as he gave the order. He let about a dozen enemies escape. This was part of his plan. He wanted to tell Benon that there were more criminals than they had believed, adding to Benon's sense of danger. The problem was who had died. We can't find the corpse of Rigadang, who is believed to be their commander. Tybanka had been searching the area for his corpse. Draco nodded at his report. It was a failure. No. The mission itself could be said to have been an extraordinary success. It was such a success that it renewed his desire to worship his evil god. Honestly speaking, it was an ingenious plan. They had killed a lot of enemies. It would have been difficult to achieve this under normal circumstances, even with the geographical advantage. And yet, he had succeeded. If the enemy commander had not fallen into confusion and had broken through to the paling to the east or west, or if they had destroyed the traps in the south with magic attacks, they could have climbed up the rock wall without regard for who died. All of these possibilities were beyond Draco's control. Draco had won the bet. But with the greed of one who has won a bet, Draco had regrets. He should have only let one soldier go free, an uneducated soldier who had no grasp of the battlefield situation. If he had let a soldier like that live, then the information that he wanted to hide wouldn't get conveyed to Benon. But of all people, he had let the commander escape. Draco pondered over the future as he worked with his men and tried not to let that regret show on his face. He hoped today's failure would not lead to a great disaster. Evil God. The forest was being dyed in red. The fresh blood trees, the origin of the red forest's name, were strained from the blood of the corpse they absorbed. The dark brown leaves on the trees were slowly being dyed red. It was a sorrowful shade, more short-lived than the autumn leaves. This forest is ferocious. It will swallow everything, Draco muttered to me as he ordered for the burial of his men who had lost their lives in the battle. It was a complete victory, but some of his men were still killed. It was said that they fell to the hands of Rigadung, the enemy commander who tried to break through the siege to escape. Draco wanted to bury them deep into the ground where the roots of the fresh blood tree cannot reach them. Evil God Sama. The bodies of these people will be used to fertilize the forest, but will their souls be saved? I didn't answer Draco's question. They will probably be saved. If they go to the other side to that big door where I went, then they will be saved. But I wasn't comfortable telling him that. It didn't suit Draco. That to live while thinking about the afterlife. Draco, I'll be away for a bit. I flew. Things probably can't go on like this. Something will go wrong. I didn't have time to look around the last time I was here, but the Divine Realm was a really lively place. I could see the religious buildings in the distance as I stepped through the door. It looked big, but it was probably enormous. This area was like an old-fashioned shopping district with stores lining both sides of the street. There was a butcher, a greengrocer, a fishmonger, a clothing shop, a ritual shop and a Buddhist shop. There was also an okonomiyaki restaurant, a takoyaki restaurant, a grilled squid restaurant, a crepe restaurant, and an omelette restaurant. Most of the things that existed in my previous life were there. I was almost tempted by the smell of delicious croquettes wafting from a family restaurant, but I was saving money. I didn't know what some shops were selling, but I decided to ignore them. What is a fairy shop or a malkund shop? There were all kinds of gods walking around. Some were obviously Japanese like me, some were Caucasian, some were black, some were other Asian, some were probably elephants, monkeys, dogs, cats, pheasants, earthworms, Yanbaru scarab beetles and aliens. Some also looked like elves, so maybe they can change their appearances. The city was full of life. There were many gods here. The forest god who prostrated himself on the ground was ridiculing himself, but there weren't many gods who worked on the surface. Most of them just sent proxies to do their jobs. CH 2.5 Proxies. Actually, I came here today to look for a proxy. I don't intend to leave Draco's side now. I'm going to think about it when the evil gods lecture me for exposing myself too much to the demons in the lower realms. It was better to call them an advisor. Although Elena has been extremely helpful to me, she has not received any formal training as a priestess. As a matter of fact, her rituals aren't even appropriate. What should an evil god do and how should they behave? I need an agent to teach me what to do and how to behave. You want an agent as a lower first rank? I would advise against it. What awaited me at the agent's office was a cold comment. The office was similar to a bank. A uniformed clerk politely greeted me in a lightly lit establishment. Is it impossible? I would not say it is impossible, but it is difficult. According to the young lady clerk, the agents registered with this agency are also gods. Some gods who don't usually have much to do come here to earn some money as part-timers, while others come to learn under a more powerful god. I see, it's like a talent bank for temporary workers. To hire someone with a certain level of ability, you need to pay them a certain amount of salary. As long as you can pay them a certain amount of karma, there are some gods at the junior 5th rank who are registered. You're saying that I can't hire anyone with my god rank salary? Oh, no, that is not what I am saying, she said as she took out a leaflet from a letterbox next to her desk. The letters are small. Most of it is the terms and conditions. I skimmed through it and apparently it was saying that the agency would not be responsible for any problems that might arise. What's this? Well, actually, a bankrupt god can be hired at a very reasonable price. I went to the agency again the next day. She said that she would gather together a group of gods who were willing to be hired for 10,000 karma a month. But if they were willing to accept only that much, then I'm sure most of them are ex-gods. Next, Please." A pale translucent young man walked in at the sound of the young lady clerk's voice. This was the fifth person. Actually, the employment agency for the ex-gods was a welfare project of this agency, and these interviews were all arranged by them. I was grateful that they were doing all this, but the fact that they went to such lengths to get us to meet made me think that there was little hope that the gods were talented. This wouldn't have happened to them if they were talented. I decided to start with a simple question. "So, what's your name?" Well, my name is the Mushroom God of the Freezing Mountains." I don't know if he had stage fright or if he just wasn't used to talking to people. First, he couldn't look me in the eye while talking. "What are you in charge of as a god?" Yes, in the Freezing Mountains. There is a kind of beautiful and delicious mushroom called the antifreeze mushroom. They are poisonous, but I'm the god of that mushroom." A beautiful and delicious mushroom was very nice, but his answer was too long. It would be nice if he could just give me the answer I was looking for. "Is there anything in particular you have to be careful about when working with that poisonous mushroom?" The young man suddenly stood up and started shouting. "It's not a poisonous mushroom. They're poisonous, but if you boil them properly then they're delicious. Don't make fun of my mushrooms. I'll make you eat them raw." "Good work." The young lady who was assisting me today made me a cup of tea. We were taking a short break. I interviewed 3 more people after the young poisonous mushroom man, but none of them were a fit. You can probably guess from the fact that the young man's rating is second from the top. But, how can I say this? There are many unusual gods here. There are many unique gods, that is for sure. Her expression changed mildly, but her eyes clearly agreed with me. One cursed the interviewer during the interview, one started singing, one started a fire, and finally one who skipped the interview and went to the Malkund shop. They weren't awful, but I couldn't hire someone like that. Even though I was only paying them 10,000 karma a month, it was still a precious 10,000. I myself am only paid 70,000 a month. I have one more god scheduled for this afternoon. She is an ex-god, but she has not lost her divinity yet. How is that possible? I meant it when I said yet. Even if the thing that a god is in charge of is gone, their divinity will remain until their karma is exhausted. So that's how it is. I'll join the ranks of ex-gods when Draco dies, and I run out of karma. Then, shall we get started? Yoshinaga-san? Hiraban? It was Yoshinaga-san who came in. Her hair was extremely short like it had been in high school and the ends flicked outwards. She had cat-like eyes, a small mouth, and a mole at the corner of her left eye. No matter how I looked at it, she was Yoshinaga-san. She was still as small as ever. "Hiraban, what are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same, Yoshinaga-san." Yoshinaga-san was a senior at my high school. She was the female vice president of the Go and Shogai Club. She was the daughter of a temple priest and was intelligent and open-minded. She was caring, always at the center of attention, and was a senior who I admired. "Ah, I see. You died too." "What's with your way of saying that?" "I'm more surprised that you're dead, Yoshinaga-san." "You're a rude guy, Hiraban." After laughing a lot, we realized that we were both standing, so I suggested that we sit down. "But I'm surprised that you're an evil god, Hiraban." "Well, but I guess it suits you." "What's with that?" "Only a nerd would want to be an evil god. People with normal X wouldn't want to become one." "You might be right." What was bothering me more was not what we were talking about but the mood. She hadn't changed at all since our high school days. "So, how did you pass away, Yoshinaga-san?" "Oh, I was sick. It was right after graduation." Hiraban was probably older than me. "But I didn't get news of your passing." "I would have at least heard about it if she passed away. I don't know why, but I can only assume that no one knew that she had passed." Lots of things happened." "Well, I'll tell you about that later." "More importantly, what do you think? Are you going to hire me?" I thought I had forgotten something, but it completely flew out of my mind when I saw an old friend. "I'd like to hire you. I also have no objections if you're my employer." The decision was made easily. I wondered what I was working so hard in the morning for. "Speaking of which, what kind of god were you, Yoshinaga-san?" "A human god, a little tribal god." "But they've perished now." "Huh? Human?" "I'm in charge of a demon king now." "But are there humans in this world?" "Yes, there are." "A demon king? So you're in the demon realm?" "The demon realm is about half of the northeast region of the largest continent." "Then, what about the other areas?" "There are a lot. There are a lot of humans. The more people believe in you, the more karma you'll get." "Oh, come to think of it, I might have heard that before. Or maybe not. But why can't I get karma from the demon believers? I'll teach you everything slowly from now on. I'm more senior than you are here. I look forward to working with you, my master. Demon King Rigadang, Benon shouted when Rigadang appeared in the audience room. The young noble warrior was nowhere to be seen. He looked completely exhausted. When he was discovered by nearby villagers, Rigadang was exhausted and had less than 10 troops left. When the villagers saw him drink the water they had offered him like an animal, they sent a messenger to the city to discover if anything was wrong. I apologize, Benon-sama. We were annihilated. They had lost so many soldiers that annihilated wasn't the right word to use. Annihilation was when a unit loses its fighting strength, which is when the unit loses half of its soldiers. But this time, the troops had literally vanished like mist. What happened, Rigadang? We were trapped. Draco is still alive. Benon gulped. Draco, that battle-wise dethroned crown prince, is still alive. There was nothing more frightening for the enemy. Perhaps, no, Draco will certainly hold a grudge against Benon. He had sent allied troops after them yesterday. After all, his anger would be unimaginable. Did you see him? No, I did not. But he still has 200 soldiers with him. Lugun and the mercenaries couldn't even chip away at their forces. It was absurd. Draco had retained his army and was squirming around in the Red Forest while showing hostility towards Benon. Benon held himself back from screaming. This wasn't a joke. It was that Draco. We will crush them. No, we will fortify our defenses. Benon recalled how many soldiers he had here in his city when he said the word crush. Now that the 300 reserve troops entrusted to Rigadang have vanished, he only had 1,000 mercenaries and 400 reserve troops left. 1,400 men can win against 200 men, but this was the 1,400 men couldn't face 200 men there, since the forest had a complicated terrain. Above all else, it was that Draco. While he sent 1,000 men to subdue them, they might trap the other 400 men in the city and attack Lunaha. Even if they couldn't capture the city with 200 men, Benon's authority would be destroyed. We must defend. The only choice we have left is to defend. No, I think we should attack them. What do you mean, Rigadang? It was almost impossible to defeat a castle that had more defenders than the attackers. All he had to do was stay in his shell like a turtle. His enemies were just a bunch of defeated soldiers who didn't have a proper base. That would be a hindrance in maintaining an army of 200. It was tough to feed an army of 200 men until they were satisfied. He could just wait for the storm to pass. Benon-sama, Draco is not our enemy. What do you mean? We have yet to inform the people of Lunaha that we are hostile towards Draco. Many people still consider him an ally, since he was the leader in the battle against the In fact, some of them sympathize with the defeated Draco. Rigadang was right. Benon had only told a limited number of his vassals about his plot to kill Draco. The advancing soldiers would have realized something, but even they had disappeared now. If Draco were to attack the city in this predicament, then it was possible that people in Lunaha may betray Benon. Since that is the case, we have no choice but to strike them before they get here. As a precaution, you can leave 600 men in the city, but I ask that you allow me to take 800 mercenaries to subdue Draco. 800? But do you think 800 mercenaries can win against him? Your opponent is the It would certainly seem like 200 soldiers can be defeated with 800 men, but the opponent was and the location was the Red Forest. It was normal for Benon to feel uneasy. Most importantly, Rigadang had been defeated once before. Please leave it to me. This Rigadang has a secret plan. CH 2.6. The enemy will probably attack us, Draco said to Elena while riding beside her. The two rode quietly along the road leading to Lunaha. Really? We can't do anything to them if they hole up in the castle. They have that option, but they will come here. I've made sure they will. He was talking about the pillaging while making Taibanku and his troops act like bandits again. Draco spread a certain rumor through their victims. The rumor, Draco is coming to Lunaha to recruit troops for his comeback. Yes, I had high expectations when Benon was still our ally. Attack not the enemy themselves, but their minds. It would be great if the enemy becomes restless, but it would be even better if they decide to attack. It will take some time, but it'd be nice if the enemy just descended into chaos. It's like flushing out a rabbit that has escaped into its burrow. Half threatening and half inviting. We have to lure him out of the city. He had a chance to win if they fought on the field. This had been proven by the battles that he had fought thus far. Draco's leadership had not waned. But when will the evil god return? I can win this battle on my own, but it would be reassuring to have him around. About that, Anayu. Draco turned to the side at the sound of Elena's worried voice. It was rare for her to sound like that. Evil god Sama is actually suffering. Suffering? Since when? Since the other day when you won your battle. I see. That reminds me, Draco thought. The evil god definitely looked spiritless when the fresh blood tree turned red. Though, Draco was under the impression that he was drunk on blood. I believe he was distressed. Distressed? About what? The loss of our allies? No. Distressed about the people who died. Draco snickered. That's not possible. He's an evil god. He's my evil god. So, he's the god of war. The god of war has no reason to pity the dead. But, Anayu, you said that evil god Sama is kind. I did. I certainly did say that. But this and that are different. He may be a novice, but he's still an evil god. What evil god doesn't get drunk off blood? Elena remained silent. Draco looked forward again. Everything was being carried out. His plan to take Alunaha was going to be a success. He didn't want to be burdened with unnecessary worries at a time like this. The forest breeze caressed his cheeks. Alunaha was already in sight. An arrow grazed his cheek. There was a stinging pain, but Taibanka couldn't check his wound. He firmly opened his eyes and looked outside the earthen walls. The red forest was on fire. The attacker was Rigadang. He had as many as 800 men with him. There were way too many men to just deal with bandits. He even had a commander's flag and a war drum with him as if he was a regular reserve army going on a campaign. Rigadang was burning down the forest. It was no ordinary feat to set fire to the red forest, which not only held Alunaha, but also the southwestern section of the demon realm in its center. It was a deplorable act that could bring about divine punishment from the forest god who had been wronged. This might indeed be the best way to take advantage of their numbers. They would be left with a scorched field which was suitable for marching once they burnt down the dense trees that restricted the demon's movements. The growth of the fresh blood trees was tremendous, and if left alone, the forest will be restored to its original state in about a year. It was a simple ploy that couldn't even be called a plan, but it was an outlandish scheme since no one would try it. Taibanka wanted to cuss. This was ridiculous. They had dispatched 4 times as many troops to defeat a mere 200 weakened soldiers and set fire to a forest in this fief. Was it cowardice or stupidity that made them do this? It annoyed him even more that this happened all thanks to the prestige of his dot. Hey Taibanka, what a mess. Don't raise your head too high, Lakshmana, or you'll get an arrow to your head. They're mercenaries. They ain't skilled enough. Taibanka was only a commanding officer of a 20-squad unit under Draco, but he was now guarding the earthen walls with 190 soldiers. His second in command was Lakshmana, a large, red-faced demon, who was also the commanding officer of his own 20-squad unit. The earthen wall where the soldiers were holed up was built on top of a small hill. It was poorly constructed and was just an abattis made up of piles of dirt and wood. But it should have been enough. The path up the hill was narrow and no more than 3 men could walk side by side up the hill at a time. They could defend themselves adequately by firing arrows from the front line. This was the strategy that Draco had given Taibanka. That premise under which the strategy was devised was falling apart. The forest in front of the earthen wall had been burnt. The enemy couldn't rush at them, but they had secured a huge advantage. But even Draco-sama can make mistakes. He's a demon, not a god. He's bound to make mistakes. As he answered, Taibanka forced down the question that he was always thinking about. Is there really a tactical genius? He had no time to worry about that now. Lakshmana, I have a favor to ask. What is it, buddy? Draco-sama ordered us to buy time, right? Yup, we have to do whatever it takes to buy time. Lakshmana laughed since he realized what Taibanka was implying. Lakshmana, please die. They were more persistent than he had expected. Just what you'd expect from the dethroned crown prince's army, Rigadang roared from his horse. They had built a simple fort on top of a hill and were defending it quite skillfully, but that was all. Even Draco couldn't have figured out his secret plan to set fire to the dot. They couldn't take advantage of the forest to defend themselves anymore. The only option they had left was a slow siege. He had only burnt the forest in front of the fort, but it will soon spread to the back. They will be surrounded by a sea of fire once that happened. No matter how great of a strategist the Draco was, it would be hard to break through this siege. Did you protect the provisions well? Yes, as you instructed. Rigadang nodded in satisfaction. Draco's plan probably went like this: draw their attention to the fort and send a small force to burn their provisions while they were distracted. That must have been his plan, since Rigadang would have to withdraw his troops if their provisions were gone. Or perhaps he was just really desperate. Either way, Rigadang's victory was assured once the majority of the enemy had stopped moving around cleverly and held themselves up in the fort. He set fire to the forest so that this would happen. He was commanding mercenaries, but it was hard to fight an army that had 4 times more troops. It was his victory. The name of the Demon King Benon will reverberate throughout the demon realm, and they could finally show their face to the dot. In the coming era, the Goblin Shaman clan can serve under the Crown Prince Renus, who would have ascended to the throne as the Great Demon King. At that moment, Rigadang saw a messenger riding up to him. He was accompanied by an enemy soldier. "Surrender, you say?" "Yeah. We value our lives." Rigadang politely greeted the enemy soldier who had introduced himself as Lakshmana. He was a large, red-faced demon. He ordered the attack on the fort to be suspended. This was not the method to deal with bandits. He had to treat him as a former member of the Great Demon King's family's army now that the messenger had revealed his identity. "Our army also wants this. Quickly make your arrangements." "Of course, we won't be surrendering for free. We have conditions." "Conditions? Is it? Interesting. Let's hear them." "We may have lost Draco, but we're still powerful. We won't surrender until we've been treated well." "Lost Draco?" "What did this man just say?" "Oh, he was hit by a stray arrow in the battle the other day. He's been bedridden from this injury, but he passed away this morning." Any further conflict would be futile. Lakshmana was right. There was no point in fighting if Draco was dead. It was pointless to fight. But Rigadang knew that this could be a scheme. They were probably trying to buy time. But Rigadang was feeling lenient. The enemy forces were all here and they were almost isolated. It was alright for him to play along with this scheme. He could even pretend to negotiate with them if that was what they wanted. "So, we're wondering if you could let us join Benandono's standing army." "Oh?" Incorporating Draco's strong troops into the standing army. It wasn't a bad idea, and he saw through his motive. He was buying time by stating a condition that Rigadang couldn't respond to. Were they waiting for a detached force? It would make sense if they had a detached force out there looking for food and supplies, and that the army here was waiting for the fruits of their labor. "Alright, this Rigadang will surely persuade Ben and Sama to let you all join. We can't trust you with just that. We need a letter from Benandono." Rigadang chuckled in his mind. They were scheming. He would return to the fort after one more push. That was his plan. It was a cunning way to buy time. Then, negotiations have broken down. "We can crush you at any time. I can't give you what you want." "Are you sure?" "I don't need to think about this anymore. We're done." "You mean you don't want the S-head?" "What did you say?" "The S-head." Rigadang would become a hero if he brought that back with him. They would remember him better. He definitely wanted it. He wanted it, but this was just a way for the enemy to buy time. He didn't need to think about this. "I'll search for it after I've slaughtered you all." "That's too bad." Lakshmana laughed. It was a gruesome laugh that only those who were prepared to die can give. FCK. The word assassination crossed Rigadang's mind. It was impossible. "Be bastard." "Messenger, messenger." He was about to back away since he believed that Lakshmana was going to assassinate him when a messenger rushed towards him. The messenger looked awfully flustered. "I wish to inform you that Alunaha is under attack. The enemy general is the Draco." Soldiers were gushing out from under the earth. That was all Benon could see. Alunaha was surrounded. The enemy numbered about 1,300 and they were waving the S-general flag. Benon grinded his teeth as he looked down at the enemy from on top of the castle wall. He saw Draco out of the corner of his eye. Everything had been manipulated. They had never died. He had sent a messenger to Rigadang. But how much time would it take for 800 men to make it back here? Still, he won't be outnumbered if he combined the 800 mercenaries led by Rigadang with the 600 soldiers in the castle. They weren't outnumbered, but, Ben and Sama, the people in the city are in turmoil. They want to know if we are defying the Great Demon King's family. Benon groaned at the report made by his close aide. Even this was probably part of his calculations. No. Draco was aiming for this. The cost of not formally announcing that the Draco was the enemy has now become a heavy burden. No, It might not have been a problem that could have been solved if he had told them earlier. People had more faith in the Great Demon King's family the further they were away from the capital. Probably because they have never seen the Great Demon King's family in person. Coupled together with their admiration for the dazzling capital city, that was extremely popular in Alunaha. Don't listen to the ravings of the people. We will catch the mastermind when this is all over. No, but the chaos has also spread to the mercenaries and the reverse army. What were they getting agitated about? It doesn't matter if the enemy is the former crown prince. It was wartime. Benon looked at Draco once more. There, he discovered the trick to this siege. Well done, Lugun. I am flattered by your compliment. The Lugun stood by Draco's side. He was the person responsible for this siege. In this short period of time, Lugun, and the 300 soldiers Draco had under his command had gone village to village to recruit men. But well, I'm surprised that you were able to gather this many men in such a short amount of time. It was easy since they had heard rumors of you recruiting. It's still an amazing feat even with that rumor. In Benon's fief, there was a group of about 200 people who served in the military for a quarter of the year. Right now, Benon had 1,000 men at his disposal. Lugun recruited the other 1,000. He had assembled them, but they had to get their own weapons. Some were armed with rusty swords and vintage spears while others were armed with hoes and plows. Even so, 1,300 was a large number. Some of the men were probably close relatives of the defenders. Hesitation to turn on one's own people was also one of his aims. Some of them even abandoned their farm work and gathered here because you ordered it. I thought that might be the case. If it wasn't, then you wouldn't have been able to gather these many men. Please be lenient on them if you win the war. Yeah, I know. I won't overlook the injustice of those who are suffering from taxes, Draco thought as he answered. They must continue to fight as long as there are people who will gather like this. I can't let that fake be enthroned as the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King's lineage has continued for 5,000 years. The demon realm had been chaotic until then and was unified in an imperfect way. Since then, the lineage of the Great Demon King has been passed down and revered. Although many wars had occurred, Draco himself didn't find any meaning in this. But if he was the only demon who could protect this, then he must do so. For Draco, a member of the royal bloodline, meeting the expectations of his people was not a duty, but a purpose. His own will did not exist in this. Draco, the who excelled in strategy and tactics, must continue to live up to the expectations of his people. Draco looked up at the sky. But it would be reassuring to have you by my side at a time like this, evil god Sama. Flames rose from the castle city, not from the outside but from the inside. Benon wasn't a great lord who could maintain control while being attacked by his own people. It was that evening when the head of Benon, the Goblin Shaman Demon King, was delivered to Draco. CH 3.1 Chapter 03, Liberating Alunaha. Translator, Blushy. Editor, Sanjik. Evil God. First, let's celebrate our reunion. Cheers. It has been a long time since I felt that alcohol is delicious. My taste buds had started to reject alcohol after I drank it a lot to entertain customers and drown my sorrows. I guess it's all about who you drink with. Yoshinaga-san and I chose to go to a small yakitori restaurant at the back of the agent's office. The sun was still high in the sky, but there were 1 or 2 customers in the restaurant. Yoshinaga-san said that the meatballs here are amazing. But I can't believe you're an evil god Hieroban. You said that a while ago. Did I? Yoshinaga-san sculled her sweet potato shochu while saying that. She was a hearty drinker. I remembered that she was such a heavy drinker in high school that she hid a 1.8-liter bottle of shochu in the club room. As for me, I was slowly drinking my highball. The meatballs are good, but the chicken skin is also amazing. If I may say so from my experience as a god, being an evil god is hard. Is that so? Yeah, because you can't accumulate any karma from faith. You only receive a small amount of karma based on your divine rank. By the way, Hieroban, what's your current rank? Let's see. I think it's lower first rank. Yoshinaga-san's eyes glazed over. She slammed the cup in her hand on the table and put me in a headlock. A faint, soapy smell tickled my nose. Wait, this wasn't the time to be thinking about her soap. She was small, but I might actually faint if I don't give up since this was Yoshinaga-san. Hieroban, you haven't gotten your name yet, have you? I give up. Wait, a name? Yeah, a name. Even gods have names. Like the sunny goddess, Amaterasu Amikami, or Konohana Sakuyaheim, or Uraihime no Kami. Now that she mentions it, I've been Evil God Sama ever since I transmigrated. Draco and Elena probably weren't aware of this, though. It wouldn't have been an inconvenience for them to call me Hiranobonta. A name is enough to promote your rank. That's where we'll start. Oh, so it's that easy to rise in ranks? The easy part ends there. After that, there are a lot of weird criteria like your number of believers and whatnot. But that I met earlier has a higher rank than me? That's a little shocking. You'll only get a pay rise at first, but once you reach junior 5th rank, you can go to meetings. Meetings? For you it would be the Evil God Conference. Clark-san, I want to order another of this tilde. As usual, she eats so much that I wonder where all that food goes in her tiny body. That looks yummy too. Yoshinaga-san continued her explanation while holding a glass of sweet potato shochu that a pale, translucent waitress had brought her. Meetings like the Evil God Conference are usually about regulating the interests of gods. Basically, gods seldomly intervene in the world below, but it's a different story when certain tribes are about to be destroyed, since the god in charge of that tribe will lose their job. That's why gods have meetings and regulate changes to prevent such situations from happening. Hey, so it's like they're rigging changes. That's the wrong word to use, but well, yeah, it's like that. That's how it works, and some don't like it. That's intense. In my previous life, I was more on the rigging side, but I wonder what will happen in this world. I don't know how great it is to be a junior 5th rank in the first place, and just getting there seems tough. So, Hiroban, what kind of demon king are you in charge of? Who do you think? Let's see. Like herbivorous slimes, or mud slurpers, or swamp goblins, or something like that. It's a demon king who is in charge of the demonkin. Yoshinaga-san spat out a large quantity of sweet potato shochu. Filthy. She laughed so hard that she almost fell off her seat. Oh my, sorry, I'm just amazed that you're in charge of the demon king who rules over demonkin. I see, I've found a surprisingly good master, haven't I? I rubbed Yoshinaga's back as she apologized and asked for some water. Is it that surprising? But you know, Hiroban, evil gods are roles undertaken by gods who have too much karma. They're undertaken by crazy bastards who sink 300 million karma on an evil god set. My evil god set was 500 million. Yoshinaga-san fell off her chair this time. Goblin shaman. Foam mixed with fresh blood leaked from the edge of his mouth. His throat was crushed, and he couldn't let out a sound as he continued to roar in anger. Rigadang was leading the remnants of his troops to the north. The path through the forest wasn't kind. It was as if the forest was tormenting him. The paths were complicated, the roots were everywhere, and it even covered the moonlight. It was as if the gods were punishing him for setting fire to the forest. The soldiers deserted him one by one and only some of the mercenaries were left, and they were just aimless mercenaries who had lost their boss. The reserved soldiers and smart mercenaries left Rigadang as if they were melting into the forest. They had been defeated. They had lost. There was only supposed to have a small army, but he defeated the Demon King, Benon. Rigadang wasn't able to rush to the scene. The goblins who came to deliver the news of the fall of Alunaha also refused to join Rigadang, and he didn't even hold a grudge against them for refusing as he smiled slightly and left. He had lost everything. He had lost his position, his honor, his reputation and his strength. He headed north with no direction and had no idea where he was going. A bird without a nest would have to starve to death or fly until it ran out of energy. It might be a good idea for him to become a bandit. He went out to crush bandits but became one himself. It was hilarious. In hindsight, it was a clever trap. Rigadang believed himself to be wise, so this was an unbearable disgrace. The enemy's plan used their remaining troops to attack the city while keeping Rigadang's troops at the fort was well thought out. The problem was the scale of the attack. It never occurred to Rigadang that the troops who weren't at the fort would directly attack Alunaha. No, it had crossed his mind. Benon also pointed out this possibility, but it was a bold plan with little chance of happening, so Rigadang pushed it to the back of his mind. It wasn't a strategy that should be carried out with a small army. It was a bizarre plan. He increased his troops as if he was adding pieces to a board and attacked the enemy's stronghold just like how Rigadang had set fire to the forest. That was all he had done. He didn't know if Draco was protected by a force that could only be described as luck. It was a risky plan that could bring everything to a halt if one thing went wrong. Wasn't it divine intervention that allowed him to choose this plan without any hesitation? Rigadang suddenly had an epiphany. That's right. An evil god. If he has an evil god, then it makes sense. Draco is haunted by an evil god. A clever trap is always like walking on a tightrope. He made up for the dangers of the plan with the blessings of an evil god. That would explain why he was so decisive. Fucking cowardly bastard. What question mark? What fucking strategic and tactics genius. It's all a bunch of horseshit. It was as if he wasn't disgraced because he couldn't get the blessing of an evil god. In fact, he believed that he had the blessing of one. Wasn't it possible that his defeat was a source of encouragement and that he was on his way to carry out some far-fetched plan? His spirit returned to him as he stepped into the muddy ground. Yes, this was an ordeal imposed by an evil god. People say, evil gods test their believers. If so, then Rigadang had passed the test. He had survived. This wasn't a miserable defeat but a journey to glory. Rigadang smiled. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Evil god, oh evil god, from now on, I will live as the evil god wishes. I must raise the spirit of the gods to a point where it is higher than Draco. I won't be defeated if I do this. Rigadang had more talent even if the opponent was the Demonkins royalty. He had no reason to lose if he could raise the blessing of the evil god to the same level as Draco's. It didn't take long for his stifled laugh to turn into loud laughter. Rigadang laughed to the heavens, not caring that the taste of rusty iron filled his throat. He didn't care that the defeated mercenaries walking beside him were looking at him strangely. At that moment, a ray of light from the sky shone before his eyes. It was exactly what Rigadang had been waiting for. Evil god. Karma arises when an ordinary person devotes themselves to praying for a day. Yoshinaga-san and I were relaxing on a park bench after leaving the yakitori restaurant. They had passed the baton to the and thus it was night. The very dimly lit park was quiet and there weren't many people around. I could only hear the sound of the fountain that was in the distance. It was as if we were on a date, but the conversation was extremely serious. I avoided it until now, but I needed to learn the common knowledge of this world. It would be a little more efficient if there were more dedicated believers like priests or monks. The prayers of these clerics can become 2 or 3 karma. And by conveying the God's teachings to other believers, they can clear their minds and provide clearer karma. A clergy to me is someone like Elena, the evil god priestess. The only impression I had of her was that she was a red-haired girl, but it seemed that she played an important role. It's treated as currency in the divine realm, but there's actually a more important use for it. Like using karma when you use the evil god basic set. What? So, you knew? Yup. To be more precise, it's needed to perform divine miracles. For example, karma is consumed when an agricultural god defies the laws of nature to make a particular field produce a good, or conversely, a bad harvest. Oh, that makes sense now. If karma flows through the divine realm through people's faith, then there would eventually be a tremendous inflation. If karma is consumed by miracles, then that would balance out the amount of karma in circulation. I know something about this because I used to work for a trading company, albeit it was a black trading company. In times of peace, only clerics pray, but in times of war, pestilence and famine, the people turn to gods, which increases the amount of karma a god receives and makes it easier for them to perform miracles. Ironically, this is called the invisible hand of God. Yoshinaga-san said smugly, but it wasn't very interesting. Yoshinaga-san's jokes have never been funny. I awkwardly forced a smile on my face, but I felt a little sorry for her. Now, this is just my assumption. First, all the inhabitants in this world, the humans and the demons in the world below are also reincarnated. Yeah, probably. It almost seemed certain when I thought about how reincarnation worked in the afterlife. If everyone is reincarnated, then it was illogical to think that only the beings in this world are different. Why can't we gain karma from the beliefs of demons if we're all reincarnated in the same way? Ah, you have a point. Having said that, this is just another rule of thumb. Maybe it's just that there has never been an evil god who has gained karma from the demons before. But I don't know. Anyway, why is it that gods can gain karma from humans, other species and even mushrooms but not from demons? That was a very important question. I couldn't do anything about it even if I knew the cause, but it doesn't make sense. Maybe because they're on the Asura realm. Asura realm? Yes, it's one of the 6 Buddhist paths of reincarnation. Beings reincarnated in this realm are destined to fight forever. That was what I would expect from a temple girl. She knows a lot about difficult things. Is it like hell? It isn't. It's higher than hell. In Buddhist cosmology, it's the path after the human realm, https://www.nicholibrary.org/n/dix/content/s/208. Those who commit bad actions but aren't bad people are reincarnated in the Azure realm. So, it's like past redemption? Yeah, it is. Now, here's the crux of my hypothesis. Just as how you cannot go to heaven unless you repay your karma debt, they cannot go to heaven or paradise unless they get rid of their bad deeds. So, isn't karma being consumed for that purification? So what's your point? Let's say that karma is daifuku. Daifuku. You mysteriously produce one daifuku when you pray. Normally, gods would take the daifuku that people produce when they pray. Do you get what I'm saying so far? Yes. But there are hungry kids among the demons. They don't get full no matter how many daifuku they eat. So even if they produce daifuku when they pray, the gods can't take it. I get what she was trying to say. They're consuming their own karma to get rid of their bad deeds. So even if they believe in an evil god, that evil god can't gather any karma from them. It kind of makes sense when you think about it like that. Isn't it possible that they just don't have enough karma? Then, you would have become a demon too. Ah, you're right. You become a demon if you lack karma, so it was certainly strange that I wasn't a demon. I see. Come to think of it, why are you a god, senpai? You look like you have a lot of karma, so you could have gone to heaven, couldn't you? Well, that's because heaven sounds boring. I don't want to be bored. Let me have a lot of fun, my master. CH 3.2 Demon. I found my life. I was supposed to die at that place. My task was to buy time through negotiations, and if that wasn't possible, then I was to assassinate Trigger-dang. That task is still ongoing. The chaos had helped me escape. I was supposed to die, but now I'm drinking alcohol. It's a strange feeling. That was what Lakshmana was thinking as he tilted his cup. Night at Alunaha was surprisingly lively. The earthen-walled tavern was crowded with customers even though it was late in the evening. This was a cheap tavern that only served pork and alcohol, but it was enough for now. Drink, drink. Lakshmana. Taibanka was opposite him. Taibanka had told him that he would pay for everything today since he felt guilty about asking Lakshmana to die. Lakshmana didn't hesitate to drink as much as he could. He was someone who liked to drink rather than eat in the first place. The alcohol that was poured into the chipped bowl was unrefined sake brewed from polished rice and had a very strong taste, but Lakshmana could drink it like he was drinking water. Delicious. Yeah. It's good. This is what I call a beautiful sake of victory. When he realized that they had won, a pleasant intoxicating feeling spread through his body. It was still good alcohol even though it was cheap sake. He finally had time to look around after a few rounds of toasts. Alunaha was one of the largest castle towns in the southwestern frontier of the demon realm. Officially, the population was 30,000, but in reality, there were an additional 5,000 people living in the city. And the population becomes quite large if you add the population of the surrounding villages to this number. Many of them were kobolds, and most of the customers in this tavern were kobolds, but they were still from the south. Compared to the kobolds he was used to seeing in the demon capital, the people living in Alunaha had much shorter hair. Perhaps, they were a different species of kobold. They were all drinking cheerfully, so they didn't feel as if they had been defeated. Lakshmana asked as he poured alcohol into Taibanka's bowl. Was Benin not a good ruler? From what I can see, he wasn't. There are a lot of kobolds here, but most of Benin's close aides are goblins. So, is their liberator. Who knows? If expectations are high, then the repercussions for failure will be great. Draco had no executive officers under his command, so he needed to employ someone to act as an executive officer. But he couldn't just hand that position to Benin's subordinates. Benin's subordinates were mostly made up of his relatives, and their resentment towards Draco hadn't subsided. Most importantly, there was great opposition from the short-haired kobolds who made up the majority of the population. No new appointments have been announced yet because of that, even though it has been 3 days since they had seized the town. But it will be difficult to govern. That doesn't just apply to this place though. The whole nation is in shambles. It had only been a few years since the demise of the previous great demon king, but the demon realm was in complete shambles. The taxes that were supposed to be collected at the capital were delayed, and the Great Demon King's office was making their money by creating manors around the capital which they had forbidden. Then again, it wasn't like the region was getting richer. The heavy taxation was unbearable, and the demons continued to flee. The fleeing nobles became servants of appropriate demon kings and cultivated their manners. Most of their harvest was collected by the demon king, who promised to protect them. In short, the lowly people were being oppressed as always. The demon kings made the young men serve in the military because of the repeated wars, and the territories quickly became impoverished. Alunaha and its surroundings were no exception. Draco undoubtedly had a difficult task ahead of him as Benen's replacement. Lakshmana sunk his teeth into the juicy pork skewers. At any rate, evil god Sama. Oh, evil god Sama. Tirthankar wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said the evil god who had disappeared during the fight had returned. Those in the army knew him, and a lot of them were friendly towards him. There haven't been many evil gods who have manifested in the history of the demon realm, and most of them were deeply rooted in legends. There will be people who worship them if they are seen. A temple was about to be built to honor the evil god. Lakshmana, just between you and me, the battle this time was too dangerous. You think so too, Tirthankar? The Draco was famous for being an expert strategist, and Lakshmana was aware of how dangerous his leadership was. He should be fighting on a bigger field. He was too smart, and when handling small units like this time, he tended to play a lot of tricks. If his plan is a hit, then it's deadly, but if he misses, then he's defeated. His cleverness stood out. Tirthankar drank the alcohol in his bowl. It's possible to fight that way if you're leading an army of up to 5,000 men, but we must get used to these kinds of plans. That kind of fighting suits him if he's showing off his royal abilities. The evil god made up for the danger. It wasn't as if victory or defeat was decided solely based on the luck that the evil god granted, but the two of them saw this luck in action. They naturally felt gratitude towards the evil god. To evil god Sama and Draco Sama. To evil god Sama and Draco Sama. Their two bowls clunked against each other. The hustle and bustle of the tavern was going to last for a while. Evil god. Even a novice like me understood that this was terrible. I was being shown materials on the tax system in the home of the demon king in Alunaha, which Draco had seized. Draco, let me ask you, is this the standard tax system in the demon realm? It is not, evil god Sama. As far as I know, there is no tax system that is as repulsive as this one here in the demon realm. But ever since the previous great demon king perished, the demon kings around the world have been going independent and local politics have been in chaos. That's easy to see. I turned to the invisible Yoshinaga-san who was beside me. Yoshinaga-san shook her head a little. Is she telling me that I should avoid giving advice on the tax system? I've developed the bad habit of doing everything people ask of me. Maybe because I had worked at a black company for a long time. I had a servile personality. It was a lot of self-sacrificing. But that wouldn't work as an evil god. Apparently, there were three elements to a relationship between a god and their believer. First, faith. Second, trust. Third, familiarity. I hired Yoshinaga-san as my advisor to teach me how to balance these three elements. My familiarity was the best out of the three, but I wasn't connected to my believers through faith. Gathering faith didn't mean that I would accumulate karma, but I needed to hone the balance between these three elements to improve my divinity in the future. But still, this was horrible. It was originally a simple national tax system, that is, tax on harvests, trade tax, salt tax, liquor tax, and inheritance tax, but the demon king Benen increased taxes as he pleased. Road tax, logistics tax, charcoal tax, forest use tax, hunting ground tax, and pig farming tax are still somewhat understandable. Modern Japan also increased taxes when they needed more revenue. The problem came after that. Marriage tax, death tax, demon king appreciation tax, forest entry tax, bridal night tax, divorce tax, quarrel arbitration tax, and even murder tax. I don't even know why he imposed tax on all these things. The murder tax allowed one to kill people as much as they wanted as long as they paid the tax. This was only a small part of the secrets written on the documents. In addition to all that, it was written that there were extra taxes collected whenever there was an occasion to collect them. There was also war tax, royal wedding blessing tax, royal condolences tax, and even a royal wedding commemorative tax. It was no wonder that Demon King Benen wasn't popular. This was absurd. I'm certain that Draco won't maintain such a nasty tax system, but it worried me. It worries me. But I can't interfere. Draco, you need a compassionate heart to rule the people. I am aware. The noble path, Draco. You must rule your people righteously and not with a military fist. As you wish, oh evil god. I wonder if he got the message. Who knows? Honestly, what I said was naive. It was as sweet as drinking gum syrup straight from the bottle. Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor of China, was able to go and conquer other countries because Shang Yang, a Qin statesman, had the rural state of Qin rigidly under the control of law and order. Tokugawa Ieyasu's Bakugan system, shogunate system, lasted nearly 260 years and allowed the government to extort the people while not allowing them enough to live but also not killing them. I knew this and Draco probably understood this well too, so it was important for him to govern well. Don't be too strict and don't be too kind. He probably needed to be kind in order to make the most of the base he had acquired. This was something I understood as a former modern person. I began to think about what I should do after meeting Yoshinaga-san again. What can I do as an evil god? I haven't come to any conclusions yet. But frankly, I can't do much, but I'll try my best even if I can't do much. I'm not going to say anything arrogant like saving the demon race. Or rather, I can't say it. The thought of seeing the unification of the world up close and personal had vanished from my mind. People die when they fight. I often dreamed of that massacre. I wondered if the goblin who had reached out to me had wanted to kill me or if he wanted me to help him. Maybe it was neither, but there was no way to be sure. Yoshinaga-san was calling me. I have to go see my temple, where Elena, who had become my priestess, was waiting for me. CH 3.3 Alunaha was made of wood and mud. It was a city surrounded by a forest and the only thing that was made of stone was the high stone walls that fortified the defenses. I guess I feel a bit nostalgic about this cityscape because I was Japanese. The roads weren't paved, but this city was similar to the traditional townhouses in Kyoto and Nara. The fact that the city was laid out in a grid pattern like Kyoto was also secretly a plus for me. I didn't want to cause any unnecessary commotions, so I turned invisible and followed behind Yoshinaga-san. The city was full of life since it was occupied without much damage from the battle. Although there were no street stalls, it was fun just to watch the peddlers shouting and selling their wares. I felt so nostalgic that I thought there might be a convenience store around the corner, but this was a different world. There were kobolds, goblins and hobgoblins everywhere, and also the rare lizardmen and crayfish ghosts. I wasn't bothered by the heat since I became an evil god, but it was very hot and humid here, and the humidity was just like in Japan. If they had flat fans or folding fans here, then it'll probably sell well. Yoshinaga-san, it's very hot here, isn't it? Well, it's a bit south of the equator, so it's hot. Oh, so this world has an equator too? Well, that's because this is also a planet. There's an equator here, so they also have a north and south pole here. I see. I vaguely believed that this was a parallel universe, but I guess it was like that. A lot of things make sense now since this was close to the equator. The trees that cover the certainly resembled tropical plants that grow in the jungle. This area was said to be the southwest of the demon realm, so the term demon realm must refer to a fairly large area across the equator. It wasn't just the central plains like in the record of the Three Kingdoms. But the planet itself might be smaller than Earth. I guess I'll find that out soon enough. After crossing the bridge and passing through the main street, we came to a plaza in front of the castle gate. Actually, it would have been over when the gates were breached, but I guess they laid out their camp here to make a last stand. It was quite a large area. I found my temple here, a one-story wooden building. It was about the size of a large convenience store. It was hastily built for now and hadn't been decorated yet, so you could call it a big house. But a temple like this was fine since I might feel tired if the temple was too grand. Come, master. We're here. Yoshinaga-san, can you please stop calling me master? Why? Master is master. She was obviously enjoying my reaction. I sighed and dropped it since I knew that she wouldn't listen to me. Now, to the temple. Evil God Sama. It's been a while, Elena. Elena greeted me as I entered the temple. In the past, she wore a robe over her leather armor, but now she was dressed in a proper priestess attire. The high hat on her head looked good on her. There were 3 priests with flat hats standing behind her. Oh yeah, Elena had gone from being a flat-hatted priestess to the head priestess. She had risen to the ranks when I wasn't looking. We have been waiting for you, Evil God Sama. This is Evil God Sama's main temple, the Evil God Temple, Elena said while smiling. But the inside of the temple was bleak. The only thing that stood out in the temple was the huge number of offerings, ranging from bread to wine to ornaments, but that was all. There was nothing else, which wasn't surprising, so I asked her to stop making a statue to worship for now. I didn't have a reason for asking this of her, but I just didn't want her to make a statue right now. That was how I felt. Actually, evil god Sama, I have a message for you from my brother, the Draco. What message? I just met him. This kind of pretentiousness was exactly something a royal would do. I don't know what it is, but I feel grateful. He wishes to offer evil god Sama with an esteemed name. Esteemed name? Esteemed name. Oh, my name? Yes. Oh, evil god Sama. I looked at the transparent Yoshinaga-san and she was nodding her head with her arms crossed. I remembered that your divinity ranks up from lower first rank to lower second rank when you receive your name. This was a promotion and came with a salary raise. Well, I never got any promotions or salary raise when I was working for the Black Trading Company, and my bonus was just a brown envelope with a handwritten note saying it was a thank you gift, with 1 Taguchi Akiyo, 5,000 yen, and 3 Hideo Noguchi, 1,000 yen, so I was really happy about this. Is that alright? Yes, please receive it, Elena answered as she took out a rolled-up parchment from her pocket. I felt a little nervous. Naturally, I don't remember when I was named Haranobonta in my previous life, so this would be my first memory of ever receiving a name. Elena slowly unfolded the scroll and read out the contents in a clear voice. Though many days have passed by, on this fortunate and auspicious day I, Draco son of Lion, fearing to put into words the name of the evilest god, do most humbly receive your patronage. It was very standard. This kind of reverence made me realize that I have become an evil god. After she finished reading the scroll, Elena slowly walked over to me and handed me the scroll. I look forward to worshipping you, my fearsome evil god, Haruno-sama. Demon King. Draco lined up a cup of poisoned alcohol with a brush. A small goblin shaman trembled before Draco. He was the eldest son of the Benin, Lebanon. He had been on the run since Alunaha was occupied, but was found this morning, cowering and shivering under the eaves of a general store. Rather than giving him refuge, Draco pitied him. Benin had wanted Lebanon as his successor, but there were strong voices within the tribe who favored Rigadang. But Lebanon was more of a scholarly person and didn't want to become a demon king who valued warfare. Draco was forcing Lebanon to make a ruthless decision. You can either slurp down the poisoned alcohol and die or pick up the pen and serve as a government official. Choose. Draco took pity on Lebanon, who was trembling slightly. Lebanon probably wanted to research magic, but now that Rigadang was gone, the tribe looked down on him and pushed all responsibilities on this young goblin shaman. They didn't have the guts to rebel against Draco, but they wanted to gather their factions. Draco wasn't going to let them carry out their scheme. Alunaha's corruption was brought on by the Benin tribe. Draco wasn't so soft that he would pardon those who didn't take responsibility for their actions, made Lebanon the successor, and were watching vigilantly for an opportunity to take revenge. But on the other hand, they had no intention of supporting the kobolds. Undermining the small number of goblins and handing their position to kobolds was no different from what Benin had done. Draco was willing to employ goblins, kobolds, and even mud slurpers as long as they were capable, and Draco saw that this Lebanon in front of him had the ability to live up to his expectations. I'll ask again. Death or service? I will work for you, sir. I see. Draco smiled at the young man, who responded in a strained voice. Then, he picked up the poisoned alcohol and drank it. Lebanon widened his eyes in surprise. Sorry for testing you. I lied about this being poisoned alcohol. It's just wine, Draco said as he poured another cup and handed it to the still dazed Lebanon. The wine Draco had brought from the capital was nearly out. To those who had never seen this wine before, the blood-red color of the wine might have indeed looked like poison. Lebanon, I've read the reform proposals you put together while Lebanon was still alive. Ah, I see. There was something charming about the way Lebanon's eyes were darting back and forth between Draco and the cup in his hand as if he didn't know what to do. She had already passed away, but Draco heard Benon's wife was a great beauty among the goblins. He didn't know if it was a lie or not, but she came from a family who took pride in the fact that their ancestors had elven blood in them. The elven traits must have been strong in her. As a goblin shaman, Labanan had a face that matched Demon's aesthetic tastes. "Drink first." "Why yes." Draco smiled and asked Labanan to drink. Then he looked down at the documents in his hand. It was a reform proposal for Alunaha written by Labanan. It was a bold plan stating that they should completely abolish the tax system and create a whole new tax system instead of randomly reducing and exempting tax. He may look timid, but he had big ideas. The scope of the plan extended to the laws of the city and didn't seem like an idea thought up by someone who was immersed in studying magic. "What is this part about?" "Encouraging people to farm pigs." "Why yes." Alunaha is a city surrounded by forests, so there is still a lot of room to raise pigs. We can also get rock salt nearby, so I believe we can preserve the pigs with salt and sell them to a nearby market, which would also line the citizens' pockets. "I see." I heard a lot of good ideas. "So, why hasn't pig farming flourished?" "Because of taxes. You had to pay forest entry tax, forest use tax, pig farming tax, firewood tax, distribution tax and road tax in order to make a profit from pig farming. By reorganizing these taxes, we can make it easier for people to raise pigs." "That sounds like it would reduce tax revenue." "First, we will integrate everything into the logistic tax to simplify the tax on goods entering and leaving Alunaha. More goods will be traded, and more tax revenue will be generated if the miscellaneous taxes are more organized, and the tax process is simpler." Draco groaned. He might have gained confidence from the alcohol, but this was not the speech of a man who had been trembling earlier. As far as Draco could tell, the things that Labanan had spoken about weren't out of order. He could even say that this was an unexpected find. It was a good start since he needed to gather civil officials and the military officials. "Good." "Labanan, I'm appointing you as my secretary. Work hard." "Yes. But what? Are you fine with me being your secretary?" "I am the son of your enemy, Benon," Labanan asked anxiously, and Draco patted his head. "I don't want the son of Benon." "Labanan, you are the one I want." "Why yes. I humbly accept." "Come now. We don't have time for this nonsense. We have a lot of work to do. First, we need to select people to work under you." CH 3.4 Chapter 03, Liberating Alunaha. Translator, Blushy. Editor, Sanjik. Evil God. A peaceful rural landscape stretched far and wide. It seemed that dry rice was grown here in this area that surrounded the castle city, Alunaha. As an ex-Japanese who was used to seeing paddy fields, this was a miserable sight. But this was better than wheat because the yield was higher. I was surprised to see that the crops were rice since this was a fantasy world. I wonder if they grow wheat in colder regions to the north. Speaking of which, Draco's rations were bread, but after he ran out of bread, he ate rice. The alcohol he made as offerings weren't beer or wine, but rice wine. You can harvest more rice than wheat when you sow a grain of either. I'm not sure how much more though. I remember when I was working at the trading company, the difference was 20 grains of wheat to 140 grains of rice, but this was a different world. The era, or rather the level of civilization, seemed completely different from my previous world. It would be different if they had improved varieties or chemical fertilizers, but Yoshinaga-san forbade me from giving that kind of advice. The only advice I could give them was about fertilizers. She also told me that I could tell them to make seedling beds instead of sowing the seeds directly on the ground. But since I don't know much about that, I was afraid it was going to be more trouble than it was worth. It may be common knowledge in this world and the microorganisms here might be different from those of my old world. If I had been reincarnated with an agriculture book, then I might have been able to teach them how to improve their yield, but I don't think it's possible for me to teach them anything about agriculture when I don't know much about it myself. I could just give them the ideas and let them come up with their own solutions. But that's also difficult. I am an evil god after all. Perhaps they only want knowledge that can be used immediately. I mean, even if God had suddenly appeared before me in my previous life and told me, if you do this and that for 10 years, then you'll get great results, I wouldn't have believed them unless I was certain that would be what would happen. I would want a god to tell me things that get results in a snap. That's why I'm going to follow Yoshinaga-san's plan. Still, I was happy to see that rice was being grown here. It was heartwarming to see the kobolds, wearing worn-out farm clothes and about the height of children, with sweat dripping down from their foreheads as they farmed. Though, They were probably just pulling out weeds. It would be better for them to change from dry rice to a paddy rice field to increase yield. Looking at the fallow fields, it seemed that the fields had been damaged from repeated cultivation. They could reduce this problem if they switched to rice paddies, but it would take a lot of work. It feels odd to have strange trees like fresh blood trees on one side of the area and rice paddies on the other though. So, Yoshinaga-san, where did you say we were going? Well, just follow me. I won't hurt you. I followed after Yoshinaga-san as she flew with a smirk on her face. I have to be careful when Yoshinaga-san gets that look on her face. Most of the time, she wasn't planning on doing anything wrong. She had this look in her eyes when she occupied the student council room during the cultural club meeting to fight for funding, when she rushed to Jonan University's science faculty to build a pencil rocket that could actually reach the stratosphere because she wanted to see a rocket, and when she hijacked the audiovisual classroom's equipment to hold an all-night screening of Star Wars. I don't need to remind myself of who the main perpetrator was. At any rate, my baggage was heavy. Most of it was the alcohol that had been offered to me. I wonder if we were going to meet someone since she wanted me to take this with me. I hope it'll be a god who will be pleased with unrefined glutinous rice wine. By the way, Master, I just want to make sure that you haven't lost your skills in that. Oh, you mean, that? Yeah, that. Yoshinaga-san smiled mysteriously. She was definitely up to something. Demon. The welcome was unexpectedly polite. Lakshmana was visiting Chef Gilgaida, the Demon King of Balgonan Castle City, south of Alunaha. This area was even more humid than Alunaha. There was no land elevation here and the water from the river pooled to form a vast swamp. This castle city, which was located in the southernmost part of the demon realm, was home to a race called the Mud Slurper. It might be too hasty to call this a castle city. Mud Slurpers preferred dark and damp places, and as a result, their dwellings were underground. Balgonan was a huge underground labyrinth where the essence of their mud slurping techniques was elaborated. Drainage shafts had been dug deep into the earth to maintain their living environment, and the city was much cooler and more comfortable than above ground. Lakshmana was welcomed in the leader room, which was located just in front of the far end of the city. I'm glad to hear that Benon is dead. My wife doesn't want a demon king in Alunaha. The Mud Slurpers were a race of giant crustacean demons. They have 8 legs and 4 hands, protruding compound eyes and whisk-like mouths suitable for sucking mud. They looked like crayfish standing upright. If centaurs were arthropods, then they might look like mud slurpers. They slurp mud as their name suggests. They are often despised by other demon tribes, but they don't care much about that because they rarely leave Balgonan. Lakshmana had never seen one when he was in the capital. Chef Gilgaida was their leader. It was a strange position as he had no control over the tribe. He was in charge of the nest, Gonan, and was a husband to his wife, the Queen Mud Slurper. It was said that the reason why Chef Gilgaida, the so-called proxy, assumed the throne of Demon King was because his wife, the Queen Mud Slurper, have no interest in the outside world. The Queen Mud Slurper gave birth to hundreds of Princess Mud Slurpers who in turn give birth to ordinary Mud Slurpers, most of which are female. The species that made up this strange society had little interest in things that had nothing to do with giving birth to protect the nest and increasing the size of the nest. Alunaha will be ruled by Draco-sama, and my lord wishes to form a friendship with the Gonan, and Chef Gilgaida who rules over Balgonan. The great hive of the Gonan, Balgonan, does not wish to have a demon king in Alunaha, be it Benon or Draco. The Mud Slurpers were stubborn, though Lakshmana had expected them to be. Alunaha was located on a river that flowed into Balgonan. The Mud Slurpers didn't like that there was a city there and would attack as soon as they remembered about it. It was for that reason that Benon was strangely weird about having a reserve army in a frontier city. The other demon tribes, or rather the great demon king's office of past generations, treated Mud Slurpers as barbarians. The tribe that fought against the central government without submitting to it. It was a sign of deep-seated hostility towards them that people called them by a derogatory term, Mud Slurpers, instead of their real tribe name Gonan. My Lord Draco is not like the Benon. We are ready to be friends with the Gonan. Chef Gilgaida's compound eyes shifted slightly at those words. Lakshmana wondered if he was flabbergasted. Benon also said the same thing, and the Demon King before him, and the Demon King before that. 1,000 typhoons have passed and the Gonan have been deceived many times and endured many times. We will not endure anymore. We will be good neighbors, The Draco is nothing like Benon. There's no evidence that he's different. From my wife's point of view, Benon and all you soft beings look the same. You keep saying Draco is different from Benon, but none of you can even lay an egg. Ah, shit. How much better would I feel if I punch this crayfish bastard right here and now? His hypothesis is completely wrong. We're completely different species. Lakshmana pondered while swearing in his mind. Honestly, Draco didn't have a diplomatic solution for the mud slurpers. He had dispatched a diplomat while saying something similar to, "We just moved in next door. I look forward to being good neighbors." It was a coincidence that Lakshmana had been chosen for the diplomat role. Incidentally, Tibanka had also been sent to another city. Draco was afraid of being isolated. Alunaha was in the southwest of the demon realm and was in a remote area. A little further west of Alunaha across the Great River was the human realm. Having only one castle city in this region wasn't very encouraging. That was why he had been sending diplomats to surrounding castle cities, hoping that they would support him because of the Demon King's fame. The responses haven't been bad so far. The frontier people are both jealous of and long for the central area. However, the Mud Slurpers and Lizardmen are different. The Lizardmen, who control several castle cities and have 5 Demon Kings, are always busy measuring their strength against each other and have no interest in the outside world. Tibanka must have been dispatched to them. I understand, Chief Gilguider. I have a suggestion for you. Chief Gilguider's compound eyes moved slightly again. He really must be dumbfounded. Oh, Lakshmana. He'll be staying with the Mud Slurpers for a while. Labanan made no effort to hide his dislike for the Mud Slurpers. Many of his relatives lost their lives in battles with the Mud Slurpers. I've heard that the life of the Mud Slurpers are shrouded in mystery, but he might have a clue about how they live. I hope he's right. Why don't we leave them to Lakshmana? This will buy us time even if he makes no progress. As you wish. The reformation had begun. It was a radical overhaul. Draco found himself feeling a little uneasy about not having the evil god by his side and smiled to himself. Everything was in motion, whether the evil god was here or not. Evil god. The fog was getting thicker. We were deep in the Red Forest. I love this kind of atmosphere when I see it in movies, but it was scary experiencing it myself. Nothing went wrong when I was reincarnated as an evil god. It's just that scary things are scary. The thick trees, the ivy twisting around them, the distant sounds of the birds and the buzzing of the insects made this forest seem creepy. I wandered through the forest while carrying a bag on my back. I definitely wouldn't come here if I were alone, but Yoshinaga-san was leading the way. I couldn't turn back. Yoshinaga-san, are you sure you're going the right way? Yup. We're going the right way. Don't worry, my master. She had been acting like this for a while now, but I don't trust her. Yoshinaga-san was legendary for being topographically disoriented and she had created many legends of being lost. For example, she rode her bicycle to buy goods for the school cultural festival and didn't come back, and everyone was worried about her because they couldn't get through to her mobile phone. Then the next day, everyone found out that she was causing trouble at the prefectural border. Another time she went missing during a school trip in the cold and a massive mountain search was conducted by the locals and they found her waving on a ridge to mountain massif Sova. Anyway, she's really topographically disoriented. It was rumored that the phrase "Don't let Yoshinaga Saori carry a map" became a motto for the teachers at my alma mater. It would be strange if I didn't feel uneasy about being guided by Yoshinaga-san. Yoshinaga-san, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? Yeah, we are. The proof is this fog. Fog? Indeed, the fog was getting thicker and thicker, but what the fuck is with all this fog? I took a deep breath and found it tasted sweet. What's with this fog? It tastes a bit sweet. It's all karma. It's been diluted and vaporized though. All this is karma? Yeah, all of it is karma. This was a wasteful way to use karma for someone like me who was seriously lacking karma. I choked a little since I took a deep breath, but it was amazing how it made me feel a little more energetic just from breathing it in. It keeps birds, people and animals away. You can even avoid demons around here. It's a kind of miracle that keeps the uninvited at bay. A miracle. It's a miracle that keeps uninvited beings out. It was a power that the gods can exercise in the lower realms. I've heard that the I used before was a typical miracle and that there are others like and. The total amount of karma consumed was apparently determined by a formula like this: inherent karma consumed, x, effect coefficient, x, area of effect, x, duration. The I used last time had quite a large area of effect and had a long duration, so I lost 50,000 karma in one go. If I think before I use it, then it might use a lot less karma. But this fog was amazing when I thought about it. It stretched out so far and the effect was almost permanent. I couldn't calculate how much karma it took to keep this fog up. What kind of monster god was making this miracle happen? We're here. I looked up when Yoshinaga-san spoke and saw the exit at the end of the fog. CH 3.5. It was a hut. The hut stood on a small hill where the forest opened up. It was small. It was a log cabin-style building and looked like a smaller version of a shed. There were two people playing Go on a bench in front of the hut. One was an old man and the other was an awfully handsome man. Yoshinaga-san fearlessly approached them and spoke to them. "Hello, it's been a while." "Oh, it's you Oju-san." "It's been a while," the old man agreed. "It's been a while, goddess of war," said the handsome man. He tried to pat her hair, but she gracefully dodged and avoided his hand. "You're here too, Gilena?" "I just came here to play Go with Venerable Jonan." "Venerable Jonan?" "I think I've heard Jonan from somewhere before, but I can't remember where." "By the way, Oju-san, who's the man standing behind you?" "Oh, right. I'm sorry for not introducing you sooner. This is my new master." "Come on, say hello." She was unreasonable, but I've had experience in working for a black company. I put a polite smile on my face at the speed of light and bowed at a perfect angle. "It is nice to meet you. I am Evil God, Hirano. I am in charge of the Demon King Draco who rules over Alunaha. I am pleased to make your acquaintance." "Oh my, how polite." "I am Jonan, the god who governs over this forest, and this is Gilena, the god of elves from the far west. We're both old friends of Oju-san." "I'm Gilena. Nice to meet ya." The old man named Jonan looked kind. "Oh yeah, isn't this forest called the question mark?" "So, he's the god of this whole area?" "He might actually be a great god." His head of white hair, long white beard and all white clothes made him look like a hermit. Though he was probably someone who was like a hermit. The handsome guy named Gilena was clearly showing his hostility. "Oh, scary, scary." He had blonde hair, blue eyes and long ears which looked like bamboo fish cake. He looked like an elf. At any rate, it was very scary when a handsome person got angry, but my mentality wasn't so weak that I'll be scared by this level of hostility. "Why didn't you come to me if you needed a master? What are you saying, Gilena? If I work under you, then I'll be pregnant by the end of the day." "That's rude." "I see, so he has a crush on Yoshinaga-san." He seemed annoyed that Yoshinaga-san had become an employee of a god whom he knew nothing about. I was a little pissed off. "I don't know how long you and Yoshinaga-san have been working together as gods here, but I met her way before you did." "Hirano-kun, you say? Do you want to make a deal?" "What deal?" "That's right. It won't be a bad deal for you. I want you to give me the Yoshinaga." "What the fuck is this dude saying? There's a limit to how much you can look down on someone." Yoshinaga-san looked at Gilena in astonishment. "If Yoshinaga-san doesn't like someone then we must eliminate him at all costs." That was the rule of the Go and Shogai High School Club at Jonan University's education faculty. "Of course, I'm not saying you'll give her to me for free." 20 million. "I'll give you 20 million karma." "Isn't that a lot of money?" 20 million? "I won't give Saori to you for such a measly amount." I called her by her first name and gently hugged her. "She'll probably beat me up later for this, but I don't care. I'll refuse even if you offer 100 million karma." "Saori and I have been in a relationship since our previous lives." I put the stone down with a snap. "We were playing Go. My opponent was Gilena, a creepy god of elves. We decided to play a game of Go at the suggestion of Venerable Jonan who had intervened between us. You could say we were playing Go for stakes. If I lose, I will cancel my contract with Yoshinaga-san. But if I win, then I can ask him one thing." I have a feeling the conditions were in my favor, but Gilena insisted that these conditions were fine. He seemed confident in his abilities at Go. "The deciding match will take place on a bench in front of Venerable Jonan's hut." "Do you know much about the question mark?" He immediately launched a battle outside of the board. "I don't like his good looks, but I do like his eagerness to win." "Yes, I was indebted to her in my previous life." "You were? Does that mean you two were close?" "Well, you can interpret it that way." Gilena narrowed his eyes. It would be a shame if he was upset after having started a battle of words. "Of course, we weren't close. I was just bluffing." The pieces on the board continued to be placed down despite our battle of words. The way he played Go was standard, but I could see that he used Yoshinaga's moves. Did Yoshinaga-san teach you how to play Go? Yeah, a long time ago. The people who play Go in the Divine Realm are all disciples and grand disciples of the Dot. I see. I had a feeling that time flows differently here, and it looked like I was correct. Even Yoshinaga-san can't mass-produce Go enthusiasts in a place that had the same time flow as modern Japan. It was really interesting that all of them are Yoshinaga-san's disciples. Wait a minute. No, I won't wait. I knew it. This guy is bad. He was full of confidence, but now he was tilting in his head in thought and thinking to himself. This was because his teacher was Yoshinaga-san. Yoshinaga Saori-senpai, the most popular senior student at the high school attached to Jonan University. But even though she was called there, or something like that, she was bad at Go. Well, she was also bad at shogai, Othello and chess. She was also bad at writing and wasn't a good illustrator. She was a bad actor and was tone deaf, so she couldn't play any instruments. She wasn't good at tea ceremony, flower arrangement, calligraphy or anything in a similar field. She wasn't interested in stars, photography, newspapers, the radio, or computers. I'm sure no one was more unsuitable for a cultural club than her. But despite all this, she was called there because she dominated all the cultural clubs with her overwhelming energy, determination, broad-mindedness, and communication skills. I don't believe I will lose if Yoshinaga-san taught him how to play Go. I've only lost one game against Yoshinaga-san. Reborn, you're still strong like a nun. The match was easily settled. I won. Of course, I could have lost, but I was confident that I would win. My entertainment Go skills have been refined through the unique unfamiliar entertainment world of black trading companies. I can't win too much, and I can't lose too much. My ability to read Go boards improved by continuing to play under such extreme conditions. I've been able to secure a lot of contracts thanks to this skill. So, Gilena-san, what shall we do? It's unfortunate, but it's my loss. Just tell me what you want. Damn it. I should have made him give me another favor for every time he took his piece back. I thought as I tried to come up with a command, but I couldn't think of one. I could say something like, give me your karma, but that's a bit. Honestly, I felt uncomfortable asking for any kind of favor when I won so easily. It's alright. Can't we just say that victory depends on the turn of luck? I don't have anything in particular that I want. That's not how it works. You're insulting the battle. I see, it was a battle. I didn't pay much attention to it since we just ended up playing Go, but to this man, it was a man's battle over a woman named Yoshinaga Saori. It was really pitiful for him to lose and have nothing to show for it. Alright, then. Yeah. Just ask for anything. Would you like to play Go with me from time to time? I feel at ease when I play Go, especially when I'm playing against a strong opponent. Venerable Jonan sat on the other side of the board. He must have studied the game on his own. His moves were sometimes sharp and sometimes subtle. I felt bad for Gilena, but the Venerable Jonan was a man of wits. They had both been taught how to play Go by Yoshinaga-san, but the level between them was completely different. Go teacher. My Go teacher was my dad. He wasn't a good dad. In fact, he was a bad one. He drank a lot, met with women, and gambled a lot. He hardly brought any money home. I don't remember studying in primary or intermediate. I didn't have time to study. I delivered newspapers and slept at school to survive. I even asked the boss of my newspaper delivery part-time job to secretly split my wages into 2 payments because even my pay was taken by my dad to pay for alcohol. That's why I'm dumb. I've never seen my mum. I found evidence that she was alive when she gave birth to me, but I couldn't find anything else on her after that. Maybe she ran away because she didn't love my dad anymore, or maybe she ran away because she felt like she was in danger because he hit her, or maybe she died from a disease. At any rate, I have no memories of being loved by my mum. All I remember was my father's violence, abuse and hatred. But my father did teach me how to play Go. Of course, he taught me so he could use me as a pawn in betting games. Apparently, kids who are good at Go can be used at the start to gain an advantage in various bets. But that didn't matter to me, because when it came to teaching Go, my dad wasn't a drunken, violent male, but a strict Go player. I wanted him to compliment me, so I learned Go and went wild at the commercial Go playing parlor. Now that I think about it, it was obvious that I couldn't go to heaven. Even as a child, I thought it was wrong to take money from the old people at the Go playing parlor. It was a crime. Not wanting my dad to hate me also wasn't a good defense. Since then, I've been secretly saving some of my earnings to pay for historical strategy simulation games and historical novels. Wait. I won't wait. Venerable Jonan is a strong player, but he was only a little stronger than Yoshinaga-san. I'm confident that I can control the board almost at will with an opponent at this level. But I went all out. It seemed like the right thing to do. It was a miracle that I was able to slip into Jonan University's education faculty's attached high school. I was able to pay for school from various income sources. I was already used to debt by then, so I wasn't afraid of it. My maternal grandfather was a great help to me before and after I entered school. I rarely saw my dad at this time since he was often hospitalized. Then, I met Yoshinaga-san. Did you say your name is Hirono-kun? You're really strong. It's the only ability a talentless person like me has. After the game, I instructed Venerable Jonan on how to position his pieces through each stage of the game. He was good at reasoning. Whenever I give him a little hint, Venerable Jonan asks questions about it one after the other. Maybe I should make a composed Go problem book for next time. I'm sure Yoshinaga-san doesn't teach them about composed Go problems anyway. Now then, Oju-san. You didn't bring your master here just to play Go, did you? Ah, nothing gets past you. Of course not. Who do you think I am? I am Jonan, a junior third rank and former counselor. What the fuck? He said some more divinity words that I don't know. Junior third rank, former counselor. By any chance, does it have anything to do with the counselors in Japanese history? We'd like to get some advice from you, Jonan-sama. You want some advice? Yes. We were wondering what we should do to make Alunaha Castle City flourish. Oh, so that's why she took me here. Alunaha. That's a difficult place to make prosperous, Venerable Jonan said as he crossed his arms and pondered. It wasn't impossible, but I don't think it is what it takes to flourish. It's at the corner of the demon realm and is surrounded by a jungle. There is a river nearby, but it wasn't irrigated. They grow rice on dry land, so the soil is susceptible to damage. I've also heard that Alunaha doesn't have good neighbors either, with mud slurpers to the south and lizardmen to the east. If we want to make Alunaha prosperous, then we'll need to use some secret trick. I have a suggestion or two. As expected of a former counselor. Fufu, I guess. Gilena, sorry, but I need you to bring me that. Venerable Jonan said, and Gilena went to get something. Venerable Jonan beckoned Yoshinaga-san and I to gather around the Go board. First, this is Alunaha. A white stone was placed on the lower left corner of the board. It was really on the edge of the board. South of here is where the mud slurpers stay and east is inhabited by lizardmen. The stones he had beaten onto the board were black. The lizardmen have 5 towns? Let me be blunt. This place is dead. Is it not? If there are this many black stones around the white stone, then the white stone won't be able to breathe and would die. If this was a game of Go, then the white stone would be taken as soon as possible. Now, what should you do to keep this white stone alive? If there was a way to replace the surrounding black stones with white ones, then it was possible to do that. But of course, there was no such rule in Go. The only way to overturn this situation in Go was to surround the black stones with white stones. But I don't think Draco has that kind of power right now. It would be hard for him to dispatch soldiers and occupy the city. Honestly, Alunaha was secured using a bizarre plan. A bizarre plan was so because it was rarely used. It wasn't something you can keep using over and over again. So, what should he do? Just then, Gilena came out carrying something. Oh. Put it here. Gilena the elf had brought out a shogai board. Venerable Jonan placed the shogai board next to the Go board. So, this is what you will do. Yoshinaga-san was smiling mysteriously. I see, so that's how we do it. The human realm. Indeed. There was more than one board. CH 4.1. Teg. VO1CO4 Part 01. Chapter 04. Scheme. Translator. Blushy. Editor. Sanjik. Demon King. Another quarter was built in front of the gate. Pedals would carry their cargo and unpack it there without entering the castle market. People will come if there are goods. The area immediately began bustling with activity and what seemed like stalls were lined up in a disorderly pattern. This was because they had abolished the highway tax. Alunaha is one of the largest castle towns in this area even though it is located at the southwestern edge of the demon realm. People, Goods and money will naturally gather when road tolls disappear. There are many small villages which couldn't grow into castle cities in this area. Alunaha functions as a focal point for those small villages. Draco watched the scene from the top of the gate and narrowed his eyes. He wasn't calm. It could be said that Lebanon's tax reformation had failed. Even if they abolished the highway tax and enforced a goods tax, if no people or goods entered the city, then there was no tax yield. Nevertheless, he was also impressed. Alunaha, a city in the frontier, had attracted this many people just by abolishing the highway tax. The sight of people lively selling and buying things reminded Draco of the large market in the demon capital. He felt the strength and resilience of the people. The people may be tired, but if you give them a place to survive, they will shine brightly. Draco came to believe that the taxes, laws, and demon kings were to blame. This was something that he had not seen when he was living in the demon capital as the grandson of the great demon king. The prestige of the royal blood has been misused and fallen. There was no stopping the demon kings from wielding their power in their respective territories. In the end, it was the people who suffered. The Draco didn't think this was good. The demon realm has been idling for a long time. Like how the hinges of a door creaks, various defects have begun to appear. The trend of appreciating old things added to this. Draco once saw the so-called sword of the first great demon king in the depths of the great demon castle. It was wrapped in pure silk, and no longer held its original form. It was nothing more than a rusty lump of iron. That is, in other words, what the current demon realm is like today. He thought in self-depreciation that he felt a strong attachment to something so old. If he hadn't felt like this, then he could give up on the idea that he should leave the ruling of the demon realm to the hands of someone powerful. That is, the dot. Draco probably felt that he had to continue his fight against the because of his own nostalgia more than anything else, even the people. Draco-sama. He turned around and saw Lebanon. He was haggard with dark circles under his eyes. Of course, he would look like that. He must be frustrated because the thriving market spread out before him was not bringing in any tax revenue. But he looked better than he did when Draco saw him this morning. What's wrong, Lebanon? You look happy. We have succeeded in gathering the peddlers. I will make them pay a stall tax on each plot of land. Stall tax was an unfamiliar law to Draco. Draco held his tongue when he was about to ask what the source of that law was. He had left it to Laranan to decide on new laws. Old law is good law is a deeply rooted belief among demons. Long ago, in ancient times, it was quite common for laws to be based on decrees created by the 8th great demon king and the old laws that were derived from those. So, they don't conform to the actual situation. To keep the beautiful appearance of the law text, they would add important points to the text or write a lengthy cautionary note and then say, but this doesn't apply. So, it was impossible for the people to expect anything from the law. Therefore, Draco is pinning his hopes on Lebanon's fresh talent. I'm surprised you managed to convince the peddlers. Rather than convince them, they were the ones who offered. They don't like traveling on the highway. Highway tax is mostly unregulated. It isn't only collected by demon kings from castle cities. It is also collected by great and small tribes living in small fortresses, chieftains and even dragons. Paying a highway tax to all them was like asking a peddler not to make profit. They want you to rule over a few more castle towns, Draco-sama. They believe that trade will flourish more if they don't have to pay the highway tax while traveling between a few cities. They would be correct. But it was difficult. Neither Balgonan to the south nor Kili Shushatsu in the east are going to be easy to bring down. The mud slurpers and lizardmen are the ones who are in control of those places. So, the only thing left to do was to continue north. I'm bad at dealing with her. The flower garden was full of nice aromas. It didn't suit the frontier. This was the only place in the Red Forest that was gorgeous, and it was owned by It could be said that this flower garden was comparable to the rose garden in the demon capital. Colorful flowers were carefully arranged together and there was even a small stream running through the garden. This was Payson, a city located to the north of Alunaha. This area, which was located at the edge of the Red Forest of Jonan, had many rare flowers. There was a mixture of green and flowers that had withered. As long as one was careful about how to grow the flowers, they could grow a much wider variety of flowers than in the warmer, but drier capital. The flower garden was also designed to take full advantage of its features and has been described as a paradise on earth. At the center of the garden was a pavilion. The white marble pavilion, with its serene aura, was a kind of sanctuary that only those who were favored by the were allowed to enter. Rigadang was sipping tea in the pavilion. He was treated like a guest of honor. There was in front of him. Is that powerful? She was beautiful, and there was no demon king who was more beautiful than her. She was truly a beauty who captivated all who saw her. To Rigadang, the Palmyra looked like the most beautiful goblin shaman, but others may see her differently. There was that kind of demon. Yes, he keeps his dreadful schemes to himself. My predecessor, Benon, was defeated by his schemes. We shouldn't underestimate him just because he has few troops. He emphasized the word predecessor. He was saying that he was the successor of the Demon King, Benon. Of course, he didn't follow the proper procedure. He was only a temporary Demon King. Even so, he had made a statement that made the Palmyra recognize his position as Demon King because he wanted her to intervene with the Lunaha. If Rigadang really returned to a Lunaha as a Demon King, then Palmyra's influence would increase. It was a bargain. Rigadang had already borrowed a considerable amount of money from Palmyra. With this bargain, that money will be set aside to hire soldiers and provide them with provisions. It was a completely empty promise. But Rigadang don't know, if I really give you the money, then will this garden not be trampled on by the enemy? It will not. I swear this in the name of my evil god. In other words, Rigadang was a mercenary. People paid and hired mercenary leaders like him to organize mercenary groups. That was what Palmyra wanted. Despite claiming to be a demon king, Palmyra's race relied too heavily on the art of seduction and weren't adept at actual combat. This was why they needed a pawn, and she had placed Rigadang in that role since he had flown into her arms like a distressed bird. And Rigadang thought this was fine. His escape in the forest gave him the strength to believe this result was better than fame. Then, greater fame can be obtained with that result. It doesn't matter if it's false. Eventually, something will come along. That something may be a castle city or even the rank of Demon King. Either way, Rigadang wanted something that he will never get by just laying low. Licking the shoes of there was nothing compared to achieving results. So, what kind of strategy are you planning on using against the question mark? It's not much of a strategy, but only a simple method will work against an opponent like that, Rigadang said as he pulled out an object from his pocket. Palmyra narrowed her eyes. It was a map of the area around Alunaha. It would be worth thousands if it was accurately drawn. Rigadang noticed her stare but began to explain without minding it. The river flows from the north, passes to the west of Alunaha, then down to the south. This river is called Law River, and this is what I'm going to use. Cutting off their water supply? That's an expensive plan. I'm not cutting off their water supply. Alunaha is a castle city with many wells, and damming this river wouldn't make much sense. If we attack from the west, then they'll use the moat instead, so it'll be tricky, but there isn't any real problem. We can also attack them from the north or east. A castle siege? Can you, Rigadang, defeat a castle defended by a clever warrior, even if you outnumber him? Probably not. He snorted. This was the greatest asset Rigadang had acquired. He could gauge the strength of his opponents without letting his self-confidence blind him. Honestly speaking, he didn't think he could beat Draco right now. Then isn't it impossible? Yes, it is. This Rigadang cannot defeat him. Then, so, I will use Law River. He cut Palmyra off and tapped his finger on the southern edge of the map. Then the words Balgonan were seen along the Law River. The Mud Slurpers. Make them attack Alunaha to lure Draco out. Then I'll use that opportunity to take the castle city. Isn't it a great plan? Yes, it's great. The smiled a smile that was befitting of her nickname. She then intertwined her soft fingers with Jigadang's. It's magnificent. It's wonderful. Rigadang Dono. That's the spirit. I'll make sure you become a demon king when you gain the city. Very good. Rigadang stared coldly at their intertwined fingers. The shape of the fingers he could see and the shape of the things crawling on his skin were different. The cool touch was sweet, alluring, and sensual. It wrapped around him tenderly and pulled away enticingly. It was a feat that no five-fingered creature could pull off. Fucking slime. Palmyra is the demon king of a shapeshifter race. She charmed all who saw her with her meltingly soft body and powerful illusions. She stood at the top of all slimes and mimics. Is this how she plans to expand her influence without getting her hands dirty? They had been chased to this remote region because she was too dangerous to keep in the capital. Rigadang intended to make sure of Palmyra. Just you wait. Draco, I'll pay you back. CH 4.2. It was dim. That was Lakshuna's first impression of Balgonan. The castle city, which was built by digging holes, had no light. Candles made with tallow were lit here and there, but they were only limited to large, well-ventilated holes. Mud slurpers have good night vision. Perhaps it was obvious since they call this dimly lit place home. Luke, eat quickly. Work, unusual. I know. Galdana, just wait a little longer. This is why Jajura is no good. Nest work, delayed. Lakshmana was called Luke here. He lived with the mud slurpers and helped them reinforce their nests. He needed the sticky discharge from the mud slurpers' butt or tailgate into mud and turned them into bricks. Then, he replaced the weakened bricks in the wall with the new bricks. It was hard work. Luke, hurry. I know. Food was also a problem. Mud slurpers, like their name stated, slurped mud. Lakshmana, on the other hand, ate grilled fish. The fish smelled muddy because it was from the swamp. But the only other thing available in the city was uncooked rice, which was old and smelled bad. He grilled fish and ate it, so naturally, he was a slower eater than the mud slurpers. Galdana, who had been appointed as Lakshmana's caretaker, was unhappy about this. He didn't understand what Jajura meant, but it was probably a cuss word. Whenever Galdana called Lakshmana a Jajura, the compound eyes of the mud slurpers who were in the same room as them would quietly shake. There is a lot of rain in the southern part of the demon realm. It rained heavily. It pours down heavily for a short while then clears up. Occasionally, however, it rains for long periods of time. It didn't rain often enough to even be called a rainy season. It would stop after a day or two at most. Lakshmana knew this, but the effect the rain had on Balgonan was beyond his imagination. Luke, bricks. Here, Galdana. It was a waterfall. The vertical drainage pits that lead the rainwater deep into the earth were roaring. The huge volume of water was black and muddy and showed no signs of stopping. The muddy water chipped away at the bricks. It was a water attack. The mud slurpers were frantically continuing their repair work around the pits. Lakshmana and Galdana were also sent to fill in the broken walls. There was barely any light from the candles. Only their partner's voice could be heard amidst the violent splashing. Lakshmana, more to the right. All right, sorry, Galdana. Bricks were lined up to stop the water leaking out of the vertical drainage holes. Balgonan, which consisted of corridors and rooms, was vulnerable to water overflowing from the drainage holes. Water will continue to accumulate in these holes until it's pumped out by hand. It was hard work. The newly hatched Yunjis on the lower floor will be in danger if the hole is breached. Suddenly, the mud slurper in charge of the work shouted something. It's caving in. When Lakshmana heard this, he couldn't see anything anymore. When he came to, he found himself lying in the doctor's room. He was a doctor, but he was a mud slurper, or rather a gonan. He couldn't give Lakshmana any treatment. Their bodies were too different, so Lakshmana was just lying there. Are you awake? Yeah, sorry about that, Galdana. Galdana had lost one of his left arms. Gonans molt at growth milestones, but lost limbs never grow back. I can no longer sneer at you and call you a Jajura. Galdana is a Jajura too, Galdana said as his compound eyes trembled with loneliness. Jajura is a discriminatory term for someone who lacks limbs. It doesn't matter if you're a Jajura, Galdana. You still have more limbs than me. Lakshmana, no need to comfort. I'm not comforting you. I'm stating a fact. Everyone is a Jajura outside of Balgonan. There aren't many tribes with lots of limbs like the Gonans. Outside the giant nest? Yeah. Why don't you come out with me, Galdana? Those words came out naturally. Before he knew it, Lakshmana felt close to Galdana. He realized that his feelings for Galdana had developed to the point where he could call him a friend. Galdana, go outside. We'll go against duty. Lakshmana changed his meal from fish to rice porridge. He could eat rice porridge as fast as the mud slurpers slurped mud. The rice was stale and smelly, but he put up with it since he thought this was the key to adjusting to Gonan. He also tried to be creative with his constructions. He would go above the nest to fetch bamboo. He used those bamboos as a frame to harden the mud without turning it into bricks. As he recalled, this was a construction method often used by lizardmen. They had fascinating twists on civil engineering since they were at war all the time. Seeing this, the Gonans around him, who had first made fun of him and called him a Jajura, began to call Lakshmana by his name. He also noticed that fish and rice were frequently being delivered to him, but Galdana would grimly look for the sender every time and return it to them. It wasn't long after that he learned that a gift was a form of courtship in Gonan society. Chief has heard a lot about Lakshmana. One day, he was summoned by the Demon King Chief Gilgaida. Unlike before, the audience was cordial. Galdana has a fine firmness among chief's daughters. She is the first princess. Lakshmana never knew this. He thought Galdana was his supervisor, but he had no idea that she was a Princess Gonan. She was terribly sad when she turned into a Jajura, but she's alright. Chief is thankful to you. You praise me too much. It must have been Princess Galdana's strong heart that made it possible for her to endure being a Jajura. I merely stayed by her side. Being by her side is extremely difficult. Gonans hate Jajuras. Gonans believe that Jajura is a contagion. They are deluded, but they can't escape from this delusion. Lakshmana helped her through this. To Lakshmana's surprise, Chief Gilgaida wasn't flattering him. Chief strongly believed this. Chief strongly believes in friendship with the Lunaha, as long as the water is clean. The water? Yes. The mother water, Lord Gonan. Those who live in a Lunaha hate us Gonans because they defy Lord Gonan. The year was filled with resentment. This was the hastily built prison on the outskirts of a Lunaha. There were only 100 criminals housed here. They were all violators of the new law. There weren't any bars in the prison, only rows of rooms. The crimes of those who were put in this prison weren't serious. They just didn't obey the law. Those who kill or steal were sent to the prison that was used back in Demon King Benan's time. Those who were imprisoned here were only detained for 3 days at most so that they can reflect on their actions. All this was Labanon's job. He was no longer a timid magic researcher. He was now a respected law officer who worked day and night to spread the new law to every corner of Alunaha. You could say that he suddenly changed. Draco felt in jeopardy because of Labanon's enthusiasm. He was visiting today at Labanon's invitation, but he also partly wanted to see the new judge. Thank you for coming to this prison, Draco-sama. It's all right. I, for one, want others to know of the new law. It was Labanon who had greeted him. He was smiling. His eyes were blazing in the light of the tallow candles that illuminated the prison. Who are imprisoned here? Those who have transgressed the new law 3 times. 3 times? Yes, there are many who don't know the new law yet. We tell them about the new law and let them go the first time they violate it. The second time they will be reprimanded and released, then they will be thrown into prison if they violate the new law for the 3rd time. Do you have those who are connected to those who have violated the law once, those who violate the law 4 times, or those who bribe their way out? Everything is written down. A register had been made. It was astonishing how fast things were going. It was a simple register to record the offender's name, address, gender, and family information. Labanon had this register created. The work of filling out the register was done by the civil officials from Benin's time. But Draco observed that this too was done by Labanon. It couldn't be helped, was all he could say. It was a literacy problem. Most of the kobolds who made up the majority of Alunaha's citizens were illiterate. If you can't read, then you can't write. It was difficult to recruit literate people in Alunaha in the first place. Conversely, it was precisely because of the nature of this place that a small number of goblins were able to take control of the city. So, I hear that there is a criminal that you want me to meet. Yes. This way please, Draco-sama. Labanon took him to the furthest room in the prison. There were no candles here, and of course, no windows for light. A goblin shaman was sitting alone in the dimly lit room. Who is this? This is my uncle, Ryu Jiroku. He is my father's younger brother and the father of Rigadang. Draco had seen his name in reports. He could have succeeded Benin and became the Demon King, but instead, he planned to set up a faction for Labanon. The eyes that were glaring at him did indeed belong to someone from a Demon King bloodline. There was a glint in his eyes that could kill his opponent. Draco looked at Labanon. Why did he arrest Ryu Jiroku, and show him to Draco? The answer was, to show his loyalty. I see, there is no way more effective than this. He was holding his supporter in prison. It may seem funny, but Draco had heard that goblins were very harsh to their own family in cases like this. Is he an example? No, this goblin has uttered something terrible. Gadang is conspiring with the dot. Ah, that sounds like a likely scenario. Draco knew the well. To be more precise, The whole Great Demon King's family knew her well. That slime has betrayed many Demon Kings in the past. That was why she was forced out of the capital to the frontier. It's like getting a new toy. That monster will send a messenger here too. Don't be fooled. She'll send a messenger here? Yeah, they will say something like this: we have been threatened by a goblin named Rigadang, who is pretending to be a Demon King, so we have no choice but to send our troops. But we don't want to. Ryujaroku's eyes widened when he heard this. He was surprised. Ryujaroku immediately tried to not show his surprise, but Draco's eyes weren't fooled. What's wrong, Ryujaroku? I heard you know something, so it must be about Rigadang pretending to be the Demon King and making a deal with that whore or something like that. Too bad. That woman won't keep her end of the deal. Nothing that comes out of her mouth can be trusted. Draco spoke then kicked the wall. He was seething with anger. Worthless. That woman must be thinking that this is nothing more than a way to pass time. Draco had no intention of letting go of a Lunaha since he went to great pains to obtain it. Tell me what you know, Ryujaroku. Nothing. His voice was hoarser than Draco imagined. There was no ambition in his voice. The contents of the letter he had received from his son was exactly what Draco had pointed out. He knew from the beginning. He knew but was willing to believe it. His son could become the Demon King. But the words of the hateful Draco brought him back to reality. The sweet words of the dot. His son had no chance at becoming the Demon King. His dream was shattered. No, it never existed in the first place. You should also know the background of the Demon King in the neighboring city. Palmyra is that kind of woman. I knew that. Then you are a fool. A fool who thought that only he and his son wouldn't be deceived. But we are legitimate. If you want to say that, then Labanan is more legitimate than you both. But, shameful. Draco was surprised by the anger in his own voice. What am I so angry about? Is it because I saw myself as Rigadang since I'm ridiculed as the and my inheritance with the throne is being toyed with? Tell me, Ryujaroku. What is Rigadang up to? Poison. Poison? Yeah. He's going to poison the Law River. It won't be an ordinary amount. He's unleashing the poison from the storage. Poison storages have a legend. The legend goes that all shapeshifters always store vast quantities of poison in their cities to survive a crisis that would affect their race. In fact, these storages have been found in cities that were formerly occupied by shapeshifters. Their target is a Lunaha. No, it's the Mud Slurpers, or so my son stated in his letter. The Mud Slurpers will rush in droves because of the poison. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Draco had no way of stopping them. He'll warn the Mud Slurpers, but he didn't know how effective this would be. When will the poison be released? Ryujaroku remained silent. He had to know. His son Rigadang had sent him the letter to prevent him from drinking the poison, but Draco didn't feel the need to ask. Labanan, call as many of the reserve army as you can. Also recruit from the peddlers at the gate. I will go first. Everyone else will pursue Rigadang under Taibanka. As you wish. I will warn the Mud Slurpers. It was a race against time. Whoever made the first move will win. Ryujaroku could only weep silently against the wall as he was left alone. CH 4.3, Evil God. Contrary to its seemingly German name, the Malkund was a very Japanese-style building. According to Yoshinaga-san's explanation, all of the Malkund buildings in various parts of the divine world are built in an odd manner. She said that an odd aura was important for this building. It was a gambling den. It was said that the von Malkund organized the gambling in the divine world and consolidated them in the form of the Malkund stores. It was the quickest way to exchange karma, and many gods have become addicted to gambling. Is this world alright? I guess our goal today is to make money for the war effort. War effort? Huh? She made it sound so easy. But that doesn't mean I'm not confident. The game that I'm playing at East Main Street's 112th Malkund store is betting Go. In other words, it is what I'm best at. I didn't tell Yoshinaga-san that I was making money from Go, so she must have chosen this method because I'm good at playing it. I have to live up to her expectations. But I couldn't. What is your opinion on getting karma from gambling, Yoshinaga-san? What do you mean? I mean from a god's ethical point of view. The karma they use is a result of the faith they have, right? Oh, those who use up the results of their faith, don't worry about them and just take everything. Plus, the gods who gamble here are delinquents who leave their actual job to a substitute. They're delinquents. More importantly, I'm surprised that Master isn't thinking about losing. How reliable. No, my heart is racing. I don't have much karma. Do your best. If you make about 10 million here, Then it'll make your entry into the human world easier. I hope I'm not too rusty. There was a stream flowing through the gate which was crossed with stepping stones. Around me was a bamboo grove. It seemed like whoever designed this place was trying to twist Japanese culture. The strong footman standing at the shoe removal area seemed to be influenced by old Yakuza movies. But since the footman was pale, he must be a god who couldn't pay the karma he had lost here. It's interesting that it was easy to guess this. There were several rooms in the long corridor. Walking down the corridor, which was created with nightingale flooring, I could see a series of nameplates that read Japanese Mahjong, Oichokabu, and Silo. Mahjong was deliberately referred to as Japanese because of the theme of this store. Now let's move to the tatami room. The room was about 100 tatami mats. There were many gods, who had too much free time, sitting around. All these people were here just to play Go. I heard there was another room for Shogai. I looked around in my amateurish outfit and called out to an old man who was sitting closest to the entrance. His face was square. May I play a game with you? Sure, Nichan. Do you have the balls? He glanced at me and started preparing the board. He had taken the bait. How about we bet 3,000? You're broke. Well, let's see how you do. Now comes the part where I show my skills. The square-faced old man is the floater in fishing. He was testing to see if I would bite. People with medium or higher level skills are always defeated by amateurs. If these people are conspiring together, then they would use this method. The amateurs struggle but somehow manage to win. It was a trap to lure the amateur in. Of course, I'll take advantage of this. There was no point in losing here. Oh, Nichan, you're pretty good. No. It was just a fluke. I won with luck. I accepted the wrinkled 3,000 karma bills and bowed slightly. I proceeded to the back of the room in search of my next opponent. I deliberately stepped on the threshold. I remembered that there was someone who frowned at me when he saw me do that. Stepping on the threshold is prohibited. People who gamble are oddly superstitious. The guy who looked at me just now may have been a gambler in his previous life, or he may be from Japan. Such a dangerous bridge must be avoided. Next, I spotted a skinny guy who was clearly looking at me. He is skilled. An amateur probably loses once here and by a small margin. They become frustrated and try to win again. In the next round, the amateur wins by a small margin. Now they're hooked. They fall into an illusion and believe themselves to be skilled. The next thing they know, their wallet is empty. But there was no need to draw attention to myself. As the plot goes, I lose by 2.5 points, then played again and won by 6.5 points. I see, how skillful. They didn't play like this just from Yoshinaga-san's teachings. There must have been several people who had played Go in their previous lives, and they must have studied the game. I can see the way they plan their moves. Nichan, you're good. Haha, am I? I might do surprisingly well. We exchanged karma notes while I was responding to the ear-splitting wheedling voice of the skinny man. I had just won 3,000 karma, so my war chest had 6,000 karma. I borrowed 100,000 karma from Venerable Jonan so I can show off, so I have 106,000 karma on hand. It starts from now. My first target was an overbearing old man. He was making eye contact with the skinny guy who I was playing against, so I'm sure they're associates. One game, please. Oh, scary. Young man, you've been barely winning since a while ago. How much? 5,000 please. 5,000, is it? I can bet 6,000 or even 7,000 if you want. Amateurs who win games will be enticed by this. I checked my wallet 2 times and nodded. Then, 7,000. The old man tilted his head in confusion. I won by a slight margin. It was difficult to make it look like a fluke. He would be wary if he had been playing with an expert. But he overlooked this since he was playing against an amateur. I played moves that were all over the place. He was winning until mid-game. Then the game became a close match towards the end when an exquisite stone I had played in the early game came into play. My, Nichan, you're really good. I'm not. It was a fluke. I won by chance. I'll be troubled if you fluked that well. How about it, Nichan? Would you like to place another match for 10,000? 10,000? Alright. We had spectators. We thought long before each move. The old man had apparently come to his senses. He immediately threw away his act and played seriously. But I was going to continue to pretend that I was a beginner for a while longer. Nichan, what kind of move are you playing? I'm just a beginner at Go. I'm telling you that's not a move a beginner would make. Then that's not a beginner move. But I am a beginner. I screwed up. This is going to be an all-out game. I can't use the trick of repeatedly winning and losing to raise the stakes. But this kind of cheap trick is where my true worth lies. How much do you want to bet, brat? How about 50,000? That's a big number. Don't cry when you lose. Oh, and what? You can't back out now. Double the amount if one of us wins by the opponent's resignation too. The spectators started whispering among themselves. Winning by an opponent's resignation is a called game. It means that the game is decided while it's still on instead of when it ends. In other words, it was a challenge. You're making a fool of me. Do you accept or not? Of course, I'm going to accept, you fucking brat. He took the bait. How was it, master? I met up with Yoshinaga-san, who was waiting for me at a sweet shop near Malkund. The owner of this place was also Yoshinaga-san's go-buddy, so apparently our order was free. I won. Ah, can I have another Amitsu here? I know you won. I hope you made at least 1 million karma. Her wonderful trust almost brought tears to my eyes. No matter how good one is, a game is a game. It was all up to chance. Sometimes you trip up and sometimes your condition isn't good. It is important to maintain your concentration, especially when you play continuously, like I had just done. But I must confess, I'm happy that she trusts me this much. Well, how should I put this? We can't use this method anymore. Why not? I put a wrapping cloth on the table. It was really heavy. Hiraban, is this? Yes. There's 7,800,005,400 karma there. Yoshinaga-san looked conflicted. I will never be able to step over the threshold of Malkund again. I might have done something regrettable, I thought as I watched the Anmitsu being brought to me. Demon King. The mercenaries began to gather. The place in front of the walls of Payson Castle City became a gathering place for strong men in armor. Goblins, kobolds, and orcs. There were also centaurs there, which was rare. The mercenaries who were smoldering nearby have gathered. Their heat could be felt even over the castle walls. Rigadang didn't care about money in this recruitment. It was someone else's money. He had declared that he would pay them handsomely and his notice traveled far. He had to gather numbers. Since he was dealing with the Palmyra didn't intend to lend him her reserve army. She was probably weighing her opinions between Rigadang and Draco. Shapeshifters are hated because they use such dirty tricks. Still, he was happy that she was opening her poison storage. He couldn't offend the mud slurpers by releasing weak poisons. So, he had nothing to worry about if he used poison from Palmyra's poison storage. He had been shown it once and she had a tremendous number of poisons. Rigadang didn't know why she was so obsessed with poison. According to one theory, she had begun to accumulate an endless supply of poisons while researching them for use in the battles over the throne. He also heard that Palmyra's beautiful garden had originally been used to cultivate poisonous flowers. But that wasn't important right now. He had poison now. That was what was important. It didn't matter if it wasn't poison. If the mud slurpers are weak against oil, then it didn't matter if he poured poison in the river instead. Rigadang wasn't powerful enough to be concerned about the method he used. He had to use what is available at the time as a weapon. In this sense, the mercenaries who were gathered here were fine weapons, especially the centaurs. Cavalry greatly expanded the tactics he could use. Speed, in other words, is power. They can be used to flank the enemy or as scouts. If they're used skillfully, the range of tactics he could use would double or even triple. The best thing was that Draco had no cavalry. Draco might be skilled with using cavalry, but people in the didn't use horses in warfare. There were a large number of farm horses here, but they couldn't be used in warfare. They could only be used as pack horses. Rigadang-sama, you were here? Ah, sorry, Katia. I was watching the soldiers. Katia was a young harpy woman who he hired in Payson. She was a harpy with rare green feathers, and she said she had studied tactics, though Gadang didn't know if this was true or not. She was hired as his secretary and second in command, but he wasn't sure if she was up to the task. How is the review going? It's hard to say that it went smoothly. The inspectors who we borrowed from Palmyra are bad. I thought so. Interviews were conducted when hiring mercenaries. A mere peasant couldn't become a mercenary since combat power was bought as a commodity. They were basically troops since they are equipped with weapons and armor. The minimum number of mercenaries hired for a platoon was at least 20 men. The inspectors were recording the wrong number of people. A unit of 20 men is registered as 22, and the inspector pockets the advance payment for the extra 2 heads. They also take bribes from the mercenaries. Inspectors are a great source of extra income for military officers. I'm borrowing her money, so it's out of my control. I don't mind a little dishonesty as long as the unit can maintain their strength. I thought you might say that. I paid the inspectors an appropriate amount of money in advance. I haven't found the reviewers adding extra people to units. With that, Cartier pulled out a ledger made out of vellum paper. The number of mercenaries registered, the amount paid for them, their actual numbers, and the difference. The amount of food required for the march was also roughly calculated in this ledger, as well as small horse loads that would carry the supplies and the amount of food they ate. I see, she's somewhat resourceful. I don't know how she will do as my second-in-command, but she's a good secretary. Well done. But we don't have enough small horse loads for this march. I thought so. I'll recalculate the numbers. No. You didn't miscalculate. I have other things I want to bring. Other things? Cartier thought frantically. There aren't many crazy people who would hire a harpy drifter. She was trying not to make him unhappy, so that he wouldn't fire her. Do you understand? No, I don't. Well, that's understandable. No one would expect me to carry something like that in the Red Forest. Ah. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes. Cartier was already running away as soon as she answered. Or rather, she flew away. She is a bird person, after all. I will procure buckets to carry water, horses and their fodder. Rigadang nodded in satisfaction at her answer. This wasn't an ordinary battle. Even Draco wouldn't prepare water. A smile broke out on his face. First, Alunaha. Then, Payson. He could level the frontier and take control of the south. He is an old man. It's going to be fun. He gazed out of the castle. The lines of gathering mercenaries was still to come to an end. Ch 4.4. Blame the horses. Only a dozen or so men were following him. Draco was in a hurry and had no time to spare. Even his hands, which were holding onto the reins, were sweating. My lord, let's take a break, a robber hunter said to Draco. Draco had hired him as a guide, but he was resourceful. His name was Dada. There is a spring near here. Let's take a rest here. All right. That'll be nice. One of the reasons why he had hired the guide was to learn the location of the spring. He had been informed that poison would be released into the river, so they couldn't use water from the river. Draco's team was traveling inland. They were avoiding the area around Law River where there was a road. They had to travel this way because they didn't know when the poison would be released. While weaving their way along the side roads, they were gradually approaching the small village where they had planned on meeting up with the rest of the men. The spring was an open area in the forest. Draco could hear birds chirping loudly. This was evidence that the forest was healthy. But the sounds of the birds chirping were a nuisance to Draco since he was anxious. Here you go, my lord. Freshly drawn water. I've already tasted it for poison, thanks. He drank the water as he looked at Dada, the robber. He was a middle-aged man and very hairy. He looked exactly like the robber that Draco had seen in a painting in the past. He looked rough, but not unpleasant. In fact, it seemed that he kept his appearance this way on purpose. Have you been a hunter for long, Dada? If I had to choose an answer between long and short, then I would say it hasn't been short. I may look like this, but I used to work at a castle. You worked at a castle? Yes, my whole family used to work at Payson Castle. Draco had never heard this before. He had never heard about Payson employing robbers. Then, Draco realized that he was under a terrible misconception. I see, you worked there before the shapeshifters were forced to relocate there? Yes, Payson was originally ruled by Gwab, king of the robbers. 10 years ago, the shapeshifters lost a political battle in the demon capital and were forced to relocate to Payson. Draco remembered this incident well. This area was ruled by the robbers before then. My family was forced to scatter because of their relocation. I became a hunter in order to eat, and now here I am. You've been through a lot. No, it's all Gwab-sama's fault. How was it his fault? The evil god was angry with him. The robbers had an evil god. Draco didn't know the evil god's name. He didn't know whether it wasn't passed down or if the evil priests just hid it, but their name was now in the dark. At any rate, it was certain that there was a powerful evil god who guided the robbers. Gwab-sama was a demon king who ruled over both the warriors and evil priests. He took the rituals seriously at first, but he gradually began to cut corners. It was a common story. Demon kings are chosen by blood. Some follow in the footsteps of their ancestors and let their talent flourish, but the opposite was also true in many cases. Even so, they can overcome hardships as long as they had a nation to protect, excellent vassals and the blessings of an evil god. At least, that was what those in the demon realm believed. Our evil god was a very helpful god, and they used to appear before Grabsama a lot. But they began visiting less when Grabsama neglected the rituals, then finally even the substitute god left. So that's how it was. That's when the fall of Grabsama began. He lost the battle against the goblin shamans. All the children born to him died of illness, and to top it off, his castle was forfeited. It was sad to see that it was the shapeshifters who took over the castle. Draco didn't reply to Dada's scorn. Draco didn't know about the evil god's blessing or luck, but he believed that it was unreasonable that the entire family was left out in the cold because of Grab's failure to perform the rituals. Will the evil god Hirono, who Draco worships, also treat him this way? Dada, would you be willing to work at a castle again if you had the chance? Dada quickly prostrated himself before Draco when he heard Draco's muttered words. It was a magnificent prostrated form. If I may, please hire us. My lord, I cannot bear to end my life as a hunter. I want to die on the battlefield as a Reborn warrior. I wonder if I, a demon, can save you all whom an evil god has forsaken. I do not mind if you do not save us. I just want a place to die. Give me a place where I can fight and die. Draco had never thought about a place to die. He was determined to follow his grandfather and father's advice and take the throne as the great demon king and rule justly. That was all he ever thought about. He continued to think this even after he was ridiculed as the Dot. He never thought about dying. The expectations of those around him created the demon Draco. Expectations, envy and feelings have gathered together as if they were his clothes to create a Draco, the Dot. And yet, this Reborn was telling him to give him a place to die. Could he do that? No, he must do it. If he is Draco, then he must take this man's feelings into consideration, take him as his vassal, put him in the vanguard and give him a place to die. Mercifully. All right. Dada, gather your people. I won't let you die easily. Work as hard as you can. At your will. When he heard that voice, his big back felt much smaller. Draco watched Dada walk off and prayed to the evil god, Hirono. The birds chirping was no longer bothering him. Evil god. The sky below was clear. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. I passed through the entrance of the divine realm and flew with Yoshinaga-san towards Lunaha. Yoshinaga-san's flying looked much better compared to those who still weren't used to flying. She was an athletic person in her previous life, but she was a member of the Go and Shogai Club. Master, the wind feels nice. You can just call me Reborn when it's just the two of us. I can't do that. I may look like this, but I'm a stickler for rules. Look who's talking. You're the one who collected enough signatures required to change a school rule, forced the school to hold an assembly and twisted the rules by brute force because you didn't like the uniform. Still, the breeze felt nice. Yoshinaga-san and I are planning on going to the human realm after returning to Lunaha and greeting Draco. The human realm is actually not that far from the demon realm. West of Lunaha is a big river, and beyond that river is the human realm. Speaking of which, what are you going to use your war funds for? To grant blessings. Blessings? Yes, blessings. Yoshinaga-san began her explanation. She is very good at explaining things in a simple way. It is necessary to expand my influence somewhere to prevent Draco's demon army from suffocating to death in Lunaha. This was impossible to the south because of the mud slurpers. The lizardmen to the east are stubborn. No one knew what the shapeshifters to the north were thinking, so there was only the west left. The demons and humans are wary of each other, but that didn't mean they didn't interact at all. Trade. They secretly exchanged goods on the Great River. Apparently, this was profitable since the products in the demon realm and the human realm are different. So, the humans living on the other side of the river are tolerant of demons, though that probably wasn't the only reason why they were tolerant of demons. Many humans worship human deities, but Yoshinaga-san believes that there were mixed beliefs here since it was on the frontier, thus leaving room for me, an evil god, to expand his influence. That's why you need blessings. The humans in that area aren't well off. If they have to worship the god, then they will worship one that brings them blessings. In other words, Master, if they come to worship Master, then it would be easier for them to talk to Draco, who also worships you. I see, so the war funds are for creating those blessings. Yup. You can make it train or even heal people. If you do well, then your believers will increase quickly. Most of the gods in that area are absentees. In other words, I was trespassing on someone else's territory. They will probably resent me. but I'll insist that it's their own fault for leaving it up to proxies. The fact that I got excited about this kind of thing hasn't changed at all from my previous life. Then, it occurred to me, or to be more precise, the question that has been swirling around in my gut hit me in the face. What is an evil god? What are gods in this world? The people I dealt with in Malkund were no different from humans. They had greed, vanity, fear and were calculating. That's why I won. But it is absolutely not true that I was still exactly the same as I was in my previous life. I still dream about what I vaguely realized during that battle. My emotions are restricted. I can only imagine how I would have felt at a scene like that in my previous life. But I believe I would have probably felt disgusted and vomited. A being that spoke and looked much like a human being dying before one's eyes. Can an evil god give up after seeing that? Standing above the demons and humans to perform miracles and gather faith. I have no questions about that. What is an evil god? What's wrong, Master? You look conflicted. Is my explanation hard to understand? I understand blessings well. It's just, I stopped speaking. I felt that I shouldn't confide in Yoshinaga-san about this yet. Well, it's not a big deal. Weird, Master. I'm not weird. Yes, I'm not weird. I'm not weird. But why am I worrying about this? A flock of birds flew below us. For example, would I be sad if I shot those birds with question mark? I would probably repent if it was the previous me. But what about now? Yoshinaga-san, do you know everything that comes with the question mark? Why are you asking all of a sudden? I just want to check something before I go to the human realm. Oh, I don't know, there are ways to find out the superficial things that come with it such as but no one knows what the deepest, most fundamental aspects that make a god or evil god means. That's a roundabout way of putting it. Yoshinaga-san grinned. Her smile was lustrous and sexy and reminded me of a cat. The god who solves mysteries was ... Yes, ... There's no one left to investigate the basis. Another strange word. What in the fuck is this world? It's Draco. At that moment, Yoshinaga-san spotted Draco in the forest below. CH 5.1 Chapter 05 The Reborn's Evil God. Translator, Blushy. Editor, Sanjik. Demon King. That was all the soldiers that had been gathered. Demons, goblins, kobolds, and Reborns. It was rare to see such a mixed group of troops. Draco was interviewing the soldiers in the plaza of a small village in the forest. He stood on a large rock in the middle of the plaza and gazed down at the soldiers. The sky was so clear that it made him angry. If the heavens were to take Draco's feelings into account, then it would be a thunderstorm or at least a torrential downpour. Draco felt like that they had done a good job gathering so many troops in such a short time, but he also felt like it wasn't enough. Information was being gathered. Dada, who had gathered the Reborns, was using the time until the rest of the Reborns reached here to investigate the situation around Payson. He was making the most of his abilities as a hunter. Taibanka, the enemy seemed to number more than 2,500. That's a lot, but they're just a bunch of unorganized mercenaries. Their numbers can backfire on them. It was a strong statement, typical of Taibanka. They were no better than the enemy in terms of leadership, aside from the 200 men directly led by Draco, who should be the core of the group. The rest were made up of farmers, villagers, peddlers, and Reborn hunters, each of whom didn't have a platoon leader. Labanon, who had followed Taibanka even though he could have stayed behind, was now organizing the groups. He organized them on paper and then put them into groups himself. He seemed to like this kind of work. The situation was bad, but it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. How do you think this battle will go, Taibanka? Well, I think we can win if we play our cards right. The enemy has 2,500 troops, we have 500. The odds are against us. There will be an opening since the enemy outnumber us. We have no choice but to exploit it. What we need is a surprise strategy. For example, if we divide our 500 forces in half. Taibanka had excellent tactics. Draco especially favored him out of the 20 captains because he wanted to develop his talent. Draco had no pawns, so he had no choice but to nurture them. The goal of this operation is to prevent the opening of the poison storage. We don't need to face 2,500 enemies. Yes, you're right. And we almost know where the poison storage is. The poison storage isn't along the river. This was clear from Dada's investigation. Draco and Dada both agreed that the granaries that stood in a hollow a short distance away from Payson were somehow suspicious. A large gutter was being built in a hurry from here to the Law River tributary. We'll lure Rigadang out and burn down the poison storage. That's the only way. We don't know what poisons are contained in there. It might be dangerous to burn it down. The Demon King Palmyra must have taken this into consideration since she placed the poison storage in a secluded hollow. The poison may not reach Payson, or it might have little effect. You're right. That woman is careful. Palmyra's face flashed through Draco's mind. No, not just her face. Draco even recalled her voice and even the scent of her breath. I would cut off that bitch's head if I could. We don't have time for that. Plus, she's a shapeshifter. Even if you were to cut off her head, it would just grow back. We have no choice but to burn her so that not even ashes remain. That joke was very out of character for Tybanka. Labanon smiled wryly as he glared at the notebook. No matter how good a shapeshifter is, they will die if their head is chopped off. Palmyra, however, seemed to be able to survive even if her head was chopped off. Now, the only problem remains is who will do what. Common sense would dictate that Dada and the other robbers, who were skilled in covert actions, should be sent to destroy the granaries. While they do that, Draco would use his small numbers to toy with Rigadang's 2,500 troops. But Draco couldn't pass this order. My lord, I hear that you are giving us a place to die, and I thank you for that. Yes, thank you. There were about 50 robbers here. Dada had told Draco that there were many more robbers hiding deep in the forest, but those here were the only ones who could respond to an urgent summons. Every one of them was looking for a place to die. They used to be reserve soldiers who worked at the castle. They were stripped of their status and forced to live as hunters in the forest. It was easy to imagine that they faced unbearable humiliation from this. I am sure the evil god will return to us if we die to absolve ourselves of our sins. So, please disperse us everywhere in this battle. I will do whatever it takes even if I'm left behind or become a sacrificial pawn. I beg you, my lord. Destroying the poison storage was also dangerous. But it wasn't the battlefield that the robbers were looking for. Draco himself wanted these robbers to help him with his future domination, but as a man, he also understood the anguish they were going through. Life without pride, without honor and with almost being crushed by past glory must feel like a prison. It was like that for Draco. It was only by God's grace that Draco was standing here today. What should he say to these robbers who have been abandoned by God? Die. Fight and die. Die brutally. Isn't that what they wanted to hear? And Draco could say those words to him. But, Dada, I have a favor to ask of you. You don't have to ask any favors, my lord. Just say one word to us. Die, and we will die. No. That's not what I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask if you could destroy the poison storage. Dada fell silent. Blood rushed to his face, and he bared his canine teeth. It was the look of a beast without reason. My lord, my lord, my lord. I know exactly how you feel. I understand it well, but this is important. With all due respect, but you do not understand anything at all. You do not understand why my 50 brethren have gathered here right now. You don't understand what coming here after saying our final goodbyes to our families and to life is like. It was a heartbreaking scream. The other robbers and soldiers were getting irritated from this. I understand, Dada. Let us ask the will of God. The will of God. Yes. The will of God. They are grieving because God abandoned them. Only God can help them get over that grief. Draco offered Dada his sword. Take this sword and cut that rock. This rock, sir? Yes. The rock was the one that Draco was standing on. It was huge. It was large enough to hold an adult, so there was no way Dada could cut through it with a sword. If I may, my lord, I cannot cut this rock even though I'm a powerful robber. I thought not. But if you can, then it will be because of God's will. There was no way he could cut it. The robbers talked among themselves. God's will was measured. It was divining destiny. Such an opportunity had never presented itself to the robbers after they had been abandoned by God. Now, he was doing it again. I understand. If it is the will of God, then we must obey. Dada's expression became still. He held his sword with both hands and swung it widely over his head. Sharp. He swung the sword down with a loud shout. The heavens roared at that moment. The rock cracked. A bolt of lightning had come out of the blue. A bolt of lightning struck the rock just as Dada swung his sword down. No way, But Draco spoke gently to the stunned Edda. The evil god has not abandoned you. The will of God has been shown. The bears cheered and cried. Draco saw the figure of the evil god he worshipped in the sky amidst the pleasant noise. Evil god. It couldn't have gone better. The rock I shot at with my broke cleanly. It wasn't rehearsed. I just went for it. I was so glad that the timing was right. It would have been a huge embarrassment if I had failed. I did great in tests in my previous life, even with endurance tests. I'm really glad it went well. Well done, Master. Yoshinaga-san wiped my sweat with a towel as she spoke words of encouragement. I didn't realize this myself, but I was sweating from tension. The way you performed the miracle was excellent. You're a splendid evil god. A splendid evil god, you say? I tried my best to shake off the thought of what a splendid evil god may be. I had to do something right now that didn't include thinking about that. See, Draco is looking this way. I was sure that our eyes met for a moment. I wonder if he could see me even though I am supposed to be invisible. I slowly went down to Draco's side. Of course, I remained invisible. Draco, can you hear my voice? As I thought. Is it you, evil god Sama? Thank you for your ... I don't know when, but the miracle got a name of its own and it was a bit cool. Speaking of which, I didn't care about it right now since I have a lot of karma, but I just spent another 50,000 karma. I need to save. It's alright. That's what evil gods do. I appreciate you saying that. By the way, I have something I would like to ask you. We'll stand out here. Shall we move to the forest? The forest was noisy with chirps and insect noises. When I appeared, Draco knelt down and bowed to me in a reverent manner. First, I am sorry that you have descended again at a time of crisis. It's alright. This is the relationship between you and I, is it not? I am Draco's evil god, and Draco is my follower. It's alright. I was surprised that I was really beginning to believe this and not just acting. At first, I had just wanted to watch as Draco unified the nations, but that changed as things changed. Was it because I was away for a short while? Or was it because Draco had even built a temple for me? What did you want to ask? You seem to be in a lot of danger. Draco spoke in a roundabout way, so I summarized everything from my perspective. The nephew of the Demon King Benon, Rigodang, a goblin shaman, is working together with the Demon King in Payson to pour poison into the river. If that poison is released, then a tribe of mud slurpers, who are living downstream, may attack Alunaha. Draco and his men must now attack the poison storage near Payson to stop them. I also learned that those bear-like creatures are a race called Reborn. Therefore, I have a request to make of you, evil god Hirono-sama. Now, what will he ask me to do? I guess he'll ask me to burn down the poison storage with my ... or perhaps, he might ask me to rot the rations of the 2,500 army. I have a little karma now, so I can do quite a few things now. I want you to find an evil god. What? The evil god of the Reborn. Their king neglected to perform his rituals, so the evil god hid themselves. I know it is not proper of me to ask you this, but this is beyond my power. Hey, what are you talking about, you Demon King? Isn't this a crisis? You're going to let a mere 50 Reborn attack the poison storage, and you have to attract 2,500 enemies with a mere 500 soldiers. You have to stop the poison from getting into the river, don't you? Why are you asking me to look for an evil god, who may or may not be there, just because of 50 Reborn who have just joined your troops? What are you saying? Do you want to die? You don't want to be saved? You don't want to win? Is that what you really want right now? Are you alright with that request? Yes, please. I might not find them. Then that is the fate of the Reborn. I am your evil god. Is there nothing else you want in this hour of need? There is not. Draco looked up. He looked somewhat cheerful. I thought this when I looked at the Reborn. I am blessed. My evil god is watching me. Watching. Someone is watching him, is what he means. Is that such a joyous thing? I don't know, since I've never been watched by anyone. The things in the demon realm are for demons to do. There is the will of God. I accept that as fate, but I don't want to be dependent on it. We do not try what we can do but dream of what we cannot. This is not the path of one who inspires to be a great demon king. That is a hard path. I know, but I still do not want to have any regrets. His words hurt. I realize it now. I am an evil god and Draco is my follower, but Draco has the better end of the stick. I was happy that I am an evil god and that he is using polite speech towards me. How embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. I tried my best to hide my embarrassment that was about to show on my face. Draco, I understand your resolve. I will do the best I can to find the Reborn's evil god. This is the path you have chosen. It is. Alright. This is Draco. I nodded and soared to the sky. Yoshinaga-san followed me. Did you hear that, Yoshinaga-san? Of course. You're not looking for a person, you're looking for an evil god, right? Yes. Will you have me? Of course. I will. CH 5.2 Demon King. The fabric was silk. It was soft to the touch and dyed well. The dye must have been good. The difficult blue color came out beautifully. Palmyra let out a sigh of satisfaction. It's well made. This will definitely be an excellent product. I am honored by your compliment. This was the room. The room was filled with a fragrant incense and all the furnishings were beautiful. Their arrangement and the source of light were also carefully considered. And it could be said that our room was a balanced piece of art. Even the medicine chest on top of the writing desk was engraved by gold. Only a few people were allowed in the room, and this merchant who was a purveyor to this Demon King was one of them. I was chased out of the capital and ended up in the middle of nowhere. I gave you a lot of money to kill time, and it was worth it. Please make more and more of these beautiful fabrics. As you wish. Demon King Sama. Demon King is such an exaggerated title. You are not allowed to call me that, especially when it's only the two of us in this room. Just call me Palmyra-sama. I will gratefully call you that, Palmyra-sama. As if on cue, Palmyra leaned towards the merchant. Just like her alias, there, she moved slickly and lewdly. Palmyra moved her cheeks so close to him that their breaths were almost entwined. Then she asked, by the way, how is Rigadang doing? It seems like he is doing well. He has gathered over 2,500 people. Which means that he is doing well. The man's mouth was passionately blocked to prevent her thoughts from being interrupted as she calculated. She was sure that Rigadang was aware that he couldn't use water on this march. This was evident from the flood of orders for wooden buckets. The more mercenaries he hires, the smaller wooden buckets he would need. If they were marching from here with water, then they would need horses, and also fodder for the horses. If they use carts, then it could possibly alleviate some of the problems, but the roads between Payson and Alunaha are muddy, making it unsuitable for carts. This was partly because Palmyra and Benon were estranged. Convenient transportation, on the other hand, makes it easier to invade. If they lack manpower, then they would have to have the mercenaries carry the water themselves. The march would naturally be slower, or some of the mercenaries may lose their will to fight and Rigadang would lose his fighting strength. But still, wooden buckets, together with the gutter that led from the poison storage into the river, that was a lot of wood being used. All of that belonged to Palmyra. Palmyra grandly released a large amount of lumber that was offered by the villages to rebuild the castle city. Rigadang was thankful that she had lent him money. But the money that she had lent him would come back to her through various ways. Although the mercenaries' pay is substantial, it is customary that only half of that is paid in advance. If they die, then the person who hired them doesn't need to pay the other half. If possible, she hoped that they would be annihilated. In other words, it was politics. She had Rigadang gather mercenaries partly to settle the battle with the who the foolish Benon served. The mercenaries that Benon, the previous Demon King of Alunaha, had gathered in preparation for the decisive battle had turned into bandits in this area. They had no other choice. Those who have left their hometowns to become mercenaries cannot stay in their original sheaths. They had no choice but to loot without the opportunity to fight. Palmyra wanted Rigadang to gather those kinds of people. If possible, she wanted them to be pulverized. Then, Payson would be at peace. I wonder who will win. Palmyra's thoughts wandered as she ran her fingers along the man's thin chest. Rigadang or Draco? Reason favored Rigadang. The numbers of pawns they had were different. Rigadang's forces are now large enough to take down a small castle town with the centaurs. What about Draco? Would he be able to notice Rigadang's strategy? Even if he did, he would need to be able to act against it. And if he can, will he be able to take effective measures? The more she thought, the more she believed that Rigadang had the advantage. But the woman who is seething inside Palmyra wasn't so sure. She held a high opinion for the lovely boy who she had once met and exchanged words within the high society of the capital. Did she have feelings towards him? How absurd. The would never have feelings for him. Her woman's sense of smell, if you will, is what is pushing for the dot. That was what she was trying to convince herself of. Still, What was this smoldering feeling deep in her heart? Perhaps it was the desire to conquer that boy. How has he grown? Palmyra hated the great demon kings of the past, but she valued their handsome appearance. The has strongly inherited their blood. He must have grown to be a handsome man. Palmyra slipped between the man's arms as she sucked tightly on his neck. She was no longer in the mood. The had no taste for burning her throat with cheap wine while thinking about the finest wine. Palmyra Sama, we'll have plenty to talk about once the war is over. With that, she gracefully waved her hand, signaling the end of the matter. The stun merchant quickly fixed his messy attire. She watched as the merchant clumsily left the room and Palmyra felt an uncontrollable surge of arousal from within. That's right, tales always happen by chance. That thought made her smile. She called for a servant with the bell in her hand. You wanted to see me? Rigadang hasn't asked you to open the granaries yet, has he? He has not. It seems that gathering a lot of mercenaries regardless of expense is causing him a lot of trouble. Provisions, horses, and water. All these arrangements have been delayed. I thought as much. You can't handle a soldier who's above your means. It wasn't so much a matter of it being above his means, but a matter of not having a group of vassals who have been raised as such. After all, demons can only fight when their superior's voice reaches them. It is necessary to have a higher-ranking person who is a leader to organize about 200 people. Rigadang does not have someone like that. Even logistics, or in other words, how to finance supplies, would have to be handled by him. It would be a burden and will dull his mind. This will give Draco, who has an overwhelming disadvantage, a bit of an advantage. In the best-case scenario, they would both go down. She didn't care who won, but she will do her best to make them feel obligated to her. That thought made her heart skip a beat. All right, let's unleash the contents of the poison storage tomorrow. The gutter has not been completed yet. I don't care. It may still flow into the river, but some of it will trickle out. Good. It would be nice if it went to waste. The expression on the face was like a fierce predator. It was joyous to be satisfied. Scheming and trapping. The joy of doing those things was imprinted into the very essence of her species. Now, the curtain will be open before they are ready. How will the actors dance? Dada didn't need light to run through the forest. Robbers are nocturnal. Their night vision was a gift from their evil god. Evil god? Yes, evil god. Dada was reflecting on the will of God which had been sent down to him. Lightning shot at the rock the moment he swung down his sword. At that moment, he was involved in a legend. It was also a sign that the robbers have yet to be ostracized from this world. This world is full of gods. Forest gods, gods of the night, wind gods, god of the furnace, bee gods, and god of the spears. Only a few things are decided by demons. Gods and evil gods are abundant around the lives of demons, and they shape the world. But only the robbers didn't have a god. There is no evil god watching over their race. This meant that there is no place for robbers in this world. There is no place for the robbers in the accord that makes up the world and the universe. Ants, butterflies, birds, and deer have gods. Only the robbers were alone in this vast chain that stretched infinitely to the corners of the heavens above. Dada's father was an evil god priest. He remembered that his father was the picture of strictness and honesty, but he also exuded gentleness in his harshness. He took his own life right after the king neglected his duties to perform the rituals and God's voice disappeared. It wasn't to admonish the lazy king. It was because of fear. His father cried the day before he died. Dada, robbers will be cast out of the world. Something more terrible than death awaits us. Loneliness. Is loneliness more terrible than death? It is. There is nothing more horrible. Think of spending eternity in a soul prison where there is no light, no sound, no smell, and sense of touch. It has no end. Not even with death. There is no salvation even after we die. That is dreadful. Frankly speaking, he was probably frightened of continuing to live a life plagued by loneliness. Dada didn't think it was a bad thing. He might have done the same thing if he had been in his father's position. Evil god priests have a close link to the evil god and robbers. He was able to feel the evil god's warmth more than anyone else. No wonder he was sensitive to the loss of the evil god's grace. Soon after, the castle city was snatched away by the unpleasant shapeshifters. When they were thrown out without a goal, those who slandered his father as being a coward for choosing suicide, realized the gravity of the situation for the first time. Life in the forest is hard and painful. Many of his fellow robbers lost their lives and the lazy king also died. It was likely that his body, which was accustomed to living in luxury, couldn't withstand the change. Dada, who had taken charge of the young, attended the funeral, but no one even offered the king a flower at the ceremony. The king's death was a lonely one, as the people who he ruled didn't send him off with a heartfelt farewell. Loneliness, huh? The rebels were single-minded to the point of being commendable in their quest to seek a connection with the evil god. They always offered the best part of the game they hunted. They even built an evil god temple in the forest, albeit a crude one, so that their evil god can return whenever they wanted, and yet they still had to endure loneliness that couldn't be healed for eternity. That was what he believed. But that belief had been overturned. Dada could still feel the time when he had cut the rock in his hand. That was a legend. It was a legend that should be passed down to the next generation. He didn't care when he died. At the same time, he knew he must pass this feeling to his children and grandchildren. CH 5.3 Dada, we're almost there. Okay. A comrade running beside him called out to him. They were almost out of the forest. Then, there will be a gentle slope, and little cover. Once there, they were to take a look at the edge of the forest. The trees parted. The view opened. The poison storage appeared before Dada. It was huge. There were 5 plastered granaries, and they were being illuminated by the moonlight. There were fences around them and guards in various places around bonfires. There weren't many guards. The gutter hadn't been completed when he had come here to scout, but it was almost done. There were also horses tethered to the fences. Something was going to happen soon. They needed to hurry. He looked at his 50 comrades and nodded, which conveyed to them that they should be prepared. Their hard life in the forest hadn't been in vain. They ran down the slope without a sound. The soles of the rebels' feet are soft so that they couldn't make a sound and be noticed by their prey. They approached the granaries in 5 groups of 10. There was nothing blocking their way. Their enemy must be watching them. Some of the guards began to move as if they were flustered, but they were too late. He sent a signal to his comrades. Then, there was a near-splitting roar. It was the most powerful roar a robber could make. Anyone who heard this would be taken by surprise and be frightened. Dada forcefully pulled down the thin fence with a yell of his own from his gut. The wooden fence was too weak to resist the might of the robber. Fire! He threw the barrel on his back against the plaster wall with all his might. The barrel was filled with oil. One of the groups pulled out a tinderbox and lit it up. The flame quickly spread as if it was looking down on the poison storage. Dada covered his mouth with a cloth. His comrades did the same. Then they bent low to avoid inhaling the smoke. They knew that the poison would be released from the burning poison storage. The other granaries were also on fire. Dada, shite, at the back. He ran for it when he heard his comrade's voice. The team that had set out for the furthest granary had failed. 5 teams, 5 granaries. They couldn't fail. They couldn't fail. But there was the possibility. All the granaries had to be destroyed. Every one of them must be completely destroyed. He received spare barrels from another group on his way to the back. As he passed by a burning granary and about to evade the gutter, he saw something unbelievable. Fuck. The poison is already flowing. The liquid was so blue that it was still easily recognizable under the moonlight. The vicious liquid slowly flowed down the gutter that branched out from the furthest granary. A considerable amount must have already flowed away. He couldn't see the end of the liquid. The poison was flowing like a river in the darkness. There was no hesitation. Dada hit the pillar supporting the gutter with all his might. The wood wound and the wooden pegs that were holding the wood together popped off. Once more. Again. The pillar bent and the gutter tilted. The pillar cracked when he hit it for the 4th time. The gutter toppled. Dada definitely felt that he was covered in something gooey. Evil God. I was at a loss as I walked down the back streets of the Divine Realm. I had promised Draco that I would definitely find him, but how am I supposed to find a single evil god in this wide Divine Realm? I only grew more impatient. Dusk was approaching and the lights were beginning to come on. These places are anachronistic, and it seems that only low-profile gods hang around here. I wonder if they use electricity. Maybe they use miracles as a substitute. I split up with Yoshinaga-san so we could cover more ground. We were to meet at the yakitori restaurant where we had eaten skewers at before after sunset. I am still looking for the Reborn evil god while walking to the yakitori restaurant. I was walking around at random, but I still couldn't find him at all. It wasn't good that the Divine Realm was so wide. According to Yoshinaga-san, this Divine Realm was the largest Divine Realm in this world. There are a few smaller Divine Realms, but most of them were created and maintained by a very small group of close friends, or by eccentric gods who keep to themselves. So, a large portion of gods who are in charge of the vast and spacious lower world, or in other worlds, The vast areas of the demon realm and human world live in this place. It's no wonder it's vast. This meant that there is a high chance that the Reborn evil god is here. The divine realm is roughly a square city block on top of a huge circular tray-like base. At the center of the block is a smaller square which is the central district. The huge temples, shrines, etc., which I saw when I first visited the divine realm are in that central district. They were so large that they could be seen from anywhere in the city. I don't like this structure. The map is too neat. A geometrically beautiful map made only of straight lines does not give the sense of people living in it. On the other hand, the landscape is interesting since it's made up of a lot of different things. The stores that are aligned side by side aren't multinational, but rather multi-universal, and there is a street paved with a shocking pink asphalt. It hurts my eyes. But my priority right now is to find a god. I don't have the time for idle amusement right now. What does he look like anyway? It would have made all the difference if I had at least asked Draco about this, but I was careless. Actually, I know his name. His name is Edward the Dot. I went to the government office because I thought I would get a clue on him based on my experience in my previous life. So I went there to ask them about him and they told me his name. But I still don't know what he looks like. I also got promoted to upper first rank. Nothing has really changed. The alley is full of gods at this time of the day. They all looked tired as if they had spent the whole day playing around. Are they going for a drink after this? I had to find Edward the among them. I hope he hasn't been spirited away. I felt a shiver run down my spine when I thought about it. I couldn't be sure that I wouldn't be spirited away either. But as far as I can see, there is a god, a bear. A god. It's quite hard to find him. A bear? It's a bear. That's definitely a bear. It is, but a huge stuffed animal, well over 3 meters long, is weaving through the crowd of gods. The white spots on his chest formed the crescent moon indicating that he is a moon bear. He's fast. He moved along lightly as if he was a trained businessman changing trains at rush hour. Wait, please wait. I called out to him, but he didn't hear me in the crowd. He turned around a corner and disappeared from my sight. I rushed to catch up with him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Did he enter a store? I don't know if he is Edward the or not, but he is a bear. This seems promising, and that's what happened. I see. You were probably spot on. Yoshinaga-san turned over the contents of a brown jizz envelope on the bar table. A photograph came out of the envelope. The stuffed bear was on the photograph. There is no doubt this stuffed bear is the same one that I saw earlier. This is Edward the picture. He is the Reborn's evil god, but he is currently appointed to a distant administrative post. His nickname is because he's left-handed. Does being left-handed really give you a nickname? In his case, yes, Yoshinaga-san said as she picked up a photo. There stood a stuffed bear in a heroic pose. I know why he doesn't go to the lower world now. This Edward-kun is the defending champion of the Miracle Prohibited Indiscriminatory Martial Arts Tournament, and he's currently breaking the record for consecutive defenses. In other words, he's a fighter, the best of the best. No wonder he could move that fast with his huge body, but this will be quick since we've found him. So, let's go talk to him about going to the lower world. That's not going to happen. Why not? Are you confident in your skills, Hiraban? You know I'm not good at fighting, Yoshinaga-san. I'm not very confident in that area either. Why does my physical strength have to do with this? Yoshinaga-san sculled her beer mug which was filled to the brim in one gulp. He has sworn that he will not go to the lower world unless he is beaten by a challenger. 2 seconds. The challenger in front of him was blown away in just 2 seconds. It was a swing to the right. The challenger didn't fly away in a cartoonish parabolic manner, but rather, with a dull thud into the ring in a very vivid manner. Edward the 3-meter-long stuffed bear, is very strong, extremely so. I thought I would be able to come up with a way to beat him if I saw him fight, but this is impossible. Master can't beat him. Wasn't that too overwhelming? Yoshinaga-san and I visited the arena to bring Edward the evil god of the Reborns down to the lower world. I was wondering what the tournament will be like since it is called the Miracle Prohibited Indiscriminatory Martial Arts Tournament, but the match was very simple. Edward roared in a ring which looked like it could be used for sumo or pro wrestling, and the people around him were completely bored. There was no applause. Well, it wouldn't be fun if the defending champion won by a single blow. And he used his right hand, didn't he? Yeah. He didn't use his golden left hand. It's not very fun to watch. Edward has the longest record for consecutive defenses. He is probably too strong. He will become less and less popular if he keeps having such overwhelming and underrated fights. Is he getting along well with the other fighters and management? At the very least, I would like to see his famous left-hand blow or him letting a challenger practice with him or something. I'm not telling him to have a fixed match, but he needs to know how to make the match more exciting. I looked around at the audience. We were the only two in the front row with a few people in the back. A drunken old man, a yawning cat, and a flirting couple. The gods here are all different. I bought a ticket here when I entered the arena. It was only a single ticket for an unreserved seat. There were other tickets in the past such as reserved desk seats on the second floor, but it was crossed out with a horizontal line. I doubt anyone would pay 7,000 karma for an S seat since this fight isn't popular. That was a little too expensive. So, what are you going to do, Master? I believe it would be a little difficult to wait for Edward Kun to lose under these circumstances. It would be impossible for him to lose like this. They don't even have prize money to attract challenges. Really? I'll challenge the champion because they are strong. It doesn't feel like people are challenging him because he is strong. Yeah, I believe this event is probably a failure. It felt as if I was watching a weekday event of a shady local wrestling group. Is there really any meaning to a championship title that is being continuously kept by the same person? While I was thinking about this, an old man approached me from the other side. He must be a manager or something from the way he was dressed. You two guests are watching Sir Ed's match zealously. Are you two his fans? Well, not exactly. Well, I don't really care if you are or not. I'm just wondering if you have any ideas on how to get him to lose. CH 5.4. I was taken to the back of the building to the manager's office, which had a very wabi-sabi aesthetic. The desk was made of steel. The sofa's cushioning was torn, and sponges and springs were sticking out of it. There was a frame on the wall which read wholeheartedly, "I'm sorry, I'm out of coffee." "It's alright." "It's fine, Tilda." He brought out vegetable juice poured in teacups. Yoshinaga-san immediately opened the small package in the middle of the table. I also quietly took a jelly wrapped in wafer paper. The green color on the jelly looked yummy. "So, what do you think of Sir Ed's match?" In a few words, it wasn't spectacular. He settled the match too easily. "You're right." "Anything else?" Yoshinaga-san and I looked at each other, and it was too short. "Yes. That's exactly it." "That's all there was to his match." The manager looked down weakly. I could feel indescribable sorrow from his slumped shoulders. "Sir Ed is too strong. Extremely strong. So strong that even I, as a man, am charmed by him." "But he's too strong. He has no one who could match him." "He has no one who could match him, but he trains every day. He shows no sign of slowing down. His challengers are instantly defeated. People don't challenge him anymore except for those who are weird." I warned him about this. I told him, "You need to put on a show to let people see how strong you are." But he said, "I don't like fixed matches." "Why do I have such a body?" He uses I-1. "How unfit." "Well, I guess using I is alright since he's a stuffed bear. Even though he is 3 meters tall." I didn't tell him to go easy on his opponent because it's a match. "I understand that. But how do I say this? The program. A fighter who is too strong and unaccommodating may be difficult for a promoter to deal with." "Of course, it all depends on how the show is presented." "And Yoshinaga-san, you're eating too many snacks. Hold back a little." "Say, don't you have any idea about what I can do?" "I want to make Sir Ed lose." "I believe he'll understand that way." The manager leaned forward. "Even if he says that, Edward is the strongest. It's absurd to defeat the strongest." "Okay." The voice came from beside me. It was Yoshinaga-san. "We'll take care of it." Yoshinaga's eyes were blazing. She loved adversity. We wandered around the shopping district of the Divine Realm while planning our strategy after leaving the manager's office. I felt like I wasn't in a place much different than the one in my previous life when I walked around like this, but when I see crocodiles walking on 2 legs, dragons as tall as my knees, Octopian full-body armor, and 2-centimeter men evoking daimyo processions among the shoppers, I realize that I am in the Divine Realm. "You said yes too easily. Do you have any ideas?" "It's your job to think of one," Yoshinaga-san declared as she stuffed her mouth with the takoyaki that we had just bought at a food stall. She hasn't changed at all. She still leaves the job to other people. Yoshinaga-san, the commander, sets the target, and I, the execution unit, take action. This was the Go and Shogai Club style. I guess the division of roles went fairly well. Yoshinaga-san would come up with ideas on how to move, and it doesn't turn out great when I do as she instructs. Yoshinaga-san pushed me around a lot when I was called Hiraban in my freshman year in high school. It was only 1 year, but I have a lot of strange memories from that time. Either way, we have to get Edward Kunda to lose in order to get him to go to the lower world. The only way to get Edward to lose is to get him to fight a challenger who is stronger than him. But he's that strong. I don't know if there's anyone here who could beat Edward, and even if there is, there's not enough prize money to entice them to fight. There's no maniac who would fight for free. The manager promised to give us 300,000 karma for funds. Of course, he'll pay it to us later. What can I even do with that? People, goods, and money. We don't have any of that. In this case, people are strong challengers, things are tricks to win, and money is the prize money. We have none of the above. It might be possible to do something about this if we had one of those things, but the current situation is extremely worrisome. You don't need to think so much. Why don't you just do it in a way you're good at? The way I'm good at? This again? It's a bit different this time. A Japanese-style room about 100 tatami mats wide, go boards and smiling and laughing gods in front of me. This is the Malkund that I had ravaged before. It's been a while, Nichan. We've been waiting for you. We won't let you win and run away like last time. I sat down in front of the angry elderly gods, who were speaking in a Kansai accent for some reason, and smiled politely. This isn't good. Not good at all. My long experience in playing betting Go has made it clear that this is a very bad situation. When an elderly person gets into this state, they basically don't let you leave. I'm alone and there are several of them. I'm psychically at a disadvantage. But Nichan, I thought you were strong, but I didn't realize you were a direct disciple of the Dot. No wonder you're strong. We haven't even been trained by her directly. Yoshinaga-san was standing behind me. She smiled politely and waved her hands. It seems that Yoshinaga-san really did introduce the gods to Go. Well, it does seem like something she would do, but why did she decide to teach people how to play Go in the Divine Realm? Curious. So, I would like to ask you to play another game with me today. I asked in a gentlemanly manner, and the gods, who had free time on their hands, smiled in an amused manner. Of course, we won't just play a game with you, we'll play 100 or 1,000 games with you. We gods here have plenty of time after all. We'll play as many games as you want. Of course, we'll bet with karma. Then I realized something. I had no karma to bet. To be more precise, I had about 80 million karma. I have that, but that's my karma. I came here as part of my work to defeat Edward. So, I was afraid of piling up karma debt. What's wrong, Nichan? Have you already spent all the karma you took from us? Oh, come on, isn't that too soon? It's great to be young. The elderly gods were jeering as they liked. Now then, what should I do? Yoshinaga-san stepped forward. When I thought this, we'll go with a different way of playing this time. A different way? Yes. A different way. Yoshinaga-san smiled her usual smile and quickly set up a Go board in front of me. I didn't expect this. You understand what I mean when I say two-player, right? The assembled elderly gods began to whisper among themselves. Of course, they would. Two-player betting Go. She was looking down on the serious masters here. But Yoshinaga-san's provocation didn't stop. You can place a handicap stone on the board if you want to. But this evil god Haruna will still win even if you do. Give me a break. You're telling a serious player to place a handicap stone on the board? It was nothing but an insult to give them an impossible condition like two-player Go and then give them a handicap. This isn't about whether I will win or lose. It's a matter of pride. We don't mind, but we'll get our karma's worth. Yeah. Since this isn't just a game. The elderly gods' eyes glittered mysteriously. It wasn't a surprise that they were acting like this since I took all their karma last time, and now Yoshinaga-san was acting like this towards them. We couldn't complain even if we were thrown out of the room. I looked at Yoshinaga-san and saw that she had a big smile on her face. I'll be the one betting. She pointed to her chest with her thumb in a chivalrous manner. I'll bet you the right to spend the night with me. You'll be able to acquire karma. Wait. No. Number. What's she saying? I wonder if the takoyaki that she had just eaten has some brain-eating parasite in it. She bet herself in a betting Go game, and it's a two-player Go game at that. Even if I'm good at Go, This is still a serious two-player Go game to me. I might even lose. It's nuts to bet yourself on such a game. I went pale, and Yoshinaga-san brought her face close to my ears and whispered, "I believe in you, Reborn." My face twitched. Blood rushed from my face. Disgusting sweat ran down my back. The elderly gods on the other side of the table were staring at Yoshinaga-san with smirks on their faces as if they were tasting her. I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose. The woman I had fallen in love with was at stake. There's no way I can lose. I was playing against 3 players before long. There was a stack of bills beside me, more than last time, that's for sure. I was winning and winning. But I was getting tired. I wanted to take a coffee break, but my opponent wouldn't allow me to do so. I proceeded to play the game against the seething elderly gods while eating a banana that Yoshinaga-san had brought me. My opponent's eyes were bloodshot. It would be bad for the future of the business if a serious player played 3 against 1 against such a youngster who was leading them by the nose. I wouldn't be happy about it if I were in their shoes. It was time for them to make a move. In other words, an off-the-board attack. What cheerful thing is going on here? A voice came from behind me. It was a lovely voice which sounded like a bell chiming. When I turned around, I saw a girl, who looked like a doll, smiling at me. Her hair is in ringlets. The blonde girl with a distinctive hairstyle picked up the hem of her skirt and bowed at me with a graceful gesture. "It's a pleasure to meet you, evil god Hirano-san. I am Christina von Malkund, the person in charge of this gambling house." CH 5.5 Demon King. 1,500 men were sent out first. Rigadang's army marched forward. As the sun began to rise, they were unprepared. Even so, the color at the river had changed. Everything might not work if they delayed their movements here. The river was poisoned. The mud slurpers will be angry and Alunaha will be under attack. Draco will then discharge his army and Rigadang will take the empty Alunaha. It sounded simple in words, but it was extremely difficult. Unexpected things happened in war. Everything starts at once and the battle is over before you know it. It was impossible to fully respond to the situation. But information and position are important to get around as skillfully as possible. Rigadang made the difficult decision to dispatch 1,500 men to obtain both. He even had the centaurs, who he wanted to preserve his cavalry, carry the water buckets as they moved southward in silence. 1,500 was the number of mercenaries who could engage in battle. The number of small packs had to be increased as well since the objective this time was to attack the castle. A total of 2,500 men were to be sent to the bad road along the riverside. The small packs will have to make round trips between Payson and Alunaha once the attack on the city commences. But he hadn't decided on what procedure to follow yet due to their sudden departure. The rest of the 1,000 mercenaries were left in the hands of a mercenary named Seifert, a night demon. But Rigadang couldn't rely on him. Mercenary is a job in which one's life is a commodity. Mercenaries have a moral code, but if they will immediately run away if they're at a disadvantage. In this case, half the money that had already been paid was a good sum. There was no harm in running away as long as they can ignore the fact that they won't get the other half of the money or their daily allowance. They can find an employer as long as they move or wait for things to cool down. Rigadang gritted his teeth. 5 more days. No, 3 more days. He could have made a more decent attack with that much time. Today was the worst day ever. He couldn't cancel or postpone the attack. The poison flowed with malicious intent. He had sent a messenger to strongly oppose this, but it would have no effect. Is this the trap? Rigadang didn't answer Katia's question. He rode his horse onwards as his stomach churned. The poison princess would have laughed at Rigadang's hasty march. He hadn't considered her an ally from the beginning. He really hadn't. But what was with this treatment? She even funded him and was now ruining all his plans. He could see why Benon had criticized her as the poison princess. Is the connected to Draco? Katia immediately countered his mutter. I don't think so. She wouldn't have given you money to hire mercenaries if she was. She could have driven you out with only the clothes on your back or turned you over to Draco if she was. What if she doesn't just want to spoil my plans but also to chip away at Draco's power as well? The poison princess will be the one who will benefit if the and I both go down. This will make sense if you think about it that way. She'll join forces with both adversaries, incite them and reap all the good things for herself. You also know about Snow, don't you, Katia? Snow was the name of a resourceful general in ancient times. Legend says that in the territory he had received from the ruler, There was the den of an evil poisonous dragon and a cunning bone-eating spider who he had fight and injure each other, and then he defeated them both. It really sounds like the shapeshifter's idea, but I have no proof. It is also possible that this is Draco's plan. He's a man who would use even his own life and death to fuel rumors. It is hard to say that he isn't using that to his advantage. The classics also say, if you're in doubt, even a mountain's shadow is a dragon. Aren't you overthinking it? It's a commander's job to think. You must shine a light on suspicious things and look at them closely. Besides, I know more about that than you. He knew. Yes, he knew. Rigadang hallucinated Draco's breathing over and over again during his death-defying escape in the woods. The Draco has become a symbol of fear in Rigadang's mind. He must defeat that with his own hands. He would not be able to escape from this nightmare if he doesn't. I understand that you are concerned about Draco, Rigadang-sama, but you have such a large force now. You could be a little more open-minded. Open-minded, you say? Yes, for example, attack somewhere else. That's exactly what Draco wants. I'm not interested in having him pincer attack me while I'm attacking the city. That is just an example. There must be something you can do. You are overestimating Draco. The enemy is Draco. He must be killed in a single blow or there will be no peace. But you want to say that I am a coward? Rigadang's eyes were filled with anger. He couldn't turn a blind eye to that insult as a proud goblin shaman. No. But, enough. I would like to be alone for a bit. Karita, you're in charge of the small packs. Understood. Rigadang didn't spare Katia a second glance as she headed towards the small packs at the rear of the group. He had too many things to think about. The succubus princess, how to attack Alunaha and how to rule after it falls, and the arrangements for the inauguration of the Demon King. How will he take revenge on Palmyra for upsetting his plan? Rigadang didn't believe he could be defeated while he was daydreaming. He had a trump card, something Draco had, but he didn't. He had that now. There was no way he could lose. Evil god. A girl with blonde hair which was set in ringlets gazed at us. Von Malkund, No, her name is Christina von Malkund. She is the goddess who reigns at the top of all the Malkund stores scattered throughout the divine realm. Her miracle is love's. CH 5.6. Martial arts performance? Haruno-san. Yes, a mixed martial arts tournament without miracles. It was my job to explain. This was a business meeting. I had to make this work no matter what. Yoshinaga-san had wagered herself, and even invited the person who she disliked here to get my hands on this opportunity. The current training champion is Edward . He is a records holder for consecutive defenses. I've seen him in person and he's terrifyingly strong. Doesn't he draw a certain number of customers if he's that strong? Surprisingly, the bite, one, was good. I shouldn't be fooled by her girlish appearance. It's a given that these types of people are sensitive to the smell of money. But you shouldn't suddenly talk about how to get rich quick with them. That's the tricky part. Edward-kun is too strong. He has nothing to show off. If he doesn't have anything to show off, then there's no business. It's all over too easily. That's the problem. A get-rich scheme with a problem is unacceptable. So, I need your help. I just run gambling dens. I don't know if I have enough power to help you. She lazily evaded. She is indeed Yoshinaga-san's rival. Gambling and entertainment go hand in hand. They are inseparable. There's no way this wasn't involved in the entertainment business. I'll have to trick her. I've heard that your place has accumulated excellent skills and management. I don't exercise my power over that part of the organization, but impressive, as expected of someone who is acquainted with the nonsense. Okay, I won't deny it. I didn't mention her ability to take control of the organization on purpose. I also feel that it wasn't a big deal that Yoshinaga-san tore apart a division. Well, whatever. My mood has been dampened. What exactly do you want from me? I want you to promote the event and find challenges, and I need you to prepare and organize the day of the event. You're being too reckless, using a god as a messenger. I don't get anything in return. How about 70% of the profits? You and the who is playing marbles with the ghost stones over there, will get 30%? Isn't that too good to be true? I'm sure you have enough karma, but we'll give you that karma as collateral. I pointed at the amount of karma that I had gotten from the 3 versus 1 player game. I'm sick of counting them. So, You and are the investors and we are the actual promoters? Yes. It's not a bad deal. We will provide the capital and you run the actual operations and make a profit. It's a sweet deal. Miss Mulcan's eyes narrowed. It's very intimidating when a beautiful woman makes an expression like that. I like it. I didn't think I could have a business-like conversation since you're linked to the dot. I'm honored. Would you like to work for me? I'm willing to discuss the conditions of your employment. No, I have Yoshinaga-san. Yoshinaga-san, is it? Well, alright. I felt relieved. Since she has hostility towards Yoshinaga-san, I was able to surprise her and change her feelings towards this. I was lucky. I understand what you want. Shall I prepare a detailed document? I would appreciate it if you did. We aren't doing much anyway. I don't care if they force an unreasonable condition or anything since it won't hurt me in any way. By the way, now that we're done with business, how do you propose to make up for the damage you have done to my gambling den? Damn it, I forgot. She only came here because the gambling den was being messed up. Whose fault is it? Mine. The revolving lantern was turning at a tremendous speed, being beaten to a pulp, being buried in concrete, being dumped in hell. No, you can't do that. I don't want to die yet. Though, I guess I won't die even if they only did that much. Foo-foo, you're a funny one. Your face turned from blue to white. Ah, no. Miss Mulcan smiled sweetly. Her smile was even somewhat lewd despite her girlish appearance. You owe me. Not the but you. Yes, you owe me. You owe the Christina von Mulkund. What kind of nasty things will she make me do? I was horrified just imagining it. Then, let us meet again. You too. With these words, Miss Mulkund left the tatami room. We've moved one step forward. But will we really find someone who can defeat Edward? I ate an American hot dog. The taste of ketchup and mustard spread in my mouth along with a crispy texture. This kind of food tastes better when eaten in a slightly vulgar way. On the day of the match, there were quite a few people gathered on the street near the arena where the event was to take place. Ad balloons were floating in the blue sky and food stalls lined the streets. Fireworks were also going off, which made it somewhat exciting. It's like a festival, isn't it, Yoshinaga-san? Yup. I'm glad Mulcan-san decided to help us. Yup. It must be lucrative. I'm sure she'll make a fortune. She's there, so she would have made quite a bit. Did she? She's also charging the stalls for using the space. He is formidable after all. Yoshinaga-san said a little unhappily while chomping on a strange candy called Betomts candy. Apparently, she didn't like the fact that I owed Miss Mulkund. Yoshinaga-san believed that we should have just let it slide. She doesn't believe that what she did messed up the gambling den, but it's hard to say. Besides, it is actually selfish to owe a debt there. Miss Mulkund is a businesswoman who represents the divine realm. We have nothing to lose but a worthless evil god. It doesn't matter if I owe her a debt or a loan. Having a connection with her isn't bad. She is a goddess with a social standing. I assume that she's participating in the conference from her actions and words. If she is, then it's unlikely that she would ask me for something unreasonable since I'm a lower-ranked god. It's important to be remembered by the other person and the cost can be considered later. I feel like I won't be able to do well in many ways in the future if I don't use this kind of tactic. It's unlikely that I'll be able to pay back 500 million karmas just by consolidating my position. I must help Draco and pay back my debt at the same time. I have a long way to go. Oh yeah. Why are you and Mulcan-san on such bad terms? You're getting straight to the point, aren't you, master? Really? I was just wondering. Yoshinaga-san crunched the Betomts candy and sighed. We're not on bad terms, but we have an inseparable bond. We debuted in the divine realm at almost the same time. That is absolutely a lie. Being in an inseparable bond wouldn't produce such a dangerous aura. I butted in because the rules she made for her organization are a bit strict. But I'd say that our relationship is generally good. Ah, I see. But I think she mentioned the conference. I'll talk to her about that when I get the chance. You'll probably have to attend the conference in the future anyway. She evaded the topic. She averted her gaze for a bit, so she definitely did. Something must have happened at the conference, but I didn't press her any further since I would probably put her in a bad mood if I asked more questions about this. I'm afraid of what will follow when she gets angry. There was a huge line in front of the arena entrance. The seats were sold out, so this line was for standing spectators. They weren't allowed to enter the arena yet, so they were busy eating the food that they had brought at the stalls and exchanging information. Everyone had a bookmaker's listing magazine in their hand. They were betting odds. Spectators place bets with bookmakers. Each bookmaker offers different ratios, and the spectator looks for the bookmaker with the best odds that match their prediction. Some bookmakers are creative enough to combine the results of multiple fights into a single bundle, which was quite interesting. Miss Mulkund was able to make a successful event by combining multiple matches since it was difficult to make a show with only one match. Yoshinaga-san, is it profitable to be a bookmaker? It can be lucrative if you do it right, but I don't think that would run something like a petty bookmaking house. I think she makes her money by selling the right to operate bookmaking here. She still makes money no matter who wins. Exactly. She calls herself there, but she's quite a solid person. So, smart people are different. I have a feeling that most of the money that I worked hard to earn in my previous life was sucked up by some smart person. In the end, being reborn is still unfair. But the odds are staggering. Yoshinaga-san, who seemed to have somehow obtained a pamphlet produced by a bookmaker, was looking at the contents. It seemed that there would be interesting matches such as Dragon God vs Wolf God, or Monkey God vs Dog God. I have a feeling gods around here are used to these kinds of events. It was a bit vexing. This bookie seems to think that Edward there has a significant advantage over his opponent. Well, of course he would. Huge posters of the champion and challengers are posted at the front of the arena. On the left is the champion, Edward and the challenger the Dot. She was the evil goddess in charge of the Dot. There aren't any problems with her strength. The catchphrase Beauty and the Beast was flamboyantly displayed. But since Edward is a stuffed animal, his finish was quite fancy despite his drive. Will she win? We'll just have to pray she will. The match was about to begin. There is a saying that Kendo is a threefold discipline. It means that an empty-handed martial artist needs 3 times the rank to fight against a swordsman who has a real sword or a wooden sword. So, the would have an advantage since she used a sky piercer, a long weapon. But no one really knows what the outcome will be. Different situations call for different levels of strength. Outdoors and indoors. One-on-one and melee. A match and an actual fight. Just because you have a specialized weapon doesn't mean that you will win unconditionally. She couldn't let her guard down. But the drive was tremendous. Miss Mulkund was amazing for coming up with the catchphrase Beauty and the Beast. She was indeed beautiful, dressed in a light pink too. Her kama with Itsuki and her black hair pulled up in a ponytail. The brutal appearance of the sky piercer in her hand also created a strange atmosphere. The venue was packed. I was sitting in a box seat with Yoshinaga-san, waiting for the match to start. The challenger there had already entered the pit. Now all we had to do was wait for the champion. Although she wasn't doing a martial arts demonstration, there was swinging her sky piercer around as if to check her grip. It's a great weapon. It's a weapon called a sky piercer. Luby used it in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. But it didn't actually exist yet back then. Is it easy to use? It's a difficult weapon to handle, but it's very strong. It can do anything: thrust, slash and slice. The sky piercer was a strange weapon. It has a strange shape. It has a crescent-shaped horizontal blade on one side of the spear. It is a versatile weapon that can thrust, slash, and sweep. It is heavy. I don't remember how heavy, but it is a two-handed weapon. Anyone can wield it, but it takes a lot of practice to master it. It's an interesting concept, but it's at the top of the list for weapons that will never become popular. It is said that the last drop makes the cup run over 3. The black-haired princess is pretty special since she can wield it with ease. You know a lot about weird things, Master. I wonder if it will work on Edward the Dot. Edward should be fine if he doesn't change his bare-handed style. The long shaft is an overwhelming advantage by itself. The rules say that miracles are prohibited, but can she swing such a heavy weapon without any miracles? The use of is prohibited, but I think she's strengthening her body itself. Hey, but body modifications require a considerable amount of karma. Evil gods can't gather karma even if they gather faith. So it should be impossible for them to use it. Then why is they able to? Who knows? There might be a trick to it. A trick, you say? I only have this much karma even though I can make a lot of money from betting Go. So, there must have some source of income. If her body, itself, has been strengthened, then the difference in physique is hardly a problem. Even if Edward there has an overwhelming difference in terms of physique, it won't be much of an advantage. Then, do you think they will win, Yoshinaga-san? Who knows? but we need her to win. The evil goddess in charge of Draco's enemy, the Dot. I told Yoshinaga-san that I will eventually cross swords with her. I don't know if we will actually exchange blows on the battlefield, but this is a good opportunity for me to see my opponent's hand. Now, I guess it's time for the champion to make his appearance. CH 5.7. She regulated her breathing and focused her attention on the 3 median points below her stomach. As soon as her excitement subsided, her sensitivity to her surroundings sharpened and she could feel tranquility filling her body. For there, a match like this is nothing more than child's play. Her opponent is said to be a martial arts champion. But how strong is he? This is just a game. A fight where lives are not on the line is of little value to the Dot. She longed for a man. His surname was Bu. His given name was Lu and his courtesy name was Feng Xian. People called him Lu Bu. It was a crazy feeling. She has read anything with the name Romance of the Three Kingdoms starting from the manga, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. She wanted to train her body. She wanted to see the horizon that Lu Bu had seen with her own eyes. However, that wish didn't come true. She had a weak body in her previous life and had already abandoned her name. She spent her days staring at the white walls of the hospital and thinking about the spacious fields. When she learned that she could die and be transmigrated, she was prepared to give up everything. She wanted to live a direct life just like the former Lu Bu, without fear, without regret and without hesitation. She gave up on many things to achieve this. She gave up honesty, integrity, gentleness, and womanhood. She gained strength in exchange for everything. She wanted to gain more strength. She wanted to aim higher. She will do whatever it takes to gain power. Truthfully, she didn't have time to waste here. But she accepted the offer to challenge the champion for the sake of her petty pride. Warrior. The strongest warrior. She felt a bit repulsed that someone other than herself was calling themselves that. She felt a bit irritated as if her feelings were fraying. She came here to get rid of those feelings. Victory is a given, and she felt no pleasure or joy over winning. She didn't feel like letting a less skilled person practice with her, and if she had to pick an emotion, it would be pity. She didn't know how good the champion is, but he is just a power fighter. He is destined to sink into the ring without being able to land a scratch. She closed her eyes. She listened carefully. The cheers became louder. Her opponent must have entered the ring. A presence entered the ring. She opened her eyes. There stood a bear. He took off his stuffed animal costume. Edward Kun, who was standing in the ring, was not a stuffed bear about 3 meters tall. He is a real bear. A sharply built bear standing on 2 legs. He took off his cloak and championship belt. He was only wearing boxer shorts and gloves. His majestic appearance made the audience in the arena even more excited. Edward wasn't excited at all. Edward Kun is serious. Yes, I didn't expect him to take off his stuffed animal costume. Honestly, I was surprised to learn that the stuffed bear is not his real body. This is the divine realm, so I was thinking it might be possible, but when I thought about my previous life, is it a stuffed animal Tsukumogami? It was a relief to know that a bear was inside, but it also made me feel uneasy. Even though her body had been modified, there was still a former human. Could she win against a bear? The will win, won't she? I don't know. I guess all we can do is hope that she will. Yoshinaga-san was eating the popcorn that she had bought from the vendor. She was skillfully picking half salty and half caramel popcorn from a large cup. Aren't you worried? There's nothing we can do even if we worry. This is a match between them. Let's just sit back and watch. You're very detached. Gods are like that. After all, we can only watch this match until it ends. It's still up to the person themselves to do something. Even if you can help and set things up, it doesn't matter if that person is human, a demon or even a god. I couldn't say anything back to her. Draco had said the same thing. I really wanted to help him, but I couldn't. I could do nothing but observe. Her lips relaxed. There was admiring Edward, the whom she had met for the first time. In front of her wasn't an opponent for entertainment. He was an enemy, and a strong one at that. You've done well to train this much. She found herself muttering. Gratitude filled her heart. She had never been filled with this kind of emotion before, even when she fought with the demons in the lower world. For those who train and seek martial arts, encountering a strong person was the ultimate pleasure, the supreme joy. I thought I was strong, but you're strong too, Ani-san. Contrary to her expectation, the bear's voice sounded young. He sounded young, but his tone was full of confidence. Yes, I am strong. I am strong. Come at me with all your strength. I will do my best to fight you too. I can use all my strength. It would be disrespectful to fight a strong person and not give it your all. She looked into Edward's eyes. He still looked a bit confused. He wasn't sure if he could really give it his all. On the other hand, she was full of hope that she could release all her strength. Is it really alright, Annie-san? I already told you it's alright. You'll be belittling me if you think you could win without giving it your all. I don't think that. But I'm going to win for the sake of the Rebels who believe in me. Is that your conviction? Yes, I will be strong for my believers. I don't think the Rebels will forget to perform their rituals if I am strong. The snickered at his determination. It was silly. A really trivial matter. Do you really think you could beat me with such tiny resolve? It's not tiny. It's important. It's a small, trivial, meaningless and silly belief. It's not. It is. They stopped snickering and readied her sky piercer. She lowered her stance and lowered the tip of her weapon so that it touched the ground. She didn't pay attention to the spectators or the judges around her. You're looking for an external reason to improve your martial arts. That is the reason why you can't beat me. That's not true. Edward also readied his stance. His fur ruffled, his whole body filled with ki. He must have learnt a lot of kung fu. Each moment the two of them were facing each other and crashing their ki together was irresistibly comfortable to her. Stop doing this when I win. Why? Fighting here will not give you true strength. I am strong. Yes, you are the strongest here, but your strength is a sham. It's not. It is. You're wrong. Become strong for real, and then fight me again. Edward's fighting spirit exploded. He didn't use his right fist, but his dot. It was a serious blow. The two of them rushed at each other. I didn't know what had happened. I noticed that their positions had switched. Yoshinaga-san was also standing there in a daze with popcorn in her mouth. The venue was quiet. Edward slowly fell over with a thud. Edward had lost. With a single blow. There was standing. She was standing but she wasn't okay. The sky piercer in her hand had broken in half from the middle of the handle. They turned around and climbed down from the ring with the broken sky piercer in her hand. She didn't glance at Edward who was still on the ground. Seeing this, the spectators finally understood the situation. The winner is the exclamation mark. The MC announced in a loud voice. The crowd erupted in cheers but there were some disappointed voices mixed in with the cheers. They must have lost their bet. Their losing ticket fluttered in the air like confetti. Yoshinaga-san, she won. I called out to Yoshinaga-san who was still in shock. But there was no response. Yoshinaga-san, I won. Yoshinaga-san suddenly stood up and hugged me. Yoshinaga-san, Master, I won. I won. Wow. She took out a bundle of betting tickets from her pocket. I don't know when she brought it, but she had quite a lot of tickets. Gosh, the bookmakers are blind. They put stupid ratios in the pamphlets, so I made a lot of money. Yoshinaga-san, you were betting on the match? Yeah. I was praying and praying. I needed that to win. Earlier when you said that you would pray for her to win. Oh, don't get me wrong, Master. My prayer was pure. I was purely praying for her to win since we'll be troubled if she doesn't. This profit from the bet is just an additional gain. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't have to say it like that. That's right. This is who Yoshinaga-san is. She is the sun and I'm the moon. That's fine. Edward-kun is more important right now. We have to go persuade him. I hope he's not hurt or anything. Yeah, I guess so. I can get the money later. I hope the bookmakers don't hide. It's just an additional gain, right? I pointed out and Yoshinaga-san pouted a little. Master is so mean. Yoshinaga-san already started walking as she said this. I followed after her. CH 5.8. The path to the waiting room was very quiet. The words "don't run" in the corridor that were posted on the wall were meaningless. It was quite different from the noise at the front where people were excited about the birth of a new champion or being upset. No one showed concern for the former champion since no one knew him. Almost all of the spectators who had gathered in the arena today were first-timers. They probably didn't know that mixed martial art matches had been held here until now. He had been aiming to be the strongest without being known and he had protected the title of being strongest without being known. I wonder if the spectators, including us, were fit to witness the end of his aloof strength. Excuse me. There was no answer to my knock. I pushed open the badly built door. It's a bear, not a stuffed animal, but a real bear. It's very impressive to see him up close like this. Edward was looking down while still in his boxers, but he noticed us and looked up. Who are you? His voice lacked power. His face was devoid of any enthusiasm. It was a good match. I offered Edward a towel. It was a cute sports towel with a bear applique on it that was sold near the entrance of the arena. Yoshinaga-san, who was holding a bouquet of flowers, was standing behind me. Did you think it was a good match? Yes, it was a really good match. Edward stared at the wall with empty eyes while wiping his sweat with the towel he had just received. I was confident that I was strong, but I lost in a single blow. But you did break her weapon. No, she let me break it. She's very strong. She tampered with it so that it would break. Yeah. Edward nodded and began talking to himself. The Sky Piercer is capable of all attacks, thrusting, slashing and sweeping. The had used all that it was capable of. She had received the attack of Edward the champion of the mixed martial arts tournament, with her Sky Piercer. Edward's blood boiled when he saw her stance. Of course, it would. It was the golden that he had trained with everything he had, and she had received it with a handle. It was the most provocative thing she could have done. He felt dull pain at the pit of his stomach the moment he struck the handle with all his strength. It was the shaft. With Edward's golden blow as the point of the force, she rotated the Sky Piercer, with even centrifugal force on her side. The blow was powerful enough to make Edward fall to the ground even though he was well trained. I believe I would have won if it was just a simple contest of strength, but my opponent was stronger. All Yoshinaga-san and I could do was nod. I hadn't realized that she had done that at the time. I'm glad I hadn't said that I would fight Edward even as a joke. I need to be strong, a lot stronger. What for? For the robbers, and for me. Those robbers are waiting for you. Eh? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I flew faster than I have ever flown before above the demon realm. Edward is fast. I wonder if training your body will make you fly faster. Maybe I should do some sit-ups or something. Because you swore an oath, didn't you? I did. But Edward seemed annoyed by Yoshinaga-san's jab. He had publicly declared to the manager that he would never break his vow, so he couldn't argue with her. I've left everything in the hands of a proxy god until now. Didn't you tell me that the proxy god wasn't showing up either, Yoshinaga-san? That's strange. I pay their monthly salary though. They also send me reports. Apparently, one had to submit a report when their salary is paid for remote work. Have you read the reports? I have. As I recall, the report was about defending a city named Payson, and this and that. But Edward had been tricked. The proxy god had never been to the robbers. They had only submitted a false report and successfully collected their salary. That report was a lie. No way. But Edward then became silent. He must have a lot to think about. Evil gods can't gather karma through faith, so they needed a source of income to help their believers with miracles. In Edward's case, it was mixed martial arts. The means became the end. I guess that's how it went. The best example of this was his oath not to go down to the lower world unless he lost. But I understand how he feels. The divine realm is so fascinating that one loses track of time. It has that kind of charm. When we go down to the lower world, the only people who we come into contact with are our believers. And that too is as God and believers. In the divine realm, you can talk and play with gods of your affinity or even evil gods. No wonder there are so many gods in the divine realm. But putting that aside, I'm relieved that Edward came down. It might have only complicated things if I had tried to persuade him to come down before he was defeated by the dot. I have to apologize to the robbers when I see them. You better not do that. Yoshinaga-san immediately disagreed. Edward seemed puzzled, but I understood why she had disagreed. On the contrary, you must forgive the robbers. Why? They suffered because of me. Do you think the robbers will be pleased that their evil god is apologizing to them? Well, to the believers, gods aren't friends, but a guide. The words that were directed at Edward pierced my heart. I wonder if I can really guide Draco. But forgive the robbers. Keep your apologies in your heart. It will motivate you to be a good god. The still smoldering poison storage came into view. I looked for the robbers. Are they still alive? Demon King. She chose a leader for every 100 troops. No such organization existed in small pack teams. The men carried their load along the damp forest road. This made Rigadang angry. From being she had made Rigadang angry, from maid to commanding the small packs. This must be punishment. Still, it was good to experience stepping on someone's sensitive spot which normally isn't trended upon. The men in the small pack groups came from all walks of life and were equipped with all kinds of weapons. Those from villages who had participated in military service were well prepared. They carried wooden hatchets on their waist and the wooden racks they carried on their backs were covered with cloth. In contrast, Those who were paid were in a terrible condition. Some of them weren't even wearing hats on this sunny day. Katia believed that they were magnanimous for getting involved in war since they had to pay for their own equipment. Was it because of the nature of this area? The idea of small packs themselves was something she had only learnt about when she came to the south. You need a lot of things to fight: food, horse fodder, water, money, weapons, camping gear, and much more. There are only two ways to prepare such things. Either you take them with you, or you steal them from the places you go. Katia was familiar with the latter. For someone who had grown up in such an environment, it seemed odd to prepare many small packs. She understood why it was done this way. Stealing supplies took a lot of time and effort, and it told the enemy your location. You don't often get the quantity you expected, and you also incur resentment. Soldiers compete for the spoils of war, which was a drain on morale and slows down the march since they were carrying more loot than they needed. From that sense, this method seemed very progressive. But I doubt this kind of method can be used in my hometown, she lamented as she put some dried boiled rice in her mouth. The rice was cooked once and then dried in a cool and well-ventilated place. It was easy to eat once it was hydrated again in hot or cold water. It wasn't as easy to eat as bread, but it lasted longer. Rice was the reason why the small packs were created. It was impossible to stockpile large quantities of food to take to war in an area where the reserves are scarce. So, the only method was to steal. If she could rule this land, then she would be able to dominate the land. Katia served Rigadang because of this. She served him for her own self-interest. The fallen. It was clear that she would receive a warm welcome no matter which camp she joined. She wanted to test her talent. She lamented the fact that she was born a woman. She had military talent, or so she believed. She didn't know if she was being conceited. The opportunity to test her talent wasn't even given to her since she is a woman. Back in her hometown, women were thought of as nothing more than egg-laying, childbearing beings. As they marched, she gathered the leaders of the small packs and established simple rules. They were expecting an enemy attack. The enemy was Draco. What to do when attacked and what formation to take. What to do with those who run away. What to do with the luggage. Just by deciding these matters, the confusion caused by a sudden situation could be somewhat reduced. A day had passed since they left Payson. The ranks had already stretched out on the narrow passages of the forest. If she was Draco, she would naturally consider attacking the small packs as an option. Are you sure the enemy is coming, Nasan? It's not a question about whether or not they will come. We have to prepare for what might happen if they do come. Well, you're not wrong. The leaders were skeptical. When a large army is approaching, the other side will take a detour and go for the small packs. This tactic wasn't being employed in the south. Rigadang, the supreme commander, didn't seem to think that Draco would target the small packs. But targeting supply units has often been a strategy used in the northern wilderness and around the capital since ancient times. What kind of actions will the enemy take when they are placed in a disadvantageous situation? She had identified the possible and effective tactics Draco could use. It was hot and humid and there was no water to drink. Even if they had rice, there was no water to cook it, and there wasn't enough firewood since the surrounding area was full of unseasoned wood. The entire army would be in jeopardy if the small packs were attacked in this situation. They had to prepare for if Draco attacked them. At that moment, she heard the flapping wings and chirping of the birds mixed with the loud sound of insects. They made these sounds to alert the flock. Katia, being a harpy, could understand the birds' words a little. She moved her body when she heard what was happening. The enemy might attack. All units, get ready. She took off to the air as she spoke. She wasn't running away. She was flying to grasp the situation. She listened carefully to the birds and checked the direction where the enemy was coming from. There they are. It was the enemy. Their numbers were hidden by the trees, but there weren't many of them. The enemy also noticed her and shot arrows at her one after the other. The arrows were on fire. They wrapped a cloth containing sap like resin, lit it on fire and shot it. The arrows couldn't fly very far because of this, but they burned. As expected of the command, if they were a normal small pack, then they would have been thrown into disorder and ran away. But that didn't happen. This was a very important battle for Katia. Katia smiled as she lowered her altitude to take command. She could make a name for herself if she is successful here. A crisis was also an opportunity. Something was wrong. The second wave of the attacks had already finished. Things were not going the way Draco had expected. It should have been a surprise attack, but it hadn't been. The enemy was just a small pack, and they hardly had any defense with them. They were supposed to burn the luggage and withdraw to a Lunaha. It's time to retreat. Taibanka, who held the flank, repeatedly came to advise him. Taibanka was opposed to this plan from the beginning. It was a dangerous plan. Besides, it would only buy them a little time. I know. Draco didn't make the decision to retreat even though he replied. The entire small pack was holding their ground, although a bit disordered, even though they were shooting fire arrows at them. He became frustrated and impatient at the thought of nothing doing enough damage. They were taking a dangerous risk to buy them, and yet he didn't get the result he wanted. Is this acceptable? Draco didn't pray. He had to win by his strength alone, without the grace of his evil god. Harino, the evil god whom Draco worshipped, was now searching for the Reborn's evil god. That was something that Draco had requested of his evil god. He believes in that evil god. He believed in him, so he didn't want to rely on him. He might be abandoned if he does. That was why Draco was fighting. The determination was now getting in his way. Draco-sama, I know. There was a strong tone of resentment in Taibanka's voice. This was understandable since the troops led by Taibanka were cowardly. The core of the troops, which numbered 200, were elite soldiers who Draco had chosen, but the rest were commoners, such as mercenaries, peddlers, and townspeople. They could shoot fire arrows at a certain range, but it was difficult for them to fight in a group. Draco narrowed his eyes and looked at the small packs. Smoke was beginning to rise. It was rising from the rations the small packs were carrying. Taibanka, withdraw. It was impossible to do any more damage. He decided, and thus gave the order. But Taibanka's reply was cold and flat. We're too late. The enemy's reinforcements are here. The one who had appeared in front of Katia was Seifert, who was supposed to be leading the mercenaries who were following her group. Like any night demon, he was a thin man with pale skin, and looked more sickly than handsome. Did I make it? I thought you would have just taken the advance payment and ran away. That's harsh. I've heard that's what night demons do. It pains me to say that you're not entirely wrong. We, the people of the night, aren't bogged down by our promises. The history of the night demons was very old. The night demons have a long history of warfare with Draco and the other higher-rank demons, the troll tribe, and have resisted the rule of the great demon king for many years. They like to seek pleasure. They enjoy food and drinking, other various things, and being lazy. It was obvious that they would be cast out if they didn't keep their promises. But Seifert not only kept his promise, but also forced his army to come here. This was a little different from what Katia had heard about the night demons. Katia could smell that Seifert had the same eccentric scent as her. I don't have the time to ask you why you didn't run away. I only have one question. How did you get ready so fast? It's very simple. We got supplies the mercenary way. Ah, I see. CH 5.9. The mercenary way meant looting, steal, burn and kill those who resist. It was a simple and clear way to procure supplies. It was a method that Katia was familiar with. It was a common sight in this war-torn world. They leave when they have obtained a certain number of supplies and then loot villages on their route, or perhaps they had attacked the caravans in Paysan. It was a violent method that was difficult to manage in the end, but it was common in the north. At any rate, it was quicker than naively waiting for the merchants to buy supplies. You're reckless. We're within the area that the rules. You're right. But as long as the dies, we won't have to gauge anyone's feelings. Am I wrong? Katia's reply was a smile. Smart mercenaries are hard to deal with, but she didn't dislike them. Even if they don't attack a Lunaha, the battle will be over if they catch or kill Draco here. It was a better plan in the long run. It would be easier to rule from the side of an empty city rather than a city that was exhausted from a siege. If possible, she wanted to settle the matter in an open battle. Seifert had brought enough men with him for her to do so. Shall we begin? As you wish. Seifert agreed and sent a brief message to his men. The mercenaries encircled Draco's force to block their escape route. The Night Demon group was also doing a great job. It was Seifert's own unit. The placement of the unit was so clever that if Draco tried to break through, he would be pushed towards Rigadang's main force. That's clever. We've been fighting these kinds of battles with bandits in the north. He was a master at dealing with small to medium-sized enemies. Draco wouldn't be able to get away unscathed in this situation no matter how good he is. Let's hunt the dot. Okay. Seifert waved his hand down and the encirclement closed. Then the battle began. His body was hot. 3 people had already been slain. The battle was so chaotic that Draco had to take up arms himself. The forest to the west, along the road that connected Paysan and Alunaha, was already filled with the smell of blood. The trees were low compared to the depths of the forest. They had to fight while pushing through the undergrowth. It was difficult to walk. It was, but the enemies had the same problem. Draco was barely able to keep alive thanks to the condition of this area of the forest. This isn't good, Tybanka. Yes, it's very bad. The encirclement had closed. Looking closely, there were less enemies in the south, but Rigadang's main force was beyond that point. It was an obvious trap. No. This level of trap was enough to put Draco in danger. Simply put, there was nowhere to run. It was possible for him to escape deep into the forest if he sacrificed 200 of his elite force, but Draco's pride prevented him from doing so. Stay together tightly, he gave the order and the men gathered. Even Labenan, a civil official, had picked up a spear. Everyone was desperate. There was no sign of resignation.